and would really further exacerbate their problem in the west of Melitopol.
Sounds good to me. In a very strange turn of events, Doman, go ahead.
Hey, Marcus. Colby, I'm just here to correct you publicly. E designations are pan-European designations. So E58 is an international road. You can think of it like American interstates with the I number. So the E network covers the whole of Europe and generally are important transport corridors. And there's a similar system of ones go one way, the even ones go the other way. So that's why there's a dual numbering. So the M numbering is Ukrainian, and then it's overlays on an E road, which is an international corridor.
Thank you for that. Now that you mentioned that, I do remember that now. That's why there's the two different numbers, two different numbering systems. Thank you.
And now you remember it forever, and it might come in useful at some point, because this sort of
I
stuff
certainly
is
hope
useful.
so. I remember us having this lesson at the beginning of the war, and I have forgotten it because that was a long time ago now. So thank you.
Thanks, Kobe.
We really appreciate you having you up here, Colby and Doman. And Scribe, go ahead. All right, I think that's
sorry about that. I was speaking with my grandfather about something. So real quick, I was going to spend this comment on what Colby just mentioned about the situation with the bridges. Could it potentially become something like another Kherson, where Ukraine keeps on destroying all the logistic bridgeways, and it just drains the Russian emplacements in those areas to where they have nothing like Kherson?
Well, I would say the situation definitely can't get as dire because we're not talking about, a river like the Dnipro where there were only two bridges across, and in the absence of those, everything had to go across by barge. So you're not going to get a situation comparable to that for those reasons. That said, obviously the more important bridges that Ukraine can destroy, that's going to degrade Russian logistics and make it more difficult for them to supply forces. And I will also say that we had the Russians were saying, there was a report in Russian media that they were placing weight restrictions on the Kerch road bridge again, I guess, even though it's been ostensibly repaired. They're not permitting heavy vehicles to cross it. So certainly that is not a functioning supply route for them, really, if they can't get heavy vehicles across. So they're still very much relying on trucks to supply their forces in Crimea and in southern Kherson and Zaporizhia oblasts via the Rostov, Taganrog, Mariupol, Berdyansk route. So destroying bridges around here in Melitopol means that any forces west of Melitopol are going to have a very precarious supply situation if they can destroy more of these key bridges.
I would say that the situation for the resupply of other areas than Melitopol towards the south of Kherson and Crimea is more dire when it comes to these bridges. They need a lot more logistics that way if the Kerch bridge is taken out again. So shaping operations in this area will definitely hamper the Crimea logistics a lot more than Melitopol, which is a lot smaller area to defend.
Thanks, Ernest. Doman?
Thanks, Wendy. I'm just here to issue a clarification. I cannot stand for such slander. What do you mean, Colby? The Russians didn't repair the bridge very well? What is that? Nonsense. They are merely paying tribute to the life and work of General Potemkin.
Yes, of course. How could I forget?
I thought they already paid tribute to the life of General Potemkin Doman in the form of the Potemkin Portaloos. Speaking of which, what's up
They
with
do
these
it at every
days?
level, every day. This is very fundamental to their, existence.
I personally miss them. But that's just me. For anyone who doesn't know what on earth I'm talking about, which won't be for the first time today, of course, the Potemkin Portaloos were these concrete, what can we call them? They were supposed to be pillboxes that were set up around the what was then designated Fortress Kherson. It didn't quite work out that way, and these Potemkin Portaloos were actually real Portaloos. They were sewage tanks. The actual name escapes me right now because I don't have one of these, but what are they called again?
Septic tanks.
Septic tanks. That's it, Ivan. Yeah, they were actually septic tanks with embrasures cut into the side of them. And you could tell that they made a pretty poor job at chiseling these embrasures into the septic tanks. Anyway, they haven't been seen since the liberation of Kherson. So, hashtag what and where are the Potemkin Portaloos? If you know, please let us know here on the space. With the mobility issues that the Muscovites have currently been facing, and the fact that they just can't really hold any of the occupied ground for that much time these days, I wonder if they're really going to have a comeback.
But Doman, what about plastic or something filled tetrahydras? Have we figured out yet what the actual material inside the 2 centimeters of cement is?
No. All I know is it's completely worthless, and I am amazed that they have managed to sustain, several weeks of inclement weather before starting to fall apart. Ellen, sometimes when you go to the coast, right? And in Norway, there's not so much of that, but in some other parts of the world, there's like the immediate bit on the coast is being made from concrete, right? And that's where they tie up the ships, and there's these giant metal mushroom-looking things that you tie the rope of the ship to, right? So there's narrower at the bottom, and there's a big cap on top. And then sometimes when it's really old and the concrete's been there for decades, and it's quite a stormy area, and the water has started to eat away slowly at the concrete, and it exposes some rusty rebar a few centimeters down in some places, and it looks quite off. Normally that takes decades next to a salty, abrasive sea. The Russian ones succumbed in 2 months tops. It's great efficiency. I want to commend them for their efficiency. They were clearly made to be biodegradable, as all modern concrete structures should be, because otherwise it's just too much of a mess, really. Much more ecological this way.
If you go to Ostia, there is a port from the Roman times, which is made of concrete, and it looks a little bit like what you described. It seems like the concrete has been, it has seen its days of rain and weather. But it's still there, though.
Guys, please explain to me what exactly have they done at Kirchbridge, because I must have missed this. What have they done?
I cannot drive my car over. Apparently, they put the new maximum tonnage. Doman knows the number, I think.
1.5, which is it's the sort of situation where it's preferable to have a Trabant rather than a Lada.
Are you saying that you cannot even drive a tractor over?
Definitely not a tractor. I'm trying to figure out how heavy an unladen Zhiguli is, because depends on how thick the steel on the doors is. It might be too heavy already.
So not even the Scooby-Doo van, maybe then.
No, probably not. So a Lada Niva, which is the little 4x4 with barely any back seats and barely any trunk, empty, weighs about 1,200 kilograms. That's empty. But you're not going to be driving it around empty, right? Because at the very least, the driver is going to be in it. What was the Lada called? The one anyway, I'll have a look.
While you do that, we'll go to Ioana. Go ahead.
Thank you, Marcus. Glad to see you up there. Yeah, I just wanted to mention a little thing about the tetrahedron, coping tetrahedra. A friend of mine said that probably the Russian intelligence informed the soldiers that all Ukrainians suffer from ichnophobia, which is the fear of pointed objects. And while once they see those dragon teeth, they will turn and run in horror. But I guess even this won't work because the erosion they suffer, the dragon teeth, is accelerated and they are not pointed anymore. So that was my attempt to a joke. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Go on, Erlen.
Yeah, I still really want to see one of these videos from the Ukrainian soldiers, poking a little bit into them with the knife or something. I really wonder what's inside them. On the picture you tweeted, Domen, it looked like there was some plastic inside. I was so disappointed because I was hoping that it was styrofoam or something.
Anyway, if they manage to resist the weather, the tetrahedron, we will see some nice arrangements in the gardens of Ukrainians next spring.
By the looks of how they're degraded, I don't think they're going to be around that long.
So one thing I wonder about this corruption. So this one is so obvious that I wonder if Mr. Potato Head in the Kremlin actually gets pissed and asks, I want the head of this guy who is earning all the cash on this tetrahedras.
Do you think anyone's going to tell him? Go ahead, Ioana.
Oh, about corruption. I remembered that I've seen an information in a thread from Chris O. I found his threads quite informative, and he said about the food and the rations the Russians receive, and the fact that they are not well fed, and they complain all the time that they don't receive enough food and so on. Apparently, those Russians, the green Russians with the star, those packets, MRE or something, are available for sale in supermarkets. But this is not something that should be sold in supermarkets. It should be distributed in the army. So the fact that those are available in supermarkets and they cost about €4, which is at least double the value, is a clear sign of corruption, and still nobody says anything. So the Russians, instead of receiving the food from the army, they have to buy it from a supermarket at double the price. Yeah. So if this is not corruption, I don't know what is.
It's basically theft, isn't it? It's stealing from the army. Maybe some officers
Yes.
got paid, but it's theft. And I know that a lot of the Russians, they don't have enough food supplies. So, yeah, that's good stuff.
Not just theft on that sort of scale, though. theft on the scale that, you know, they go out for the day and they come back and all their stuff's been nicked by their fellow soldiers. I've seen many a complaint of that sort of thing happening, or they'll be told to bring all their own stuff. So they'll bring all their own stuff, and when they get there, their officers say, no, you can't have all that, and they take it all off them, which again is theft, because I think they do that in order to sell it to the highest bidder. And yeah, they're not doing themselves any favours, really, are they? I find the level of corruption goes so deep that they just can't help themselves.
Domen, about the bridge. So imagine, how do you think the procedure about rating the concrete elements the bridge is made of went through? I think I found that very interesting. The reason why they rated it as 1.5 tonnage, it seems absurd.
I have a suspicion of what might have happened. You know how last week there was apparently a motorcade that Putin was involved in driving across the Kerch Bridge? Maybe it was a few weeks ago. Well, he was driving a Mercedes. Ironically, that the Moskvich, who was made in Leningrad, would be driving the Mercedes instead of, you know, there would be a Moskvich made in Leningrad being driven across the bridge. It's more usual. But anyway. So I suspect that quite old Mercedes was probably a quite old Mercedes because it had been heavily modified by adding lots of weight to it. And I might worry, and by worry, I mean hope, that this motorcade of identical, rather heavy Mercedes vans might have gone across, and then maybe there was movement within and then out of a certain person. I don't know. I don't really know what happened, but you know, what one's mind can wander and wander. I'm sure Wendy has a cricketing analogy.
There is no wandering in cricket, Domen. It's a quiet accumulation of runs. There is no comparison. But I did notice about that video that you mentioned involving a particular individual who will remain nameless. That did not look like autumnal weather to me. That looks like it was taken, I don't know, a couple of years ago, in the middle of summer. In fact, if I looked at it again, I wouldn't be surprised if I saw a flock of dolphins jumping out of the water and herds of wildebeest, you know, running over the land, because that it just did not look like a recent video.
There was a picture though, where you can see the burnt rail bridge in the background. So maybe they photoshopped that in as well.
Yeah, cynicism is humor in another form, and I personally don't think he would go anywhere near, and I personally don't think he'd go anywhere near a dangerous place. We've seen the opposite, of course, in President Zelensky, the leader of Ukraine, who goes to newly liberated places immediately after they're liberated. I don't think the current Kremlin inhabitant has a record of doing so, and is about to he's not about to change anytime soon.
Absolutely not. Domen, do you know how the tonnage rating of the bridge was before the strike?
I have no idea, but seeing that, you know, they put presumably fully loaded heavy lorries across, probably very high, you know, several times 1.5 tons, one would presume. I don't know. I think whatever it was much bigger than 1.5 tons. It's just a supposition, really, but.
I'm just so curious about the process of making reconstructing it. It's like, they had this amount of rebar, but that seems unnecessary. We're gonna put this amount of rebar in and let the concrete cure for 48 hours instead of 4 weeks. I don't know. It just seems so backwards, everything.
I'm being informed from reliable sources that a nice Citroën 2CV is only 600 kilograms empty. So that gives you far more leeway to play with. I would suggest that an original, Fiat 500, a Cinquecento, would have been similar. That's really the car for the future, isn't it? What I think would probably work best would be one of those Polski Fiat, the ones that were made in Poland on their license back in communist days. Let me see how much that one weighs. Polski Fiat 126. 580 kilograms. Yep. That gives you a lot more capacity to put other things on it. Although, admittedly, I don't think you can actually put 920 kilograms into a Polski Fiat, because I think you just refuse to move at that point.
No, but you can drive 3 cars at the same time.
Oh, that's clever. Yeah, it's like a little train.
But do we have any news about the rail part of the bridge, which seems to have been maybe the most important part of the strike, even though it didn't collapse?
See, it can take trains, but not but not ones that have an awful lot on them. So, in other words, it's not exactly useful for carrying freight across. See, the thing is, it's one thing if you want to take a train across, but if you're not allowed to put anything on the train, that journey is kind of useless. That's why they've been employing ferries and makeshift, LSD ships into ferries, to ferry them across the Sea of Azov or always to Crimea or elsewhere to Crimea, because the bridge just doesn't work for that anymore.
Bernardo, go ahead.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, they said something about September, October 2023. They may be able to use the bridge again, the railway bridge. So, yeah, I would suggest this will not happen anytime soon.
Judging by the level of building standards, it's very possible it won't be anytime soon. You're right. Did you hear that Zelensky has invited Russia to do something lovely for Christmas?
Oh, go on, tell us, Mockers.
Well, what he did was he suggested that as it's Christmas, he should let all his troops go home and be with their families. And it would be a lovely gesture for the Christmas period. And I don't know how they'll reply to that, but it was put out there anyway that all those troops should really be at home with their families at Christmas. And I understand, yeah. It's a family time.
Yeah, if they don't go back there, by the looks of things, there's only one place they are going to be visiting, and that is the fields of Ukraine. So I'm not sure we've done the numbers today, Mockers, in the last hour or so, but there's a quite significant increase on yesterday. I'm not sure if you saw this.
I did spot that, yes.
Yeah, so that's 620 additional enemy personnel killed in action. 24 tanks, 8 other armored combat vehicles, and an artillery piece. And this, of course, comes in the wake of strikes in, well, video evidence that we've seen in terms of increased strikes from places like Svatove, which has seen dozens of strikes of a distinct Gimlazi sonority, I would say, over the last 48 hours. And we had the wonderful Chuck Farr on here last week, and I believe he's I think he's going to be up tomorrow. He does a Tuesdays and Thursday slot on the space where he gives a wonderful, very comprehensive overview of events on the ground. We're seeing this incremental progress, as Chuck has said, and yeah, things are not going particularly well for the Muscovites, and from the figures released today that we saw, things are getting worse, which is great to see.
As a small example of what you've just said there, this will probably be why they're taking out so many infantry fighting vehicles. There was a photograph released yesterday of 5 Russian BMP-2 infantry fighting vehicles and a T-80 tank, all destroyed, all sat in a line together, as though they'd sort of like, just lined up to be shot. And yeah, their training seems fabulous.
Yeah, perhaps they were just trying to keep warm, Marcus. It was certainly reminiscent of images that have still resonate today from scenes in Normandy, for example, in World War II. With it's quite incredible, isn't it? And whilst this happens, of course, whilst Moscow spends 9 months attacking a single place in, trying to make very small incremental gains in a single place in Ukraine. Ukraine today announced that it has developed something called the Combat Falcon 300, which is maritime and loitering munition, which potentially covers more than 1,000, flight range of 1,300 to 3,300 kilometers. So whilst Moscow sends its soldiers to die in the fields of Ukraine without sufficient support, and in a cause which has already been written into history as notorious and genocidal, Ukraine just continues to lead the world by example.
Absolutely, and we'll go to Ioana.
Oh, I just wanted to say that Ukrainians will have to rebuild Azovstal, if only just to melt all the scrap metals that the Russian left in Ukraine. The amount of the tanks and everything is amazing, so they will have to rebuild it, at least for that.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. The graveyards of shells alone is astounding. If you've seen those pictures of just rows upon rows upon rows of shells, spent shells, obviously, that have now been thrown at Ukraine. There are rumours, and I don't know if anybody can talk to me about this, but there are rumours that in their current circumstances, Russia only have between 3 and 5 more mass missile attacks in them. This is a rumor that's doing the rounds. Obviously, would go to suggest why they're trying to purchase missiles from other countries, of course. So perhaps they have pretty much spent up, and that's all those shells and missile casings lying there. I can't imagine that they've still got warehouses and warehouses full of this stuff. Go ahead, Ioana.
Yes, I've seen that analysis. I believe it was done by the Ukrainian intelligence. I don't know if I saved it. It was very interesting because they calculated the number of missiles left, and they arrived to the conclusion that it is between 3 or to 5 salvos missile days left for the Russians, and they also calculated how many new missiles the Russians are producing. Apparently, it's around 40 per month, and one day of missile attack, the Russians are using over 80 or 90 missiles. So basically, they are using in one day what they are producing in 2 months. So this is untenable by the Russians. That's why they are searching for missiles in Iran and maybe North Korea. I don't know. Anyway, the sooner they are left without missiles, the better. And I hope that something can be done for Iran in order not to be able to supply the Russians with it. Thank you.
Well, I know the United States and somebody else, maybe the UK, have sanctioned Iran some more recently for their role in the development of UAVs. And the EU has now also followed that and sanctioned 4 individuals with regards to that. Just with you mentioning Iran there, it just reminded me of that. Obviously, that doesn't do anything about the current situation with Iranian missiles in Ukraine, but there is news that those missiles, Iran has made agreements to limit the distance of them to comply with certain agreements. However, they still haven't transferred them over yet, and Iran's got quite a few problems right now, if anyone's noticed. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Bernardo.
I just wanted to quickly add to the 40 or to the 80 missiles per day Russia is launching. There are also percentage of these missiles who initially misfires. It depends on what kind of missile it is, but they have error rates from 5% up to, I think the caliber cruise missiles or something like this had error rates up to 30% or something like this, I heard. So this is another factor we have to see, and it's good news that they are running out of missiles, and yeah, let's hope they don't get provided anymore from somewhere else.
Yeah, spot it, and Marcus, thanks. One thing that strikes me is that as this absolutely genocidal regime is put to the sword by the incredible, inspirational warriors of Ukraine, we heard from Ambassador Alexandra Sherba earlier of the resilience and the stoicism that we've all witnessed on this space through the voices that this space has promoted over the last 9 months, and through the wonderful work that charities such as MriyaReport and others like Renegade Relief Runners have been doing. This is 2022 has been a year of many things. It has been a year of Ukraine leading. I don't want to say the free world because that sounds quite hyperbolic, in a way, but it's certainly been leading the consciousness perhaps of many people in the free world. Ambassador Sherber spoke earlier about that attitude amongst Western political leaders that we are all quite fairly familiar with. That attitude that was unfortunately prevalent, in 2014, as Ukraine was being invaded. That attitude, which post 2014 continued to do business with this terrible regime, this posture of this almost permittance of allowing Ukrainians to die at the cost of people pretending that it's not happening, going about their lives, doing business with this tyrant, which is providing them with gas. That attitude, Ukraine is single-handedly overturning in 2022. It's of course doing so with support from many brave warriors. So today, unfortunately, we saw news of a very brave woman, an American paramedic. Her name was Rebecca Mikerovska, and she was a US citizen who went to Ukraine specifically to protect Ukraine and to be a combat medic. And she unfortunately was killed in action yesterday around Bakhmut. There have been so many fallen flowers from Ukraine and its many allies and friends around the world that perhaps we should just take a few seconds of silence to remember them and anybody else that we choose to have in our thoughts. Okay. We were really privileged earlier to hear another regular speaker to this space, Sarah Ashton Cirillo, who has been quite regularly up here. As no doubt many of you have heard over the last 9 months. She's just spoken in Washington, and she came up earlier to give us her testimony, a report on her testimony to the Helsinki Commission. She's always given a very sobering analysis of events on the ground, and I'm very pleased to say she found a receptive audience over there, because I for one can't quite imagine how being in Ukraine for 9 months as she was before then leaving the country and thinking, what am I going to discover? What kind of attitude am I going to discover amongst Ukraine's allies? Well, the good news is that she found a very receptive attitude, very positive one which was completely in favor of continuing to support Ukraine in its survival. And this attitude, of course, is echoed across the free world. There are, certain countries, certain leaders, I should say, not countries, but leaders that are promising things that are yet to deliver. But the news from Sarah today was very welcoming.
Yeah, she's felt that her discussions have been taken seriously and listened to, and she believes that they're going to get some of the aid that they've been requesting. It's very important that casualty evacuation and medical aid is available as and where it's needed. Would you like, Wendy, would you like me to read the UK MOD report from today? I'm sure they would have checked it out this morning, but I do have it here in front of me if you want.
That would be perfect, mockers. Thanks.
Okie dokie. Well, let's just check I've got the right date. Yes, I have. Right, so here's the UK Defence Intelligence Update from 12th of December 2022. So, on the 8th of December, Russian presidential spokesman Dmitry Peskov re-articulated the main goals of the special military operation. He said that one of Russia's main objectives was the protection of residents of the Donbass and southeastern Ukraine, but claimed there was still much work to be done regarding the liberation of those territories. Peskov's comments suggest that Russia's current minimum political objectives of the war remain. Russia is likely still aiming to extend control over all of Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson oblasts. Russian military planners likely still aim to prioritize advancing deeper into Donetsk. However, Russian strategy is currently unlikely to achieve these objectives. It is highly unlikely that the Russian military is currently able to generate an effective striking force capable of retaking any areas. Russian ground forces are unlikely to make any operationally significant advances within the next several months. So, plenty to say from the UK MOD, which basically says Russia sucks. And go ahead, Bernardo.
Yeah, I just wanted to correct Wendy. The American you were referring to, Rebecca Makowska, Masirovska, if I remember correctly, was it she?
Yes, I've seen the corrected report, Bernardo. Thanks for that.
Yeah. All right. But just for the listeners, it's just a rumor. There is nothing confirmed. It's just a source linking to another source which has no source. So I think we have to wait before we have concrete news. But some people are telling me that she is alive and well. So we will see. But nothing confirmed, nothing official.
Ioana, go ahead.
Yes, so I wanted to respond to what you said about, in fact, what MOD said about Peskov. Apparently, during the statement he offered for the press, he said that nobody loves Russians, and they are not going to love them anymore. So apparently, they know that there is a problem somewhere, and they are affected by it. I don't know for sure. The fact is that the press conference that Putin held each year during in December is cancelled for this year. Also, the reception for the new year is cancelled, and this shows us that he is reluctant to meet the Russian press, even if the Russian press is, of course, very I don't know, behaves very well in front of Putin. So yeah, apparently they know that there is a problem, but they still don't change anything. You know, it's the opposite of the saying, if it works, don't change it. Apparently it doesn't work on multiple levels and in multiple ways, but they still don't change anything. It's like Russian army is already dead, but it doesn't know this, and Russian strategy is already dead, but it doesn't know this, and Russian geopolitics approach is already dead, and they are seeing the signs, but they are doing nothing. So, yeah, that's all.
Yeah, I think they're definitely seeing the signs, Ivana. Thank you for that. I mean, it's impossible, isn't it, to escape the reality of that, 9 months ago, going on 10 months ago, at the very beginning of this war, when there was a video released of MriyaReport on New Year's Day, and at the time, that those people in that video had absolutely, I mean, they had some idea, of course. They had, as did as did we in the West, know of the threat to Mariupol. This threat was quite clearly defined back in 2014. It was a threat which was made quite plain in the speech and the supposed essay that the current Kremlin inhabitants wrote last year. But the video that's that was released showing the people of Mariupol on New Year's Day, it showed a city at peace. It showed a city in which people had a working life, a family life, and some of them served, of course. Many of them held the lines that were established post Minsk II, and saw in conditions that saw many Ukrainians having to live outside in all conditions, in all seasons, simply because of the reason that their country was invaded in 2014. But we didn't need to speak to Mariupol residents or Ukrainians who had relatives living in Mariupol to know that this city was under threat. The Kremlin tried to obfuscate its intentions by clouding the information landscape post 2014, but we just had to really glance at the news. And politicians, of course, had their own intelligence services telling them of this threat very specifically. But we all knew the terror, the murder, the horror that had been planned by this enemy of Ukraine that lay across their eastern border. It's this threat was well known, and at the beginning of this year, the people of Mariupol lived in relative peace, and of course this terrible war that was waged against them, the genocide of the city that followed, how we choose to honor this going forward, how we choose to to respect the memory of those who lie in graves outside Mariupol. This is a reflection of the values that we adhere to. We try to live our lives in accordance with. Things are going pretty badly for the Kremlin at the moment. I don't have the smallest scintilla of sympathy for them or any of the invaders that are currently holed up in fields around Bakhmut. They do have a very clear choice. They can walk towards the Ukrainian armed forces with their hands held high, and they can know that they will be treated in accordance with the Geneva Conventions and the laws of armed conflict. Or they can turn around and they can decide to choose their own future in their own homeland. Yeah, Ivana, go ahead.
Thank you, Wendy. I usually don't talk about Mariupol, not because I don't care or not because I don't see what's happening there, but because it's so painful that I'm afraid I will be too emotional for this. Every video we are seeing from Mariupol is an elegy. It's something of incredible sadness, and it makes us revolt against this power that tried to. So it's trying to kill people and the culture, and is doing genocide as we speak. So I think the signs about the attack from the Russians were there, but nobody believed them because it was inconceivable that such a horrific thing will happen in 2022. And I guess they were seeing it, but nobody believed it will be so bad. And about Mariupol, it's probably the number of people that died there is at the order of thousands, if not more. But there are still people living in Mariupol. There are still children that being born in Mariupol. there are still people dying in Mariupol because the Russians, they took the city, but they do not care about what's happening there. People are forced to live in these conditions, in cold weather, without windows, without heating, without water, without medicines, without anything. And this is happening now. So, and this is also happening in Bakhmut, unfortunately. And we are seeing this happening in some other places. Russians are bombing Kherson right now because they couldn't hold Kherson, but they can still destroy it with artillery from the distance. Not being very close, from 20, 30 kilometers, they are bombing Kherson, they are destroying civilian buildings and infrastructure. They also hit the infrastructure for Odessa, and the large part of the city is in the dark and without electricity right now as we speak. And apparently the destruction is quite significant, and there will be a time before this could be repaired and all the city could be supplied with electricity. And you talked about that video from the beginning of the year with the square in Mariupol in front of the theater that was bombed with hundreds of people that were trying to find shelter within. And that square was with beautiful Christmas tree and with lights, and people were celebrating the holidays. And right now that place is completely destroyed, and the Russians even mounted a fence around it, not to be seen, because they do not like people to still see their horrors. And because Christmas is approaching, and Hanukkah and other holidays, and this is that time of the year when we should be grateful, I really encourage everybody to choose a very good charity and donate and help Ukraine with whatever it is possible. Go to MriyaAid.org, which provides non-lethal aid to Ukraine, and you may choose Replace Heroes charity or Tapestry or whatever. It is easy to donate. Just donate, I don't know, a tenth of the present's budget for Christmas. Just put it aside, €1 for 10 euros that you are planning to spend on presents, or just donate the amount that you will spend on packing and on new Christmas decorations, or just donate a coffee per day, something like this. I'm from one of the poorest countries in Europe, and we have to take something to give something, and we can take something and give something, and it is important to do it now. And if you have possibilities to find help for Ukraine, as in the form of generators or transformers or whatever electrical supply, if you can talk to companies and do that, do it, because they need it right now. Thank you.
Thanks, Ivana. Yeah, I think well said. Thank you for putting that with such articulation, which is difficult to find on the space, isn't it? Sometimes. I mean, one thing I will say because we're always solutions oriented here, that infinite complacency of 2014 that I couldn't quite couldn't quite describe adequately earlier. This infinite complacency can obviously never happen again. We should endeavor never to allow it to happen again. And the future of Ukrainians in the East, of course, will be indicative of one of the things that outside observers can see is a safe Ukraine. Is Ukraine safe? Are its future generations safe? Well, let's look at cities like Sumy. Let's look at cities like Kharkiv. Let's look at cities like liberated Donetsk. Let's see how safe they feel there. Because if they are still under attack, like Mariupol was in 2014, by an enemy which had, across that eastern border, with vast and cool and an unsympathetic regard, had planned the destruction of an entire city, this is not a situation which is which anybody can tolerate in a civilized Europe in 2022 and beyond. So yeah, thank you for those very positive words, Ivana. Erlend, welcome up. You've got your hand up.
Yeah, I just want to kind of describe what I see as a scrupulous Russian mentality of cruelty. First, they destroy the city and kill tens of thousands of people there, and then they start moving in bulldozers and bulldozing down buildings, probably with the remains of innocent victims inside. And then they put up some kind of Potemkin houses there, because these houses that they put up cannot be described as anything else, and show propaganda videos from it. It is absolutely scrupulous. Like if people cannot see what has happened in that city, and they try to use it as some kind of a propaganda tool. Same with the theater. They had a Russian pop singer singing Russian songs from the balcony of this theater where hundreds of people met their last fate after it was bombed by Russian airstrikes several times. And this is why we cannot talk about compromise with the Russians. It is impossible. There are many more examples, but Mariupol alone is enough for everyone to understand that Ukraine must be liberated. And thank you to Anna for very nice words. I will as well donate, and I'm creating a little postage parcel with some winter clothes. If you're in Sweden and Norway, I recommend that you use and if you don't know, the post both in Sweden and Norway is free to Ukraine. So you just pack it well and write the address and deliver it at the postal service, and they deliver it to Ukraine with Ukra-Pochta. So do that if you have something that you can send, and find the right recipient.
Thanks, Ireland. Yeah, Ukra-Pochta, as we've heard on the space, they deliver anywhere, don't they?
Oh, they do.
Occupational-
Absolutely amazing.
Incredible. Yeah, Igor Smolensky, we had the privilege of having on the space, and he's on our Spotify channel, so please do check him out. I mean, one thing we can possibly plan to do in the future after Ukraine is liberated going forward is do what we do in places which have experienced great trauma in their own histories. I think of visiting places like Warsaw, Budapest, Prague, and I think of the value of local historians that they provide to people traveling there, because whenever I travel to Eastern European cities such as this, like everybody, I try to visit a museum. What we read what the information available in books and other sources of media in our own home countries is often quite lacking in comparison to what a local historian guide can offer. So, going to Warsaw, for example, and hiring a local guide, that person can tell you exactly what happened at a particular street during the Warsaw Uprising in '44. I think, going forward, collaboration with Ukraine's future generations and ensuring that people go there, they interact, they spend their hard-earned money there, to support Ukraine and its people as much as possible going forward, is one very positive solution that we can glean from this. Welcome up, John Stewart, sir.
Hey, Wendy, good to hear you. Thank you for hosting. Just cooking. Sorry. Did I hear correctly? Sweden doesn't charge for posting items to Ukraine, and I wonder what other European countries have that. And I don't think we have that in the UK. Who do we write to get that?
I know that both Sweden and Norway has free post to Ukraine. You can ship big boxes as well. So yeah.
Yeah, seems like we ought to have that in the UK. Surely there's got to be somebody we can write. I'll investigate. And that seems like such an obvious thing to do now, since you said that. Has that been going since the start of the war, or the invasion, rather?
I think it came online a couple of months ago here.
Wow, fantastic! Good for you. What a civilized country. Thanks. I'll look into that and try and work out who the best sort of person. I mean, obviously you member of Parliament and stuff. That it seems a no-brainer to me. So yeah, maybe if I can work that out, or start an online petition or something.
I think actually this was an initiative taken by the Post itself, because it's a private company owned by the state. So I don't know how that works in the UK, but I guess starting with the UK Postal Service is probably the right place.
Yeah, I'll have a look. We're having a postal strike at the moment, so it's obviously going to be complicated by that. But I still don't see why it couldn't happen. Just means things are going to take longer. That's all. Thanks. That's a really interesting little detail. I wonder if any other European countries have done it apart from Sweden and Norway. Because if there's half a dozen countries doing it, then really there's no reason why shouldn't be happening in the UK as well.
Yep, I like that idea, John. So yeah, if you find the right people to talk to and you want me to also send something to them, pestering them, let me know.
Cheers. I'll have a look tonight and drop back in later or tomorrow, or message you or something when I've worked out who I think the best person is. Thanks a lot for hosting, everyone. And yeah, all best wishes.
Cheers, John. Would you like to hear a little story about girl power? I'm going to take that as a yes. Well, Russians have run out of men, it would appear, because in Donetsk there are 28 separate reports of women now being recruited into the the DNR military and sent for military training. I only hope that they're not being deployed with regular troops, because we all know what the Russian forces are like. And I have heard a tale of a Russian propagandist / journalist who went off to meet some troops and never came back. And yeah, they found a quite unfortunate end, I believe. So yeah, I'd dread to think. But yeah, they're going in for girl power now as well.
All right. If anyone has an irrational fear of Toblerone, please don't look at the recent pictures from. Oh, I've lost it. Hang on. From one of the temporary fortifications in temporarily occupied Ukraine, where the Muscovites have put up. I can't describe it really. It's like a load of these concrete pointy things that they're not even of consistent shape. So I'm not even sure this is something we can call on Doman to adequately describe. But oh my word. Okay.
Are these chocolate Domans?
They could be. That is a name for them, Axel. It's incredible, and there's four
Now we have to
pictures.
find a wine pairing for it.
We'll have to check with Dolman later for the wine pairing. Wendy, I've discovered some breaking news, and it's really important. Brace yourself for this, right? You're going to need to, like, brace, right? Just brace.
Just before you say that, could you say brace 3 times, Marcus?
Brace, 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 folks. It's time. The Russians and Belarusians are not going to be able to play Diablo 4. Dun dun dun. Sorry. Activision Blizzard is scaling back their operations, and therefore none of their new games are going to be released in Russia and Belarus. I appreciate that. I used to be a gamer, very much so, and yeah, I appreciate just how addictive it is, and that amuses me greatly. They'll have to find something else to do. Maybe they can play Tiddlywinks or something.
Perhaps they can play a game of battleships in which all of the ships start the game sunk, and they have to try to refloat them with a lot of Neptunes inbound. It's just a thought.
Well, the Belarusians might not need to play that game, but yeah, they're having a sad time apparently. There's a lot of sad faces online about it. It's a shame.
All right, so if people would care to check up in the nest, you'll see exactly what's got me in absolute hysterics. So it's Muscovites building anti-tank fortifications near Vyazivka and Novotroysk settlements in Kherson Oblast. Yeah, I'm not quite sure about the accuracy of the latter designation. However, this is what we have obviously come to expect from the enemy that Ukraine faces. So there's 3 pictures on offer here. Should we start with the right-hand one, which shows a crane, an upside-down massive piece of Toblerone, and a guy standing on it. So I'm not quite sure at what point he gets off, at what point the huge concrete Toblerone gets flipped over. Hopefully it all happens at once. There's 2 gentlemen standing on some kind of quite unstable looking wooden construction, which looks like it's about to cave in under their feet. And what they're doing in this photo is piling up these concrete objects. And if you look at the back, you can see that they're literally, they're not even putting them with the pointy end sticking upwards. Mockers, help me out here. How can we possibly describe this?
Well, I've seen the original. Is it called the Maginot Line?
Yes. Well, yeah. There was the Siegfried line, and there's a few others. Maybe this is the Toblerone line.
I was going to actually call this the Imagino line because they're imagining that they're going to do something. Now, if you look at the stone ones that were built, they're pretty much almost interlocked with one another, with small ones and large ones. It would be very, very difficult to get past. And these ones are just sort of dumped in a field, aren't they? Yeah, looks good. Looks good to me. Nick, go ahead.
Well, I can't comment on the on the tank stopping properties of these, but it's actually not a problem that they're lifting them up by the hook with the point downwards, because they're tetrahedrons. And so when they're placed on the ground, they will simply fall onto one of the three other sides and be a perfectly fine pyramid pointing up. So they're the mathematics and geometry and whatever the other topology of the situation is actually not as bad as we might think. As again, the military usefulness of it, I can't comment on, but this is actually how you would put them in place. You bring them along in that sort of mold thing with the hook, which they're probably made in by pouring concrete into it. You pick them up by the hook, you put them down in a field, and providing that the field isn't incredibly soft, the point will just stop on the field, and then they'll fall sideways into the position you want. Actually, if you give it a small tug in the right direction, it might even fall exactly where you want it. So there's no need to invert them. They are tetrahedrons, and therefore have multiple symmetries.
Nick, this is inverted, and there's a man standing on it.
Well, that's fine. He's guiding it into position. He's guiding it into position. When the crane will lower it till it's on the point, he will jump off, and then it will just roll gently sideways into the position. And I mean, the proof of that is in the first photo, where there's a whole lot of them sitting in a very neat row. So in terms of their ability to build a sort of play school type building kit setup, I think it's first class. Will it stop tanks, or will it be of any military use? Entirely different question. But just from the point of view of how you put them in place, that's pretty much how I'd put them in place.
Nick, would you like to be that man on an inverted tetrahedron?
Oh, I mean, given that I'm being held in place by the whatever amount of friction is holding that hook into this doubtless not exactly premium grade Russian cement concrete, then probably not. But that's that is a separate question. Yes, I've seen other pictures of these alleged defenses, and like there's already chunks falling off them. So certainly he's being a bit of a daredevil there. Perhaps he has a parachute.
Yeah, perhaps he's just joined the Toblerone Airborne. Who knows? We're yet to see we are yet to see a follow up, and before, maybe that's the before. We're yet to see the after. Ivana.
Yeah. So about this tetrahedra, the point is to be stuck in place. So they have to be buried to be stuck in place, and I'm not seeing this anywhere. Of course, it's a tetrahedra, so it won't move like a dice, but again, if a tank can push it, it will move. And I remember seeing a photo earlier with such a tetrahedra, that tetrahedron posed on the grass, and the grass wasn't even pressed to the ground. And I think they are not very heavy. Are they hollow? Or it seems so. So in that case, a tank can just push over them, and that's all.
No, it's probably going to weigh. If you look at it, it's probably going to weigh 200-300 kilos. And if a tank runs up against it, the natural thing, it depends on the angle and when the tank bumps into it, but the natural thing will be for the tank to ride up. So, the tank isn't just going to push them along the ground. There's going to be a great deal of friction. So, much as we would like to point and laugh, and I'm sure their military utility is limited, they aren't just going to be pushing them out of the way. Apart from anything else, while the tank is pushing them out of the way, it's going to be moving very, very slowly indeed, and quite a tempting target for whatever the generic term is for an anti-tank for ATGMs. So yeah, the point of this is not for the tanks to get caught on. The point of this is either to force the tanks to go around it or to slow the tanks down so you can take a shot at them. So maybe it will have some minimal effect, but they're not going to push it out of the way. I just we'll find out. We'll find out when Ukrainian armor engages with them. But the idea is not completely stupid. The implementation just seems rather minimalist, because the point of the next thing you need when you stop the tanks or when you slow the tanks down is firing positions. You can't just spread out 4 kilometers of these things with no cover, because apart from anything else, they can blast a way through it pretty quickly, which is what they'll do. So without other installations, these are just going to slow people down for about 10 minutes, but they'll blast them out of the way. They won't they won't try and push them. It's concrete. It won't resist too long, particularly Russian concrete, to 2 or 3 high explosive shells, I would have thought.
Erland, could you ski over these?
I'm sure you can ski over them. But I saw at least one picture of one of them definitely being not necessarily hollow, but with something else than concrete inside of it. And there's also a video of a BMP driving over them, and it barely did anything to the BMP. But that was, we don't know if the production is the same now. Maybe they figured out that they should be not hollow. I agree with Nick, though, that the military utility of this is not necessarily very big unless you cover them with firing positions and other obstacles like razor wire, several layers of razor wires, etc. So engineers won't be able to get up to them. What I think the Ukrainians are going to do is that if they reckon that one of these fields with tetrahydras is a good location to break through with tanks, you pound it with a few artillery rounds and see what happens to them. To be honest, maybe they will just fly away if they're hollow. And if Nick, some tanks you have the ability to put a dozer shovel on the front of it for exactly this purpose. And also some of the engineering vehicles would be used, I guess, in this way. But the Ukrainians are probably just going to find either a way around or a way to clear them off before they need to cross. And if you don't have firing positions and people patrolling the area, these tetrahydras are absolutely useless. My only worry is that they might lay a lot of mines around these places, but we don't know that yet.
We've seen certain minefields tackled by drones, Erland. What effect does the winter have on the ability to detect mines? If you just explain it in layman's terms.
Well, snow is a very big problem when it comes to mines, especially how we have seen that the Russians utilize mines, and to some extent they've just spread them out without covering them up. We have seen them digging down some mines, but yeah, minefields in snow, that's not very nice. You want to stick to the roads, and that can also be mined, of course. So this could slow down things for sure. Mines is in general a very nasty thing. It makes warfare very difficult for both sides. If you lay a lot of mines, even your own advances will be limited, even if you know where they are. and I don't think the Russians really do know where they are. I don't know though how the ability for them to lay mines is at this moment of the war. They laid a lot of them in the beginning of the war, that's for sure.
Yes, we've seen from a friend of the space, and no doubt you've seen this too, Erland, Ryan Hendrickson, tip of the Spear 42. These things are everywhere, and Ryan's recent video uploads have demonstrated that that the mud is a real problem. So I think I can only imagine the issues that that snow on top of that has on mines which were laid a fair time ago.
Although if you know that there is a minefield in front of you, the procedure of moving through and ahead would be exactly the same. Of course, snow makes it more difficult to find them, and especially if it's snow and ice, it's difficult to dig them up. But there are ways of tackling that, and we have seen that the Ukrainians have used some of these. You sling basically a rope of explosives, and you clear a field by blowing up a line. But the problem with the mines, I think the biggest one is rogue mines, not necessarily strategically laid minefields.
Yeah, we saw these these vehicles that the Muscovites do this with, the ISDM remote mining engineering systems, they call them. They just fire off these rockets which airburst mines down. They're very indiscriminate, and it's going. I'll have to look up the amount of territory again, but I think the last figure I heard was something like 170,000 square miles of Ukraine is mined as a result of these vehicles and others the Muscovites have used. That's going to take years to rectify, isn't it?
But those are anti-personnel mines, these systems that basically spread out mines with a rocket. Another factor is that this is a major problem for the farmers. Unfortunately, in Kherson, already some farmers lost their lives because of mines in their fields, as they were trying to prepare the ground for the spring coming. When I saw those images, it was really heartbreaking because a farmer that comes back to his field after the area being liberated, and he meets his fate on a Russian mine in his field. It's absolutely terrible.
So the best use of time. Because we often ask our political representatives here, I'm sure, what Ukraine specifically needs, and many people here phone their political representatives, ask for specific things. There's quite a specific list, isn't there? There's Leopard 2 tanks for Ukraine. There's NASAMS anti-aircraft systems to protect civilians from indiscriminate bombings, cruise missile and loitering munitions. Dealing with thousands, potentially a million plus mines on the sovereign land of Ukraine. This needs to be dealt with now. It needs to be dealt with next year. There needs to be a consistent and solid plan in place. How do you see when winter starts thawing, Erland? How do you see the ability to detect mines changing? Is this going to become easier as mines are potentially revealed, or more difficult?
I'm sure it's going to be more easy when the snow goes away, but erosion, how that works with winter, that could actually be a potential problem, because the soil moves kind of, and they could be covered, and when the snow goes back, it could change the position of the mines, etc. I do not know a lot about mines, but mines are nasty things, and I do believe that here is somewhere that this is a field that the UN really needs to address very quickly. There are lots of capacity around the world for demining areas. Fortunately or unfortunately, we have a lot of experience around the world demining. That's the only good thing about this. I think we're unfortunately going to see for many, many years accidents happening in liberated areas because of the massive amount of mines.
There was something that I wanted to add to that when you said tractors. Did you see the video recently of a tractor that has been converted to run remote and has a mine detecting system attached to it?
No, I haven't seen that, but I saw posts on Twitter after those tractors blowing up in Kherson, where people voiced that the Ukrainian farmers need mine detectors. So that's a positive thing.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find the post because it was pretty cool. A company of young Ukrainians, I believe, had got together with this mine scanning device, and they'd scaled it up and tested it, and then attached it to a tractor, which they then got to maneuver by remote. So you can basically run it through a field without having to, have anybody be hurt, obviously. I just thought it was a brilliant idea. If I can find it, I'll send it you. Go ahead, Nick.
Is this remote tractor, is it detecting the mines or is it bashing them with some kind of flail? Like we saw in on the beaches on D-Day, they had the mine clearing tanks that were basically a rotating drum with chains on it that bashed the mines and set them off. Was it detecting them or was it removing them, the remote tractor? Do we know?
I don't know for sure. I believe it was just detecting and marking the location, but I'll check.
It is though to note that some of these mines that Russian use, the anti-personnel mines, are very difficult to detect because they are mainly made out of plastic, and that's a major problem for the people demining.
Yes. Yeah, I'll have to look a little bit more into this, because Nick, you've got a hot mic there, mate. How this is going to plan out for Ukraine and the areas it liberates as its liberation continues is going to be a very important question. Ukraine needs Western support to secure the safety and the future of its people. It needs to do that in the form of the kind of assistance which wonderful people like Ryan Hendrickson is currently doing in Ukraine. So this should not be dependent upon brave individuals who have their own singular their own initiatives going over to Ukraine. This should be done on a governmental national level. Yeah, we'll see how that. There's certainly a case to make, I think, for a wider support for demining Ukraine going forward?
I mean, there are already UN structures that deal with demining. So I'm a little bit surprised that this hasn't been brought up yet, or maybe it has, but that it hasn't been materialized yet. There are several areas that are liberated that need this kind of support, and yeah, we see a lot of very, very, very brave, good-hearted people going out there with their expertise in EOD and demining, and exploding. Basically, taking a hand of unexploded ordnance is also a big problem. It's not just mines. The Russians have used a very big amount of cluster munitions, which are very unreliable and leave clusters of bombs that sometimes are even more dangerous to demine than the mine because they are very unstable. So it's a big challenge, and they need an effort on an industrial scale to handle this.
I've just been reminded by one of the listeners that a Ukrainian 17-year-old made a drone as well to detect mines, and so it's amazing the ingenuity and the things that people are putting their minds to. I did find that video, Erland, and I've sent it to you. It's the little blue tractor that could.
Yeah, and speaking of DMs, I've got a couple of DMs on the tetrahedra. Someone asks, why not just shoot the concrete tetrahedra to smithereens? To smithereens. It's hard not to say that in a kind of piracy accent. Why not just shoot the concrete tetrahedra to smithereens and then drive over the rubble? I mean, it sounds like a plan, certainly. I think given
well,
that
that's what you do. That's what you do. But the point is that involves stopping. Typically, if the tanks turn up, that involves stopping for a while to do that. At which point you hope that there is an ambush developed. But if you just stick them down in the middle of a field and there's no obvious cover, then So yeah, I mean, it'll take a while, but you can. That's how you do it. But these things take time and they're inconvenient, and the point of them is to inconvenience the tanks while you fire at them. But whether this is part of any sort of coherent defense structure, or whether it's just that somebody said better build a wall of teeth that will make Putin feel sort of strong or something, is a different question.
Yes, I'm aware of that, Nick. Thank you. I just think that we've seen a video like you have of BMP driving over what is currently the standard tetrahedra. I'm just hoping the Ukrainians save ammunition, frankly. But yeah, your point is well made, and thank you, Supi, for that. Mike Rogers also on this note says they are producing them at this place. Okay, doesn't designate where. The weird wooden construction is where they pour the concrete. The blocks have hooks at the bottom. Okay, thanks for that, Mike Rogers. I think we've seen people chime in on this with some really helpful information. But I can see that Ukraine War Update has his hand up. So welcome up, sir. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much. Mic check. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Oh, great. Hey, thanks for the space. This is a really interesting conversation. Yeah, I just wanted to chime in, just say a couple of things about, this topic that you guys talking about is dragon teeth, right? And first, I think this is, I mean, you guys already hit all the key points, but I think recently Russia has announced that they're going into this strategic defense, quote unquote, right? And I'm wondering if this is one of the visuals they're trying to really push out, because I mean, these obstacles, they don't really have a very practical application. if anything, they can be slowed down. Like you guys already mentioned, obstacles need to be reinforced with more than one type of an obstacle in order to be effective, like, mines, obviously, some type of razor wire, things like that. But more importantly, they have to be overwatched with a weapon system, right? The ones they can reach out and touch the breaching element, right, of the opposing forces. I think, and I am not an engineer or to know this, but those dragging teeth or whatever tetrahedrous that they're using, they appear to be relatively small in size. Um, I, and those hooks, when they place them, it does matter where they go, because if those hooks are sticking out, then it's very possible that a vehicle that's coming up to it can use, like chain links to hook up, you know, those chains to those hooks and just move them out of the way, which would make, breaching of the obstacle that much more expedient. I think in the World War II, uh, the first time when those obstacles appeared, there was a solution by bringing a dozer and just piling dirt over it. But I think and kind of creating like a overpass, like a bridge right above those things. That's what I think and I think in World War II, in that example, those dragging teeth were a lot taller. So the ones that they placing, they are really small, and I think it would be relatively easy to, come up with all kinds of different creative solutions. Breaching elements, like you guys mentioned, the C4 charges in the rope, right? I think in the United States military, we call them MICLICs. In fact, I think because recently I had discussion about M113s, and I think M113 can actually have that type of device set up in the back. I could be wrong on this though. And interestingly enough, this type of breaching device, Russians actually use to clear urban areas. I want to say in Melitopol in the beginning of the war, there's a video to where they pull up to this large residential building and they just shoot this thing right into it. It was terrible, and that's actually considered to be a war crime, I believe, because that's not what this breach is really designed to do. Um, yeah, so I think this is probably somebody's trying to make a lot of money, probably on the Russian side, because it's creating so many of them, creating these lines without putting too much thought into it and calling it strategic defense is kind of laughable. At least for me. Yeah, at best it might slow down Ukrainians a little bit, maybe kind of reconsider where they're going to put resources. But even like you said, I mean, I don't know about shooting with direct fire guns, like weapon systems into it, because you kind of want to preserve this ammunition when you are advancing onto a little bit higher priority targets. But prepping the ground with artillery fire and just kind of pushing those things out of the way a little bit, crumbling them a little bit. And I think that video, it was BMD. It's the Ukrainian BMD that was driving over those at the high speed. Didn't look really too safe, to be honest. But yeah, technically it's possible to breach it. But BMDs have a little bit larger ground clearance. They're designed to be dropped from the airplanes like an airborne vehicle. And I think that's the reason they were able to kind of skid over the top of them more or less without tipping over. I think BMPs, they have a little bit lower center of gravity, a little bit closer to the ground. So I don't know how well they would be able to actually breach those things. And maybe not probably the best way of doing it, maybe like in some kind of emergency situation, I guess. But rather than that, besides that, I probably wouldn't risk it. Yeah, so just kind of wanted to add those few thoughts to the conversation.
Thank you, sir. So, given that these dragon's teeth are meant for the Kremlin's domestic audience, do they need to reach out and touch faith?
Do they need what?
Is this a matter of faith? They are putting out these, in some cases, hollow dragon's teeth, which can be breached by a light BMP.
Right.
Is this just a facade?
I think this whole operation that they put in is a facade. I mean, it's not even a paper tiger, right? We already established that. I think right now they're just desperately trying to convince anybody in the planet that they're capable of doing something to slow Ukrainians down or maybe even stop them or whatever. I mean, they're lying through their teeth, and the only question is really, do they actually believe their own lies, or do they have enough intelligence to actually realize that okay, we're gonna lie. We know this is a lie, but hopefully somebody's gonna buy into it. Because if they actually believe in what they're saying, they just put. And honestly, I wouldn't pass that. It's possible they just their own propaganda kind of played a really bad joke on them because they believe in that bad propaganda themselves. They created this machine. They kind of lying to themselves. Um, the things they did in Kherson when it was occupied, they really believed they could hold the city. They brought family members, some of the service members, Russian ones, right? Russian invaders. They brought family members. They tried to impose the ruble in the economy of the city, and and I'm wondering, did they really believe that they can do this, or was this something a desperate attempt to kind of create this illusion, this facade, if you will, right, for inside the city, for domestic audience, for external audience, that they are there to stay forever, and obviously that didn't work because they forgot to ask Ukrainians, and Ukrainians did not agree to it, and I think this is probably going to be the same thing. At best, those dragon teeth may just kind of have Ukrainians kind of consider some of the avenues that they can use to advance, but I don't think it's going to require a lot of engineering resources to breach those obstacles because I'm pretty sure the quality of them is very bad, and I really doubt they are reinforced with steel the way they're really supposed to be in order to keep the concrete together. I think just a little bit, and this weather, the temperatures they're going to be dropping down, the moisture that's going to be accumulating, they're just going to soak up all of that and they're just going to start cracking by themselves. I bet through the mid of winter, those obstacles are just going to start disintegrating themselves.
Erland, what's your take on this?
Yeah, you took up a lot of good points, and I think that even though if these things are of better quality than the ones we have seen before, it doesn't really matter until they position them in a good manner and reinforce them. They're not good on their own. They're good in the context where you have a planned layout with the other obstacles like several layers of razor wire so that engineers cannot come close to them, and firing positions, as you mentioned. Another thing is that they lay them in open fields. As we have seen, the Ukrainians have very good capabilities on drone surveillance, so they will be able to see any movement in the area and know pretty well where the Russians are in the nearest area. If they need to break through, they can easily do that with engineers or probably they. I believe, as you say, that they will disintegrate, and if you hammer them with artillery, I'm pretty sure they will figure out how well made they are. So for me, it looks like a grand corruption scheme plus that they just need to make sure that the soldiers are actually preoccupied by doing something.
Thanks, Erland. War update. What's your follow up to this?
Don't really have a follow up, honestly. I mean, that's what it is. I don't really understand. I mean, again, they started putting those things on the actual Russian territory, right? In Belgorod, I think we saw them first. Now they're moving them down south into other areas on Ukrainian territory, but I don't think this is gonna save them. Again, it doesn't seem to be any reason to it besides creating some kind of facade and trying to convince internal audience, their military maybe even, right, that they have this under control. But again, yeah, I think it's most likely some kind of corruption scheme that somebody's making a lot of money on this stuff, and they definitely taking shortcuts on that.
Yeah, I think there's a fine line between cynicism and humor, and we have to walk that fine line on this space, as you know. War updates. This space does, of course, traverse that is of the gravity and that of which is of the levity. So yeah, no, there's some very, very interesting points. I have a suspicion that they aren't going to last for long, and I've had some very interesting comments DM'd to me. Matty says they are likely just stacking them in a pile and later moved on with a truck. That would explain the pile in the other picture. That definitely makes sense to me. I've also heard that they are producing them in a weird place. Yeah. I don't know about that one. On the topic of mail shipments to Ukraine, yeah, I've had someone shoot me a DM about this. It is indeed free from Denmark to Ukraine, up to 20 kilograms. Thank you, Karen Munch.
Also, I've been advised that it is also free in Germany, that German Post delivers aid packages to Ukraine free of charge. And then there's some information on how to do that. You've got to put something in particular on the package, I believe.
I think that's something we can all campaign for. Another reason to get onto the phone to our elected representatives, because sending stuff to Ukraine to support Ukrainians at an individual level is an absolutely inspiring idea. So thank you to Denmark and who have I missed off this list here? Not the taciturn Scandinavian, surely not.
Germany.
They're a bit taciturn in general. Sweden, yeah, cheers, great idea. And Nick, you're not particularly taciturn, are you?
Not at all. I'm just thinking there's a business opportunity here. Anyone who's ever been to Denmark will have discovered the quite astonishing prices that they charge normally for mail. So to send a postcard or a 10-gram letter from Denmark to Germany costs about €4. It's about 3 times more than every other country in Europe. So if you can send 20 kilograms to Ukraine for free, I can see there being quite an industry of people with a large mailing to do, sending a 20-kilogram parcel of small letters, let's say 20 grams each time, to Ukraine, and some money to cover the stamps, and saving themselves really quite a substantial amount of money. So yeah, if anyone's looking for a business idea, in Ukraine, redirecting mail from Denmark could be a highly profitable one with this admittedly very generous offer, which, yes, I'd like to see other countries replicate. But if in addition we get to bypass or Danish people get to bypass the horrific tariffs of their national post office, it will be even more of a win.
I, for one, welcome any business initiative brought to me on Twitter, Nick, that excludes the option of possibly working for Amazon for 1 hour a day for an imaginary amount of money, because as anybody who has received such DMs knows, that is not quite accurate. Ukraine.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to comment that. So here in the United States, we also have a couple of organizations that provide that kind of service, to where donated items they can be sent to Ukraine for free without any charge, and it's pretty neat. I think one of them is United Help Ukraine. It's a very good organization based out of DC, but I think there's up north as well. I unfortunately I don't remember the name, but they have like large warehouses to where they take donated items, sort them out, and then push them out, I think, to Poland first to hit some of those warehouses before they get further filtered down and disseminated.
We were talking a bit earlier about winter and what it's doing to the Russian soldiers, which is not good things, obviously. And CJ commented on this earlier, that this Chris O wiki, he does quite good posts about the situation, and he seems to keep an eye on the Russian troops and what's happening with them. And CJ's comment is training in the winter is tough enough as it is. Now imagine never making it anywhere near the front line before you become a casualty. And what he's referring to is that mobilized Russians are falling sick en masse with bronchitis and pneumonia at training camps in Siberia, where, I mean, it's unsurprising, really. They're living in tents with temperatures of minus 30 centigrade, 22 Fahrenheit. According to their wives, they have no medicine and are having to either buy their own or remain sick. They're also not being given the correct clothing. They have a mobile inflatable bath, which is their only washing facility in minus 30 degrees Celsius. Well, no wonder they're feeling a bit poorly.
Can I jump in real quick?
Yeah, go for it, mate.
It's a really good point, and I think so again, United States military, and I'm sure other Western militaries as well, right? You have this thing called the Corps of Non-Commissioned Officers. There's the NCOs, and they play an important role to really make sure that things like poor hygiene, right, proper clothing, proper utilization of clothing, and other equipment during austere conditions like winter, cold weather, wet weather, heat, right, are being applied properly and supplied properly. I think, I mean, Russia does not have that. And those problems that are accumulating, they will probably going to get exponentially worse. Two things are probably going to happen if they rely strictly on their officer corps, which is by this time in history essentially is essentially non-existent, especially those that are kind of second lieutenant or captains. They used to have some kind of maybe experience, a little bit better training, and were able to make better decisions and maintaining some good order within the ranks. That's not there anymore. So you're probably going to have people trying to take initiative. That's going to create a lot of unrest and is going to undermine, obviously, discipline within Russian military, and that's just going to get worse. Forget about training; it's just regular living conditions. Combat environment and training environment; those are very difficult to maintain. If you don't have professional military, if you don't have that NCO corps that can take care of those things, it's gonna get like really tough for Russians to even get out, to even deploy. And the other part of that, I'm wondering how many of those, mobilized at least people, right, will use that as an opportunity to basically, say, you know what, I can probably get sick. And maybe I will try to get sick real quick. So this way I don't have to deploy. Then it doesn't really look too bad on me, but I might have a better chance of surviving in a hospital than, deploying to, further down range and get lead poisoning from Ukrainians. That would be my thought. I think, those that still have the ability to think critically, it's probably not a lot of them over there in Russian ranks, but that's probably one of the ways they're kind of looking into as their ticket to way out, right? Because they can blame, they necessarily not going to take responsibility for getting sick themselves, right? It's not going to look bad on them, but yet it will probably slow down or at least make it impossible for them to deploy. Thanks.
I think what we're seeing is a comprehensive advance towards collapse of certain aspects within this invading army, and there is only a limit to how far and for how long human beings can live out in these conditions. We've heard this repeated on the space. We've heard this spoken about at length on the space before by many of our wonderful, numerous military experts who volunteer, of course, to give up their time to come and explain to all of us here and give their own analysis of events on the ground. One of the things I've certainly picked up on is that these 20 minutes, these Mobics, they are not lasting long in the field, and there are definite reasons for this. We see this played out on the little lens on our screens that gives us a small insight into this war. So yeah, it's certainly a developing situation. Wouldn't you say, war against Ukraine?
Yeah, it's absolutely. So Russia is generally large. When we think Russia, we think mass, right? Big land, large organizations, and things like that. And they are poorly managed. But the thing is, the initial inertia that Russia has created for its military when they started this full-scale invasion, right? All of its various organizations, both military or civilian or other government agencies, they kind of started. They gained some momentum. They created this inertia and a vector that they wanted to achieve and move alongside. And somewhere along the way, as they increased speed, they got tripped by Ukrainian military. But the thing is, they continue to fall in the general direction, and they are trying to convince everybody that they are advancing in general direction, when in reality they're just falling down at this point uncontrollably. And unfortunately, what I think we still see today is general movement into some kind of military sustainability, right? That they can muster up. Like I mentioned earlier, there's strategic defense now that they're trying to sell to their domestic audience and things like that. But reality, I think it's one of those things, dead men walking. It just takes a while for all the nerve systems to catch up and really send those signals. And I don't think they have well developed, quote unquote, nervous system that would provide proper feedback to proper authorities within its military to make timely decisions and control probably some of the decision making process to to offset setbacks.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I'd agree with that. War against Ukraine. They are dead men walking. They wanted this. They signed up for this. They voted for this back in the 90s. They tolerated this system without dissent, adequate dissent. They tolerated this system. This is certainly the Kremlin's war, and the war of all those who subscribed to this particular system. They are dead men walking, and this will be a lesson for this particular enemy of Ukraine that has lain east of its to its east for many years, plotting and scheming the demise of innocent and peaceful Ukrainians. It is now being taught a lesson. It is being put to the sword. So with that, we're coming up to midnight Kyiv time and 11 p.m. on the continent, and dare I say the East Coast time. I'm going to go for 5 p.m. All right. So if you're still at work and over in the East Coast and it's not 5 p.m. and you finish at 5, please don't leave work. But you can blame me anyway. Anyway, so you're of course listening to the Mirror Reports. We're 24/7. We are here for Ukraine. We are here to promote Ukrainian voices. We're here to give people the latest information and to hear your voices, comments, questions on the invasion of Ukraine in 2022. So please do request the mic button, which is in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Please do come up and request to speak. This is a free speech space. Anybody can speak at any time. No question is too small. And no question is, no question is too silly. If you ask it in an appropriate way with civility, trust me, I've asked plenty of these types of questions. Don't worry about it. Don't be shy. Please request the mic. Please do retweet the space as well, because it does give us a bit of help. And the wonderful cause that we're all here for, the righteous cause of saving Ukrainian lives and ensuring the liberty and freedom of its people now and in the future, this all counts. It's a pleasure to have up here Mockers as a co-host, who's very politely got her hand up, and it's great to see mon ami Ben as well. Mockers, how are you doing?
Yeah, I was just going to add on something that I'd heard from the Kherson hospital. After Kherson had been liberated, they were talking to the hospital staff who had remained there and continued to, work as best they could under the circumstances. And as well as doing hugely heroic things like writing up false diseases for the babies so that the Russians wouldn't take the babies away because they had too many health problems. So they saved, like, I believe it was 6 or 7 babies that would have been taken away by the Russians. They also had a lot of Russian conscripts coming to them, asking them for some sort of proof that they had a medical condition, which meant they couldn't continue with their work. Write me up something to say I've got a bad back and I can't carry all this stuff, or that I've got a tinnitus and I need to have a few days rest and things like that. And apparently, absolutely every single one of them was turned down, every single request. So yeah, go nurses.
That sounds awfully reminiscent of, disturbing periods of history. But it's every single life saved is, of course, what Ukrainians have exemplified, and the spirit of which we can only hope to we value also, and that is what we're here for. It gives me great pleasure to welcome up a wonderful person, mon ami. Bonjour, bonsoir.
Bonsoir. Oh, well, my voice is not there. Bonsoir. Thank you, guys.
Well, thanks. I mean, it's great to see you up here, Ben, because I know there's been a bit of economic news recently, and as we all know, for every single day that Ukraine supporters, many allies and friends around the world can help Ukraine in any way is vital for Ukrainians. The stakes, the enjeux, they're high, aren't they? Les enjeux sont élevés. Could you perhaps give us a taste of what's taken your interest in the last 24 hours?
Well, to be completely honest, I haven't had time to read a lot. There's coughing like an idiot. Yes. I guess you've all heard about the cap. It's quite interesting. First of all, the cap has really captured people's imagination, and up to an extent, for good reasons. But on the other hand, it's also hiding maybe one of what is the most important bit of it, which is that Europe, by and large, has stopped importing Russian oil, and is about to stop importing other Russian exports such as gasoline, diesel, these sort of things. And this is huge. This is the nearest market, the most solvable market that the Russians had at their like right there, really, and now they have to send their ships far away. It's really not good for them. So that's the background, but yeah, the people have been paying a lot of attention to the cap, and we're really all wondering, is the cap gonna work? So I'm wondering this as well. I don't have the answer. I'm a stupid optimist, so I tend to think, yeah, of course it's gonna work. But everything is hanging a little bit in the balance. We don't know. The contracts are still being signed, still being delivered. Are they going to be high? They're going to be low. Are they going to be truthful? Because it could very well be that the Russians are saying, the cap is at $60. We sold it for $1 more. $61. You see, haha, the cap is not working. And actually, they sold it for $59 but they agreed with the person they were selling it to, with their client, to lie a little bit on the contract. There are all those questions that are in the air, and if you direct your attention to the Indian Ocean, and particularly to the region around the Red Sea, apparently quite a few tankers have crossed the Suez Canal recently. And they're very interesting because they're very probably carrying Russian oil. They're carrying it to Asia, Russia's new main market. But they don't have a price. And we don't know where they don't have a price because they don't have a price because they haven't been sold yet. And the Russians are sending them to the spot market, hoping that somewhere in Vietnam or in Thailand or in India, they'll be able to sell their oil. Or are they not? Or are they lacking a price because, well, they don't want to tell the price because it's secret? And if it is secret because it's below the cap and the Russians are humiliated and don't want to say it, or is it secret because it's above the cap and they'd rather, like, the people involved would rather not say in order not to face the wrath of the United States and the European Union. So there is a lot of balls in the air. One of them dropped, unfortunately, not good news, $67 a barrel for an export to China. But, well, first of all, we're still in the grace period. So there are 45 days of grace period. The contracts that have been signed before December 5th are still valid and will not be pursued by the European and American legal system. So it's actually, the cap is not exactly on yet. So the $67 doesn't mean much, but it's a signal. So yeah, there's a lot of balls in the air, a lot of question marks. It's pretty exciting. It's even pretty exciting, and I hope we're gonna have the answer very soon, and to see what is the future of the world going to look like, because this could be extremely important. And with this, I give back the mic.
Thanks, Ben. It sounds like perhaps it's a case of, does the cap fit? And if not, prepare to face the wrath of the cap. But that's not quite correct, is it? It's the wrath of organizations, the ones you specified in particular.
Yeah, it's a case where all heroes wear a cap or something like that.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you. Plumman, welcome up.
Thank you. Thank you again. A very quick remark. I don't know, it might have been discussed on the panel, but the Russians are not only exporting oil and gas recently. They've been quite busy to export trouble into Kosovo by supporting or by instigating Serbia to to stir trouble in the region. I've seen a couple of messages around or lengthy threats on Twitter about the support, supporting messages coming through all possible Telegram channels, people trying to stir up Serbian nationalism, reports about Serbian elite units moving to the border to Kosovo and all of that stuff. So apparently Russians tried to export some other things beyond oil and gas, specifically trouble for the EU and Europe. Any additional information on that, guys? Any views?
I think it's quite evident, Plumman, that that particular diminishing in potency, as we've seen over the years, but still a faction within within the current European continent. It's very small. It's completely outnumbered by the great many allies and friends of Ukraine, which exist around Europe. But during a year like as you outlined with great articulation, a year in which the Kremlin has decided to invade and genocide Ukraine, it seems to be in a situation where it can count on a diminishing number of allies, and Serbia is pretty much the only ally it can really count on to create a little bit of a fuss, but not one of any true significance.
Well, let's not forget that the last time there was a trouble in this region. Actually, I think President Clinton had to intervene quite heavily with U.S. Air Force, and well, I wouldn't say substantial, but well, even significant. I would say a visible air campaign against Serbian targets, military targets. And I guess there's some sort of a calculus there by the Russians that eventually, if the Serbians move against KFOR, Europeans will be too weak to intervene. That will have to call the Americans in the theater. President Biden might show some weakness, or in general stir trouble between him and the Republicans after the recent election. So there might be some calculus behind that, which is aiming not only to stir a little bit of trouble on the Balkans, but actually involve or create fault lines between allies or political systems in our societies. That's my fear, that this calculus might be what they have in mind. And I guess Europe and the EU are not what they were in '99. They're not that naive. They're not that patient. But still, there's some chance that Europeans wouldn't react as forcefully as it's required to stop the Serbs from causing further trouble there. Yeah, that's well, this is all I had to say. Thank you.
Your insight into this, Plumman, is much appreciated. Thank you, sir. Ben.
Thank you. Plumman, I've got a quick question for you. Well, the question is quick, but the answer is bound to be a bit longer. I'm not sure everyone on the space, and among the everyone, I include me, is quite aware of what's going on in Serbia. Do you have enough of a view of the situation to give us a primer?
Well, I don't think I have a very detailed view, but in short, I think there was a trouble bubbling up in parts of Kosovo where there are two counties which are predominantly populated with Serbs, and the trouble started quite a long time ago as the Serbs refused to use Kosovo signs on their cars. Well, people will say, well, that's a silly thing. Well, it is, but it isn't. On some levels, if you don't have a Kosovo, sign on your car, you have no Kosovo insurance, you can't be insured, and all of the traffic and all of the administrative things in this small country go a little bit wrong. So it's an act of defiance, but it has some practical implications. Now, at some point, the Kosovo government decided, well, we are done with tolerating that. We are saying by whatever they said, by December this year or January next year, everybody has to have a Kosovo registration plates. That's what it is, full stop. Then the Serbs started trouble in those two counties, I would call them, two regions. They were initially policed by a police force, Kosovo police force, but by ethnic Serbs. And they walked out last week, I think. And they started creating, after this, the police force quit, all the Serbs from the police force quit, people started blockading main roads, specifically roads leading to Serbia or to, well, I think predominantly to Serbia, but still main roads, hindering traffic and goods and so forth and so on. And they've been doing this for the last week and a half, 2 weeks. Now, the Serbian president, I believe it was, he made a statement yesterday or the day before saying he'll seek the permission by KFOR to bring in 1,000 military police, Serbian military police in those two counties to, quote unquote, protect Serbian lives. Now, I don't know what happened with this request, but it was sent at all, because I guess it would have ended in the bin. But apparently, the rhetoric on his side is getting even, the nationalistic rhetoric is getting hotter and hotter by the day. And as well, by these Telegram channels, you could see some movements of some, armored vehicles. And the rumor is these are some elite units which are moving close to the border with Kosovo. Now, official Moscow, I haven't heard anything. Well, they're preoccupied with something else, but one can trust that they're in private, they are reassuring their brothers in whatever, the Serbs, that they will be there to assist in whatever shape or form. And let's not forget that the Serbs bought, maybe a year ago, well, actually after the war started, they were delivered some Chinese anti-aircraft systems, which are thought to be equivalent or better than the S-300s, or better than, well, equivalent to S-300s, or probably, well, better than 300, probably equivalent to the S-400s. Now, whether this is true or false, I don't know, but it was that 4 large Chinese aircraft landed in Serbia, and the size of those things, it's comparable to the Galaxy class, the US Galaxy class. So they were quite substantial in size. So I think those systems got delivered. And maybe Serbia just got those systems operational and active in the hope that they can't be, bombed as easily as the last time. Hope they're wrong, but that's sort of all I know about the situation there. Oh yeah, and before I forget, for sure, it's not only the traditional links between Serbia and Russia, but let's not forget Serbia and Russia is the king of corruption, and they corrupt local politicians. And on the Balkans, I think they have a very easy game, extremely easy game. They buy them by the dozen for a steep discount. So you can be assured the politicians in Serbia are quite well paid off, and well in the under control of the Russian secret services. So, well, that's what I know, and that gives me the fear that it's actually a strategic, it's a ploy by the Russians, and it's aiming not only at Serbia and Kosovo, but has much more far-reaching goals, however stupid they might be. But the sort of the suspicion is there that they are there, and well, this is it really. Sorry about the rambling. Thank you.
Thank you, Plumman. That's not rambling at all. In fact, I think sometimes we all need a moment on this space just to take in all the wonderful information we hear. So, you know, these things are healthy. Silence can often be healthy. I was wondering whether you forgive me if you mentioned this. How effective is disruption, in your opinion? How effective is potential disruption in this area? I mean, the juggernaut of international solidarity for the Ukrainian cause, this train is not stopping. It has one destination, one station that it intends to reach, and that is, you know, the freedom and safety of all of Ukraine and Ukrainians now in the future. So, forgive me, but just in layman's terms, perhaps the casual observer from afar might be thinking, this petty little state, which has, which a mere 30 years ago was genociding some of its neighbors. I'm talking of Serbia, of course, genociding its neighbors in Kosovo. How much influence do they really have on this juggernaut? And that is a rhetorical question, of course. How potent is this? How much of a threat is this to Europe, to Ukraine's allies? And is there any chance that Serbia might want to join a more civilized part of the world anytime soon for the betterment of its people?
Oh, absolutely. I think your rhetorical question is quite right. What I think, there are two possibilities, really, because let's not forget the one thing which can happen in Kosovo is that if Serbia gets in, K4 does nothing and starts killing Albanians, Albania might not take that lightly. It might get involved, and in this case, Russia might happen that Russia sends help as well. And let's not forget that during the Kosovo crisis, we had the British troops facing off Russian troops in one of the airports. I think it was which airport it was. I can't remember. It come to a point where literally a British troops were facing a Russian troops sitting on an airport in Serbia, well, in Kosovo or in Serbia. And there was very brief moment where people thought they might start shooting at each other. Then the Russians blinked, took their stuff, and took off on the airplanes back to Russia. Now, a similar situation can be constructed out of this situation. Is it possible? Possible. Could it be that the provocations aim not at really a war, but stirring up resentment towards NATO and European Union? Possible. To sort of stir up trouble, somehow solve it, and then portray NATO and the European Union as a paper tigers? Possible, because that's something which is a very good propaganda line in South America and Africa and might be parts of Asia. So for the propaganda gains, they might do it. But I'm wildly speculating here. All I'm saying is, as a numbers game, this has not this situation doesn't necessarily have the explosive charge to create wider trouble, but if played correctly, it could have some further implications which we might not see at the moment. And at the end of the day, in reality, if Albania gets involved, that might warrant slightly wider engagement, and then might be a slightly bigger confrontation where NATO and Russia might have to face off each other in some aspects. Whether this is something which is possible, I don't know. But I'm saying it. Well, whether it will happen, I don't know. Whether it's planned, I don't know. But I'm saying it's not completely impossible. Let me put it that way. So yeah, well, that's all I can say to your question. And apologies, I don't have more information. I just saw it, thought about it for a couple of minutes, and then spouted it here out on the space without much of further preparation. Next time, before I ask such a question, I'll spend a little bit more time researching what's going on.
I thought that was very informative, Plum. Thank you. General Sir Mike Rose was the particular commander you were referring to, and I can't for the life of me remember the name of the airfields you were talking about. But I know the one, and I remember his interview about that particular threat. And yeah, does that threat still exist in its current form? I guess that's a question for some debate, eh?
Oh yes. Whether the Russians are crazy enough to do a second to open up a second front, might be, because for some time now, I had a suspicion Putin might have already recognized the fact that he's going to lose. But losing against Ukraine alone is not good enough. And probably in his sick brain, he thinks if he somehow engineers that he loses against directly from NATO, then he might be going not to be, deposed so quickly. Maybe he will be able to save himself because, he's been beaten by an overarching enemy. The whole world was against him, not just the puny Ukraine, which managed to kick his balls so painfully that he had to withdraw. But he was beaten by the biggest military union in the world with so much spent and so forth and so on. So, it's not beyond the imagination to say he might try to arrange something to happen in this vein. He might be so crazy. I don't know.
Thanks, Parliament. It's wonderful to talk to you as always, and thank you for bringing your expertise to the space. I've got to sign off for the night. I'm going to do a co-host swap. So, Nital and Slava Ukraini. And I'll leave you in the very capable, safe hands of wonderful Ben. Just going to do a quick mic check with Ben, see if he's all right. Thumbs down. Okay.
He's
all right.
signaling furiously thumbs down. Thank you very much, Wendy. He disconnected, by the way. But I think there are quite a few hands. We just wait for him to come back. And while we wait, we can, I would suggest to go through the hands. I see Erland being very patient, waiting very patiently.
I liked your sum up of Kosovo. I just wanted to shoot in that I believe it's an Italian-led regiment of paratroopers that is keeping the KFOR now. And I do not believe that the Meloni government can afford to have a military defeat there, to be honest. I don't think they will stand by if Serbian forces try to pass. I just cannot see that, and especially with this tense situation in Europe, I do believe that the NATO has probably set some pretty clear guidelines for what to do if the Serbians try to intervene there. That's
well, at least you. Yeah, so far the Meloni's government actions were quite pleasantly surprising. Well, maybe people would like to see much more, and yes, we all want to, but at least she didn't do the stupid things some people expected before she took the government. And I think we haven't observed her over a very long period, but the current period just gives us probably enough information to be optimistic that she's not gonna allow some really bad news to emerge out of this region, and she would allow the troops there the leeway required to keep the situation under control. And I guess, as you're completely rightly said, NATO probably has to say something about it as well, as I think NATO is directly involved in the security of Kosovo too.
Yeah, I think KFOR is still a NATO deployment. If it's not UN,
It is.
it's UN. Okay, but the thing is though that the Italian government right now is built up of right wing with some elements of extremism, and letting Serbian pass the Italian army would be too embarrassing for them. I do not believe that they could stand with that. It would definitely weaken their position within Italy to a very large extent. Many of the original right-wingers from those parties in Italy are they have this pride in their military for some reason, which is very heavily built up around the specific regiment which is in KFOR as well. I think there are so many reasons for them not to back down that I see it very difficult for them to just stand by as Serbian troops pass. It would be a very big embarrassment for the Italian government, really.
Thanks, Erland. I'm just going to jump in and just do a quick mic check with Ben. How you doing, Ben?
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry. Yeah,
awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Erland and Plum. And I'm going to hop off to Slava Ukraini.
I'm Slava.
Have a wonderful night, Wendy. Okay, so Fulgore is taking the southern front, and Nick is making weird signals. Nick doesn't want to join Fulgore. He knows that the real good regiment is Sassari. Viva Demonio. Osgood.
Sorry, did you call me? I'm not hearing well.
Yes, I was calling on you, but you decided not to reply, and I assumed that you had better things to do. But
John certainly had his hand up before me.
Okay. So I think Osgood was first, so we'll go with Osgood and then John. Osgood, marhaba.
Hi, Ben. Hi, everyone, and thank you very much for the chance to speak. I just wanted to jump in to give small information about what is going on with Serbia and why this cannot, go further. First of all, this circus is going to an end. I mean, first of all, Vucic is not an idiot like his grandfathers, let's say, or founding fathers of today's Serbia. And the second thing is the help Serbia is getting from the EU funds. It's impossible for Serbia to decline this just for getting 2 villages from Kosovo. And the third thing is that almost 80% of the infrastructure work is happening in Serbia, because I'm in a year, many times I'm going to Serbia and coming back, and infrastructure works that are being contracted in Serbia is mostly through the EU funds. That means a huge loss for Serbia. The day Serbia decides to take over these 2 small villages, that will bring not just the catastrophic end of their country, but also catastrophic end of their economy and growth of infrastructure. And the other thing, the last point I wanted to mention is that it is impossible for Serbia to take over these 2 villages. Why? Because they have ongoing EU membership, and they will be finalizing their EU membership in 2024. just think about it. Would you throw EU membership to the fire just for 2 villages with roughly 20,000 inhabitants? Which is not idiot. I just wanted to say that.
Okay, thank you, Osgun. Plamen, please go ahead.
Just a small correction slash question. I thought by 2024 Serbia will be recognized as a accessor to the EU, but it won't be in the EU. This is the point where formal negotiations would be opened with Serbia to, amend its legislative and the laws in the country and so forth, and so to be compatible with the EU. But Serbia won't be a member of the EU by 2024.
Yes, actually, this is what I wanted to say. I mean, there's a progress with the EU, and they cannot throw it such easily to the trash. This is what I mean, because right now, Serbia is losing a lot of money. Why? Because Serbia is actually on a really good spot in Europe, and it's like a bridge between Central Europe and Eastern Europe, Southeastern, let's say, Balkans and Turkey. And when you think about the amount of the interactions, I mean, logistics between Western Europe and Central Europe from Turkey or Iraq or the other countries that are going to Europe and taking goods, Serbia has a huge chance to become a huge logistic hub for European Union. And I don't believe that they can just throw it away with just saying two small villages.
Osgun, okay, that's very nice. That's very interesting what you're telling us. I think the details and the future of Serbia is a fantastic, interesting subject, but maybe we should not expand too far on this and stay focused a little bit further east. There's quite a lot of hands. I suspect a few of them do want to speak about Serbia anyway. So we'll go through them. If you do want to speak about Serbia, go ahead. I won't be very happy, but I won't say anything. Never mind. But one thing before we move to hands, I do want to say I want to recognize the D-man, the one and only, the gangster of the heart, Daryl. Hello, my friend.
Hello, Ben. My French historian extraordinaire. My Caspian. Let's see. No, not Caspian. Let's see. Where you go? You're gonna go.
Corsican.
Yeah, there you go. Hey Ben, how you doing, bro?
Fantastic. A lot of hands, easy selling.
There you go. Let's get to him.
All right. I think Nick was first, since John has rudely abandoned us.
My question or point is not at all about Serbia, so I don't know if you want to get rid of Finnish Serbia first.
No. Let's move away from Serbia.
Okay. So the Czech presidency of the EU is tweeting that there has been a sort of multi-level package approved at the ambassadors meeting tonight that includes unanimous support for the package for Ukraine, which would mean that the compromise that was worked out at the weekend wouldn't be necessary because it would be guaranteed from the EU budget, and various other things, including unblocking some funds for Hungary. Now, I tried to find more on this, and 4 minutes ago, they tweeted a link, but the link is to the press release from Saturday. So I think they probably linked the wrong press release in a hurry. So I will attempt to catch up with that in the next half an hour or so. But it looks like some browbeating may have been done with Hungary. Now, it's interesting because the workaround that they found on Saturday seemed to be fairly satisfactory. So I'm not sure whether they think it's worth the full 7.5 billion or whatever it was that was blocked for Hungary in order to get them to come and vote on this. So a lot remains to be seen in the press release and then in the other news that will come out through various other channels over the next couple of hours, and I guess overnight. So yeah, things are moving along in Brussels, and I will bring you more when I have it.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Yeah, it looks like the Hungarian decided to join once they had been. What's the military parlance for a movement that goes around and that is threatening to? Well, they have been turned. Yes, once they've been turned.
Well, pincered, yes, turned or pincered, or yeah. But you know, it's a bit like sort of resigning before you're fired. But again, if I hope they had to make some substantial concessions to get that, if they're getting their recovery package. But I'm sure that this will have come at some kind of political cost to them. But we'll see what's in the press release and then the initial analysis perhaps tomorrow morning.
You would have thought that by now the Magyars would have known not to fight Charlemagne, but what can I say? I think that there were indiscretions regarding
Karl
the
der
ninth.
Große, you mean?
Come again?
Karl der Große. Don't occupy what's not yours.
I'm leaving it to the Belgians, no problem.
You can't. You know which language he spoke when he assumed the throne?
I'd be surprised if he spoke at all. Frankish, which is, the same as French.
On the contrary, mon cher. On the contrary, mon cher. Old Frankish is what?
Old.
No, a Germanic language, my friend. And he spoke Lower German when he addressed his court. But there you go.
So shall we call him Gel de Roos? No, that doesn't work.
No, that is wrong, and you're now trying to introduce the Alemannic into it, but it doesn't make any sense.
Karel de Groot in Dutch, Karel de Groot, but yes.
Yeah, they can. It's good that the Dutch are doing this, but it has no relevance.
Anyway, I guess we'll leave him to the Lombards. He was king of Lombardy as well, so I'm sure they'll be happy to have him. Okay, so now I've completely lost my train of thought.
I can discombobulate you further. Did you know that the genetic composition of the Normannics or the Normans is completely bereft of any French inclination? If there is something as French.
The Normans, as in the 10th century Normans, or the recent Normans?
The Normans, yes. Those Normans who in the 10th century did a few things, yes. And the Bretons, by the way. I think you have a minority there.
Well, English people sometimes sort of say, "Ha, we haven't lost a war to the French since 1066," and French people don't regard what happened in 1066 as a French victory at all. English people always expect the French to vaguely gloat about that, and they sort of go, "What wasn't us? It was the Normans. They were occupying our what's now our land at the time." But there's absolutely no claim by the French to any sort of merit from what the Normans did. And to this day, also the French people, when they go to Normandy, like to sort of notice when they see blonde people and think they're usually English tourists, but they like to imagine that it's some sort of Norse DNA hanging around.
Well, the good thing is that the only battle which really matters in that regard is Agincourt.
Not really. Agincourt was not the most important one. I mean, it did lead the Brits to steal the crown jewels because they're thieves, but that's
No,
enough.
it kept the free world free from French domination.
Agincourt? Of course not.
It did.
France was weak
It
and
allowed
beaten by then.
it allowed England to actually defend itself better.
From what? Horses
From
jumping off the...
usurpation by marriage-inducing French colonial spirits. Come on,
No,
please.
you're mistaking the 14th and the 15th century. Agincourt was late and unimportant in the grand scheme of things. Crécy, Poitiers, yes, but Agincourt, no. Very unimportant.
I'm delighted that you're trying to derogate that. Can we have John Howard speak to that?
He's gone. If you see him on your screen, he became a ghost.
Yeah, he's gone. I can't see him.
Just like the British domination of France. Anyway, Plamen, I saw your hand flashing, so I was wondering if you had a more contemporary line of thought.
Oh no! I'm sorry. That must have been a mistake. I was just going to remark. I lived briefly in an area where the two villages were quite against each other, because the one was in the north of the Limes and the other was on the south of the Limes. You know what I mean, right? So the ones were barbarians in the eyes of the others. Notwithstanding, they lived 2,000 years together. But hey, that's history for you. And with that, I'm done. Thank you.
For the spectators, the Limes, spelt limes, Limes, is I don't know, was it a wall? It's a sort of demarcation line across Germany of the extent of some part of Roman history. Axel can tell us in more detail, I'm sure.
It was built out of wood. It wasn't a wall, like a wall you built out of stone. So it was more like out of wood and gravel. So yeah.
I only can say Limes is actually Latin for border, I thought.
Limes is for wall.
Okay, let's go back to Ukraine, shall we?
All us poor Americans, North Americans, listening to this, we weren't even born yet.
But yet, you always have to come fix the squabbles.
Children.
I didn't start. It's Axel who started it. Daryl, tell Axel to stop.
I'm finding it amusing, so I'm not going to touch this.
Okay, I think Dryfly is going to hate us because he has something genuinely intelligent to tell the world, and we're delaying it from happening.
Hi, actually, it isn't all that intelligent. I just have one question. People keep saying about Serbia wants this or Serbia doesn't want that, or Kosovo wants this or Kosovo doesn't want that. They're not people. They're countries, and so obviously someone in those countries wants some of that. And I would love to have an explanation of what are the power struggles that are driving this, because when people personify these countries and say this country wants that or that country wants this, and they want to be in the EU and they want to kick Kosovo out, that just drives me nuts, because I'm trying to figure out who. Is there anyone that can explain the factions of what's really going on? Because I think once people understand the factions and the inner workings, it all becomes clear that it's either a lot of nothing or there's really a handful of important things to worry about, and I will listen.
I would say we're back to 93, 94 with them.
It was 91, but I think that ultimately you'd be better served by buying a nice bottle of wine, pledging it to Domin, and asking him the question, because he knows that inside out, and we're seeing this from very, very far away. And unless I'm mistaken,
maybe we could DM him. He's asleep, right? That was always the thing you encouraged us to do a few weeks ago or months ago, was anytime we had something ugly like that, is to DM the pants off of him and see what he wakes up to. But yeah, I would just like to know who the people are, because I just can't believe that it is that monolithic. And so my guess is there's a faction or a group or something that's stirring up trouble, either for Putin or for something else. And I would just love to know. That's all.
Have you ever been to Serbia?
No, I mean, I think the closest I came was flying over it. And that was before the plane got shut down in Ukraine. After that, I think I flew over it a much, much farther from that part of the world.
There's a number of people here, and I think John has just come up. John has, because he had first-hand experience, as I have had, on the ground as in the air. The Serbian experience is intense, but it's not about monolithic. It's about deeply entrenched, historically deeply entrenched, and culturally present all the time. That's why it's so difficult. Ben, would you mind if we ask John Have briefly to opine on this, because he needs to go to bed?
Of course not. And I think then Bayanada has also an opinion to share on this. John, you've been there.
Yeah, I mean, during the 90s. But yeah, I mean, Kosovo goes back a lot further than that, to 1389, which was the Battle of Kosovo. So for the Americans who may not be quite so familiar with sort of ancient European history, at that point, the Ottoman Turks, basically the Caliphate, was trying to fight its way into and conquer Central Europe. And they were met in Kosovo by the Serbs, and there was a huge battle with the Turks, the Ottoman Turks, that the Serbs lost, but they also lost about, I think it was something crazy, like about 25% of their population in the process. But although the battle wasn't a success for them, it was enough to effectively preserve Serbia, Serbian culture, etc. And it has huge historical meaning to them. So Kosovo has, you know, for a very long time, was an integral part of Serbia. And of course, a lot of the population that the intervention, the NATO intervention, was intended to and did successfully protect, were, you know, ethnic people who are ethnically Muslim, effectively. And there is a strong feeling still present in Serbia that, you know, this is their land, and land that has been taken from them. And I think it could definitely be argued that many people in Serbia view 1999 and the separation of Kosovo into a separate state as a very temporary situation, and they have every intention of regaining it, which is why it's sort of on various stages of being on the boil, and is clearly coming to a higher temperature at the moment. But this isn't something that's going to go away quickly or easily. And that was really all I had to say about Kosovo.
That's a very good point that you raised, John, because it is a cultural issue. And don't forget, from a European point of view, the Enlightenment, innovation in Europe, freedom in Europe, property rights in Europe would not have occurred under Muslim Caliphate domination. They would just not have occurred. Not in that form. The freedoms we enjoy today would not have occurred. And that can be seen in those areas which were thrown back, such as Bulgaria and other areas, under occupation. And our Greek friends have very good choice words as to the Ottoman occupation, which was not an occupation where the Ottomans inserted and inseminated, so to say, the wonderful, long-standing tradition of mathematics and humanities and the likes, which also existed. But they simply used it as extraction areas and capitalizing and taxing and tributing. So this is where the Serbian animation comes from. That, however, does not justify in any shape or form the absolute zealotry and rather animal behavior and intense, overdrawn, backlash, orthodox, malign, and genocidal attitude. And that should be said as well. John, what would happen if K4 gets attacked now?
It's going to get very, very messy for the Serbs very quickly. Would be my guess. And there was a chap on. I had to drop down. There was a chap on earlier on talking about the. I think he may have been Italian. Talking about I think he said there's an Italian regiment who are on duty there now. And I was, I'm not trying to sort of pull up a sandbag scenario here, but I mean, I was in Bosnia around the time that the Dutch stepped aside in Srebrenica. And that was and has been ever since an absolute stain on the Dutch military and to a degree on the Dutch nation. And I don't think there are any Dutch people that would argue with that. So put in that same scenario, the Italians would, I think they would absolutely not allow Serbian forces to pass them and to pass their positions if they were to actually try and re-enter Kosovo. But in addition, there are so many air mobile forces currently around the theatre of Central Eastern Europe due to what's going on in Ukraine that it would actually be quite a simple thing to force generate some serious units and move those into Kosovo very quickly, and then the NATO air power is absolutely overwhelming. So I think that it would be a very, very brave and foolhardy decision by the Serbs to try and move this way. But I've no doubt they'll be being encouraged by Putin to do exactly that, because it's one way that they could try and take some pressure off and divert some resources and attention away from Ukraine.
So it is the flashpoint. It is the. Let me just follow on. This is the flashpoint Putin wants. And Vucic, or despite the fact that somebody else said early on that there's so much hope and so much opportunity for Serbia that it cannot be imagined that Vucic would do that. We're acting, and he was in that government. And if he could be trusted, he would have acted differently in recent years. He would not have the Chinese flying to Belgrade in order to then switch in a switcheroo and swapperoo deliver weapons to the enemy. And he would not have acted in the same fashion since October last year, and specifically since this attack in February. So, John, can we deal with it as a second conflict? Is that the flashpoint which we can deal with and others we don't?
I mean, yeah, absolutely, we could deal with it. Let's not forget, NATO has no forces committed in Ukraine, so that wouldn't be a problem at all. And there are no.
We're not really busy.
No. I mean, don't get me wrong. Transcom, the logistics side of things, particularly from the US, the UK, the Canadians, are all very stretched and probably stressed at the moment in terms of supporting the air bridge. But I mean, it's within Europe, it's within spitting distance of you basically throw a rock from Serbia and you're hitting a NATO country. So it shouldn't. I don't imagine that being a huge issue. What I would say is I wouldn't dismiss the Serbian capability lightly. In 1999, there was a 90-day NATO air campaign against Serbia before they finally threw the towel in. But at the end of that campaign, they still had a functioning air defense system. It was not entirely reduced. And
did we use proper bombardment at that point in time? Yes or no?
Well, what define proper bombardment?
We did not hit the electricity substations. We did not take out all their power trains. We did not take out all their airfields. We did not take out all their garrisons. We just simply didn't bomb them to smithereens. We should have. We didn't. We failed.
Well, to be honest, bombing the electricity infrastructure is exactly what we're screaming about being a war crime in Ukraine. So I don't see.
No, the electricity infrastructure for their power plants. for the airfields and for the garrisons. That's what I'm saying. Sorry,
Oh,
I don't.
right.
No, not civilian. I'm talking about though, because the Serbians. This is what many people don't know. Have actually built power plants. Novi Sad is a good example, specifically to serve their armed forces and specifically to serve their airfields. They have a substructure which is quite unique, and it's extremely conducive to their capacity and how to wield the sword. And we simply didn't do it then.
No, that is true. That is true. I think that we were trying to be as proportionate as possible and not smack Serbia back into the Stone Age, with the intention of actually reintegrating it, hopefully under new political leadership, back into the European sphere as quickly as possible. And I would imagine that would be a similar approach that they'd want to take today. But ultimately, if a large portion of the population are actually sympathetic to Russia politically, then that is a problem, and that does pose a problem for the way the West as a whole does business when it comes to warfare.
Thank you. Back to you, Ben and Daryl.
Thank you. Thank you, Guy, for those sobering words. For those of you who might have been interested by what Axel was talking about regarding the impact of the Muslim occupation of Southeast Europe on the economic development of the region, I strongly recommend the wonderful book by Turkish historian and economist Timur Kuran called The Long Divergence. Read it. It's fantastic. It's balanced. It's knowledgeable. You will really enjoy it. Pretty thick, but it's really well written. The Long Divergence by Timur Kuran. It really sets up the thing, and it starts the discussion on very, very solid basis. Daryl, shall we go to Bayanada, who has been awfully patient and who must be fuming?
Yeah. And just to say, we still have U.S. troops in Kosovo right now. And there's an influx of Muslims from Afghanistan that are there at the present moment, going through the processes. So that may have tipped somebody off anyway. Go ahead, Bionale.
So, yeah, finally. So, actually, I had a flatmate, which I person I shared my living quarters with, and he was from Serbia, and he actually was in the Serbian military when all this happened in the Kosovo War, and I had a lot of conversations with him, and he always referred to the president of the president as of Serbia as a criminal. So these people which were fighting, or a portion of these people which are fighting in the 1990s in this war, are not really fond of their president, because they weren't even so fond of this war at all. Not everyone was like super into let's go into Kosovo, and they had maybe their motivations behind it and everything, and it was really gruesome how it all played out. But he was always, it's a big influence from Russia. It's a big influence from the organized crime in Serbia. He always referred to this president as a criminal, and also he mentioned things like, which we heard from Akash, for example, yesterday, that the people have billboard campaigns paid for by big Russian companies, and there are also hooligan groups, which told me my friend, which are getting paid or were getting paid and through COVID times to demonstrate from foreign groups, and that's really quite a background. And I don't think it's a whole monolithic thing like it was described by the Reflect, because the society is really Western leaning, but there are really big influences from Russia, like we have seen it in Ukraine, like we have seen it in other countries, which are needed to overcome by the society, and this will take some time, and this will take much help from the European Union and other institutions who want to support the freedom of the people. So this is a situation, which is complicated, but also very important, I think.
Thank you, Bayanada, for this personal experience. Jord, do you have something to add to this topic, or do you want to bring our attention to something else?
No, sadly, I find this topic interesting. I was talk way back about Russia coming to Serbia's aid, but I can't see how they could do that. It must be impossible for them to fly to Serbia right now, and they don't have any forces to spare. So Serbia has put itself in a situation that they have only one friend, and that friend is as weak as it's been in recent memory. And they might have some friends in the Far East, but they're very, very long way away. So if Putin wants a flashpoint, he just continues to massively underestimate the West. I mean, Kosovo is the size of is smaller than most Norwegian counties. NATO would take a half breath to end that kind of conflict. So if he wants a second front, I think we should rather look at Transnistria. That would be a good second front for everyone. Thanks.
Who said that this is not happening? Don't forget there's more flashpoints ongoing. At the same time, India and China 3 days ago had a big kerfuffle. 4 days ago now. There's a lot more going on at the same time, and they're trying very hard to distract us.
Well, if something happened in Transnistria and Moldova could claim their whole territory and finally look to the West and get some development, then we already have the air in Europe will already be fresher.
100%.
Scarcity of resources. That's usually the cause of most of these conflicts.
Well, then there should be a conflict in Russia because they have scarcity of tanks.
They're going to have a scarcity of men.
It's true.
Anybody that wants a Russian wife will be cheap. But let's not go there. Ben? Did I just get myself in trouble?
Oh, absolutely. Sorry, I wasn't following, but I'm sure you deserve a good slap. And I don't know, what do you do to unruly children? Being told off, yeah. And no hot chocolate for you, Daryl.
Daryl,
okay, good.
I can
Good,
believe you. It depends on where you are, in which state or country. So but we had this incident. You remember the woman, Louis, was a very important part of the investigation. She worked in some kind of special industry. For entertainment of outgrown human beings. How do you say it?
You mean smuggling?
No, not smuggling. She was basically selling herself.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
but
okay. I
totally
got you.
legal. Totally legal. She just did not pay taxes. This was a big problem.
Al Capone didn't pay taxes.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, but
also
they
the
got him on
problem.
mail fraud.
Okay, we've reached the Al Capone point of the conversation. Shall we move on to Nick, who hopefully has found some interesting tidbits about Hungary, and then ATV.
Right, so the press releases are starting to come from the today's Council of the EU meeting. I'm still waiting for one that discusses what the difference is between the Czech presidency suggested that there was now unanimity on the package for Ukraine, which would allow it to be paid from the EU budget rather than the member state budgets. But they linked to a press release that was dated on Saturday, so I don't know quite what's going on there. So I went to look to see what Hungary had done or got in return for this apparent cooperation, and as far as I can see, they haven't got very much. So there were two items on the agenda involving money for Hungary. So the first of those is under the framework of something called Next Generation EU, but in particular, recovery and reform funds that are principally, okay, so this financing will enable Hungary to foster its economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic and finance the green and digital transition. So it's a variety of a variety of targets and purposes. And Hungary presented a plan to spend this money, which is 5.8 billion euros, and the plan has been approved, which on first sight looks quite good, and there's coverage of what the plan involves and what they're going to spend. And and then the kicker is, it says the plan also involves a series of key institutional reforms to strengthen the rule of law. So this is the EU coming along to Hungary and saying, we've noticed that basically you're running a bit of an autocracy here. We'd like you to make a few changes. These reforms have been translated into a total of 27, it says super milestones. I haven't found the phrase super milestones anywhere, but anyway, milestones, which must be fully and correctly implemented before any payment under this scheme can be made to Hungary. So Hungary has to implement. There's actually 270 milestones in this document, but there are 27 that were meant to be implemented by the end of this quarter. They don't have very long to do it. And there are some real doozies in there. Establishment of an anti-corruption task force to monitor and review measures taken to prevent corruption in Hungary. What else is there? My goodness. Establishment of an integrity authority to well, there's 27 of them. I won't read too many of them. So first of all, Hungary has to implement all 27 of these measures before they see €1 out of these 5.8 billion. But their plan to do so has been approved. So they get a gold star and they get to sit on the teacher's good step for a day. So that was part one. And then part two is something called the rule of law conditionality mechanism. And this is relative to the regular EU budget. So rather than these supplementary funds, the regular EU budget, because within the EU, some countries are net contributors and some countries are net recipients. And Hungary is a net recipient of money from the European Union. And so in an ordinary year, under the ordinary budget, they would receive quite a lot of money. I don't know if that amount of money is 6.3 billion euros, but at least 6.3 billion euros worth is currently under suspension because of the consequences of the breaches of the principles of rule of law in Hungary. And so, whereas in part of this meeting this evening, Hungary got a gold star and got to sit on the good step for having had their plan for the, what's it called, the recovery fund approved. When it comes to the ordinary budget, they got a paddling and got to sit on the naughty step because it says, the ambassadors recommended to the they have
Nick,
the
did they just change the Nick? Did they just change the pots that the money was coming out of?
no, there always were. There were always two debates going on. So there was the debate about the recovery fund, and then there was the debate about the budget. And so on the recovery fund, Hungary can start to have some of this money, which they will spend on renewable energy and infrastructure. Some of that 5.8 billion once they've implemented these 27 milestones, which on their own will be quite an ask for Orban's government to implement. On the 6.3 billion of the regular budget, let's have a look. The member states have basically said, here we are. They acknowledge the work done by the Hungarian authorities, but decided that these remedial measures do not sufficiently address the identified breaches of the rule of law and the risks these entail for the budget. These measures can be lifted by the council if the situation is fully remedied within 2 years. Other than that, if not, they're not going to get back payments. So they are. That's now, to the extent that Hungary has programs, I don't know, maybe road building programs or other programs that were being financed by the EU budget, any member state which faces measures under the conditionality mechanism remains obliged to implement the program affected by the measure. So, for example, if I don't know if they're currently building a motorway and we're hoping for EU money to do it, but according to this, they have to carry on building the motorway. So with their own money, and then if they're good boys and girls, they will get the money later. So basically, as of this evening, the 6.3 billion they were hoping for, they're basically told you aren't even close. The 5.8 billion, that might start to roll out if they implement these 27 milestones. And that's all they've got. All they've got is that one gold star and 10 minutes on the good step. I don't know, is there a good step? I know there's a naughty step, but 10 minutes sitting at the front of the class for having, for having presented their plan. Well done. At least you tried. And they have to meet these 27 milestones. And that's not them saying they've met them. That's the EU saying they've met them. So really, if they have indeed given in on the principle of all 27 member states using the EU budget rather than the member state budget to guarantee the loan to Ukraine, they haven't got a whole lot for it, which I think we can all agree on is probably a good thing. So these discussions we have over things happening in the EU, I realize that they're always necessarily a bit arcane because of the way the EU works. But my too long didn't read summary of this is the Hungarians made a concession and didn't get a whole lot in return.
Now, let me ask: is that an independent? Are these committees independent of, or do they have external oversight?
This is the Council of the European Union, so this is the #1 top decision-making body. This isn't some kind of subcommittee that can be overruled.
No, what I'm asking is the committees that they have to, or the boards or whatever that they have to create for this new oversight of integrity, etc.
Are
Oh
they
yeah.
independent, and do they have to have outside monitors?
Oh, well, they will have to demonstrate. So, for example, this anti-corruption thing, they will have to demonstrate to the satisfaction of the European Union that these institutions function independently of the government, which at the moment is going to be, frankly, a hell of an ask, I think. Yeah, they're being asked to do something which, for an ordinary country that respects the rule of law, just kind of comes along with, you know, being part of a normal country. But if you are Hungary and you've had Orban in power for however long he's been in power, 8-10 years now, is probably going to require an awful lot of work. So no, they have to set up proper transparent mechanisms that the EU decides are indeed independent of the government.
Okay, but it just sounds like they got the same money but from different pots, and it makes it sound like they're doing something, but they really may not have to, but maybe they do, and the other money is canceled until they do something different on that side. They could actually get double the money if they really stretch it out and do something.
Well, it's money that they're notionally entitled to. They're entitled to the recovery funds as part of the COVID and digital transition. They're entitled to money out of the EU budget. Right now, that's 12 billion euros that they're not getting, that they are completely entitled to because they are not implementing the rule of law correctly. And it's just that for one pot, what they have to do is in this big checklist of stuff. And for the other pot, because it comes from a different part of the European Union, it's much simpler. It's you are not implementing the rule of law to our satisfaction, and there isn't a sort of there isn't a list of milestones that goes along with it. However, I think it's fairly safe to say that if they don't implement the milestones for the recovery fund, they probably aren't going to meet the criteria for the other thing. The point is that the other the general budget thing has been in place for longer than the recovery fund thing, and just, you know, it's been put together by different people, and this is what happens when you have something big like the EU running different big programs. And I'm sure anyone who's dealt with American federal programs will recognize, you know, what happens when different parts of the government attempt fail to achieve total intellectual coherency on something because they are legally different. But either way, they're not getting that money anytime soon. And they, whatever concessions they have made today to try and come back on side, the EU has sort of gone, well done, but, you know, don't expect us to sort of be, don't expect us to get too excited about that.
What's the when's the end date for that COVID money, etc.? Or is there an end date?
I don't think. Let me have a look.
Because you would think that there would be some ending for it, because at some point states should have done the mitigation efforts, have done something, and have recovered. And
well, it's not just COVID.
It's go to perpetuity.
No, it's not just COVID. It's a sort of general. They have this. There's this program called Next Generation EU, and with it's structured with many substructures. The COVID money, I think, is the the single biggest is actually climate. So 48.1% of the allocation for Hungary is for climate decarbonisation. 30% is digital transition, so maybe only 20% is COVID anyway. But I don't know if there's a sort of Cinderella day on which the money turns into a pumpkin. Perhaps it's indefinite. Perhaps I don't think there's a sort of a cutoff date. I looked at the plan with all of the milestones in it, and some of them have to be in place by the end of 2025. But I think the idea is that you can work towards those. It is an enormous. It's a 186-page document which I hadn't seen before this evening. So I hope you will forgive me for not having read all of it. but it's quite impressive the amount of work that has gone into getting Hungary to fall into line, and the EU don't come to work in the morning and sort of go, oh, Hungary again, what are we going to do? They've got plans, they've got long documents, many lawyers have been involved in this, and it's actually quite impressive just to sort of by the scale of it.
All right, appreciate that. Ben, ATV has been waiting a long time.
Yes, it has.
Hey guys, I think the world's moved on a little bit. I was going to jump in on the whole Serbia thing. I guess my comment and my question. The comment is, I think the affliction that the Serbs suffer from has the same root cause as what the Russians suffer from, and the symptoms are the garbage we've seen in the 90s and the garbage we're seeing now. The comment or question is, I was wondering about this today, and if things were to spike even more in Serbia and Europe, NATO reacts, is that necessarily a negative thing for Ukraine? I mean, I wonder if that sort of galvanizes various leaders to say enough is enough, and now we're going to shut it down, or does it distract them and does it make them worse that this conflict is spreading and therefore you try to make some kind of weird peace?
My thought is it's going to stress out our Congress. That's one thing. It'll stress our Congress because they will see it as a second front, and of course the pigeons will. And I'm not saying peaceniks. I'm saying pigeons because they're not hawks. They are going to go crazy that Biden is looking at a second front, and Ukraine and is a problem child for us, et cetera, et cetera. They'll use it, but it really won't go nowhere. It'll create a lot of noise in our halls. That's all. Ben?
Yeah, no, I really cannot opine. I barely can put those places on the map, so I trust you and Axel and John when they're talking about this, and even Bayonetta. But maybe we can go to Raver, who always has pointed remarks.
Hey, good evening. I want to go back to Nick. Apparently, I got a case of the Twitter pox. When is the next time that Orban has to face the voters? Because apparently it's really hard to be a strongman on somebody else's dime.
I'm afraid I don't know. I can find that out from Wikipedia.
Another 3 or 4 years. He just got voted in. He just Raven.
Yes, that's true, isn't it? Yes, you're right. I remember it's only been a few months since he got voted back in. So at the moment, he's got a little bit of unrest with gas prices or shortages, but I don't think there's anything particularly serious threatening him at the moment. And his grip on the media is pretty solid in the country.
Okay, quick follow-up. How many of these super milestones are designed to make sure that there is an opposition?
I mean, there's an opposition. He's at the bending elections in his favor stage. He's not at the political prisoners and locking people up stage. You know, he controls most of the media. And you know, the judges, I believe he's trying to get the judiciary in his pocket, etc., like autocrats do. So it's there is an opposition, and the opposition is strong. The opposition it probably has a majority in the big cities. The problem is that the people out in the it's a little bit like the US situation. I mean, Hungary doesn't have flyover country, but the big urban centres are a little bit more politically sophisticated, and tend less to back Orban, and his main constituency is people in the countryside who are afraid of immigration, afraid of gays, and you might recognise how it goes. It's not dissimilar to the situation in many other countries. At this point, I mean, as I say, there are 270 milestones, and the 27 that are coming up. I had a look at them. They're mostly about transparency of public spending and corruption. The single sort of biggest thing tying Orban into the European Union is he just loves their money, because it enables him to buy whatever influence he needs in the country, by assigning it in corrupt ways.
Special projects for a dam in a farming community that never gets built.
Yeah, that sort of part of the world where profit is the difference between what's invoiced and what's shipped. Yeah. Improving the quality of lawmaking. Oh, okay. I mean, it's difficult because you have to. The EU has to maintain the polite fiction that Hungary is, a fully functioning democracy with a few implementation problems. They can't really come out and say out loud who's responsible for the problems. They just have to say, well, this doesn't seem to be working terribly well at the moment. I'm sure if you follow this handy checklist, that it will. Now, on a day-to-day basis, they're not they're nobody's fool, but in terms of what they can write in documents, it's a little bit awkward.
Well, all right. Raven, did that get you?
That did. So I guess back to Serbia and whatever's going on there.
All right. Bionade, go ahead, man.
Can we please make sure that everybody here on this space writes a quick DM to Dolman to ask him what is going on between Serbia and Kosovo. This is very important, as Prince Heather has never ceased to remind us. Everybody, this is a civil engagement matter. Please write a friendly DM, write a friendly tweet, tag Dolman, make sure that he understands that in the morning when he gets up, he really needs to address what is going on between Serbia and Kosovo. So, yet again, write a DM, tag him, send a message. Important, because actually something is happening between Serbia and Kosovo. We need to know.
That's not very nice, but that's amusing. Sorry, Daryl, please go ahead.
No, I was just getting ready to say it's all fun and games until somebody gets hurt or the DMs get too full. Bionade?
Yeah. Just cut out, and I couldn't hear the first Bionade. So that's why I'm answering to the second Bionade. All right, I have a question for Ben. Ben, you remember I was closely watching the price of the Urals blend, the Russian oil blend, which how it was traded on the market, and I remember it was cut out by, I think, 25.70 around this on Friday. And I was thinking, oh, they got theft from the bell. Now it's weekend, no trading. Let's see what happens on Monday. And I was seeing like, oh, the price is rising. It's $53. And then I read your message that they can't deliver for a couple of days any kind of oil of their blend because I'm not 100% sure. Ben, you posted something like this. Can you further reiterate, please?
Well, I've not explored it further, so it's very soft ground. Let's put it this way. But there's been an alert saying that some Black Sea ports, some Russian Black Sea ports, had been closed to tanker traffic due to storms. It could also be the same in the Baltic. So was there a storm in the Baltic? I think so. A friend of mine this morning told me that there had been a very annoying snowstorm. So it's likely that it's not completely stupid. Was it strong enough to prevent tankers from sailing? I don't know. Is it an excuse for them not to send those ships on the sea and towards their clients? It's possible. I don't know. So there's a lot of I don't knows. Besides that, I think the alert dates back from the 10th. So it's been, could be 10th, 11, even today. But the alert has likely been lifted, and if it has, the ships are probably sailing by now. So a lot of
all right. Ben, was the trading stopped or is it still traded?
What's the what?
The trading on the markets for the Urals oil blend. Is it stopped or is it still traded? Was there a stop or something like this?
To the best of my knowledge, no. But again, I've not followed today. I did not follow the prices today.
All right. So if there's a message out and it gets spread in the last, let's say, 20 hours, what this has usually, let's not say let's just say as a general product, would this have an influence on the price of this product if there are rumors that it can't be shipped?
Yes.
Would you expect the price to go up or would you expect the price to go down?
In pure economics, I would not expect the price to move. If there's no information and no supply, the price should not move. Actually, there should be no price because there should be no trade. No trade, no price.
All right. Thank you very much.
So Ben, the
Sure.
prices on the oil market, they don't continue to move while there's a storm out to sea, is what you're saying, or was there an artificial reason they stopped? Another artificial reason they stopped trading?
Okay, I'm a conspiration junkie. I love that thing. I would sell my mama for there to be something like that. I'd love to hear that Russia is not able to sell anymore, or to avoid the humiliation of not being able to sell anymore. They're pretending that their ports are closed. It's possible. We've seen them trying to reach at branches that were a lot shorter than those, and finding excuses for themselves that were a lot sillier than those. So I wouldn't be surprised. That being said, I have no evidence. I told you there was a storm in the Baltic recently, so it is possible. I don't know. I'm not trying to be difficult. I swear I had a really, really long day at work. I did not have time to check the prices. And anyway, I don't really follow the price of oil that closely, so your guesses are as good as mine.
Oh,
But
I can
you could,
tell you.
yeah, go ahead.
It was going up from 52.70 to 53.40, if I remember correctly, something around this, but wasn't really significant. And I was just thinking, if someone is spreading, oh, there's a shortage, all these Wall Street bad boys will think, oh, I can short this, or oh yeah, I will make the awesome money of my life, because they're getting their banking advice from Reddit. So I wouldn't put too much significance on this.
You're probably right. No, you're probably right.
All right, thank you, Ben.
Then I won't go further into the economics, Ben, because you haven't had time today. Because this is normally the time when we go through the economics and all of that. So, Dominus Ominous, you forgive. Erlen, hello.
Hello, Daryl. How are you doing? Sounds like it's good.
Yeah, I got a chippy in my mouth.
Ben, have you noticed that the cool Ukrainian German wildcat has woken up and is very active lately?
Why are you all asking me questions and speaking in riddles? If you have something to say it. No, I've not looked at wildcats. What are wildcats? I live in a city. I live in a small apartment. I don't see cats. Tell me, Ernst.
No, there is this Twitter account, and I suspect someone in this space is managing this Twitter account. And the last hour, I've been tagged in quite a few posts with some lovely ladies wearing leopard patterned clothing, and I can see that the activity of the wildcat, the cool Ukrainian German wildcat, is it's a high intensity activity tonight. So I wondered if maybe you are behind this account, or if you know.
Yep, that's racist. Like, suddenly, naked ladies, it's the French. No, it's not me. I will deny it.
They're just very proud kitties. That's all. They have reason to be.
I don't know. I'm getting old. Raver, you and me, the old guard.
Yeah, the very old guard after having my grandkids around this weekend. So going back to the oil, so if we want to put on the tinfoil hat and engage in conspiracy, Russia not shipping oil will drive the price up. The spot markets move on every little thing, and the oil is traded back and forth until it's actually refined and sold. So Russia in the short term could drive up the price by not shipping oil, wait until the price gets high enough that they could ship it to people willing to take a discount and still make a couple of dollars. Right now, every barrel of oil Russia shipping is costing them money. So maybe they want to drive the price up. So even with their customers that are willing to buy discounted oil, they're still making a couple of dollars. I mean, it's a way to do things.
I thought it was free on board, and then once they get to the port, they can hold out until the price goes up at the port, and then they could offload once the price is where they want it.
So I'm not sure, but I think every barrel of oil loaded onto a tanker has somebody holding a certificate for that barrel of oil. So now those certificates will be traded back and forth throughout the time. But if Russia's not shipping, then the price is going to go up. It's just like I said, tinfoil hat stuff.
Yeah, I'm not a on how do you call that, oil economic specialist, but I don't think oil is like good wine or whiskey. It doesn't get um, more expensive the longer you wait. I don't think it exactly works like this. Um,
No,
because
they wait on the markets. Then it's a lot of times like in in the Gulf of Mexico, they'll have ships out there waiting on the prices to rise, and then once they get to the point where they want them, then they will set for a port. They'll get their portage.
yeah, but that's slightly different. That's people who go, yeah, there's a seasonality in the price of oil. I don't know, maybe it's higher in August than it is in June. We're June 28th. If I stay for 1 month at sea, it will likely increase in price. It's not because those ships are not getting in that the price is going up. I mean, it does have an effect, but it's very mild, and that doesn't. It's unlikely to cover the cost. They're playing the market. They're not trying to move the market.
But I think right now that every barrel they're selling right now is costing them money. So manipulating the market is kind of the whole reason for OPEC and Russia anyway. I mean, it is what it is. They reduce the available supply. The world needs X barrel of oil a day, and you subtract Y amount, and it adds fuel to the speculation and can move prices as people start to scramble. I mean, look at what happens after, say, a hurricane or an earthquake or even just a bad election cycle. It doesn't take much to move the oil markets. OPEC or the Saudis reducing or increasing production by just 1 or 2% can have an outsized impact at the pump.
Okay, you're right. The OPEC is a cartel, and the point of the cartel is to make money. It's unlikely that they had money just lying around, and now they decided to make that money because they need it so badly. Besides that, the question of whether or not the Russians are making money at $60 or $55 a barrel is probably does not need to be asked. Recent studies, not studies, but information that have been widely circulated shows that in Russia, a large proportion of the price of oil is taxes. So we shouldn't think of it in terms of, oh, well, since it's taxes, it goes straight into the pocket of the government, and then the government does whatever it pleases with it. I'm sure that the government has to pay for a number of things, railroads and pipelines and things like that. Part of it might be covered by government spending, but yeah, most of it is for the government to allocate as it pleases. And so the result is that even at $30, you're still above the bare bone production price of the barrel. You'd have to go below $30. So they don't really have an incentive to move right now in terms of the price of the barrel. Where they do have an incentive to move right now is because if they want even a fighting chance to have a somewhat balanced budget, or at least not to lose too much money over the exercise of 2023, they need an oil price a lot closer to 90 than it is to 50. And maybe that would be the moment when to push up everything. But again, remember what happened on December 4th. On December 4th, OPEC got together the day before the European ban and cap entered into action, and on that day, OPEC decided not to do anything. OPEC is not trying to move the market at the moment. They're in a waiting posture. They haven't changed anything. They are conscious that a prolonged recession, both in China and in the West, would cost them a lot of money. What's even worse for them is out of the three big economies in the world, the one doing best, namely the US, is the one that does not need to import quite as much of their oil. Europe and China, which are very, very thirsty when it comes to oil, are not doing very well and are limiting their import of Saudi oil and OPEC oil in general. So they they don't necessarily want to play the game of the Russian, and it's not only a question of if the price goes up, it's good for them. I think it's more complex, and yeah, that one bit of information may have been a way of trading, of increasing the price on a short term for someone who's trading options to make a buck or two. But I don't think it goes beyond that. Sorry, I was a bit long. Daryl, do you speak? Can I change the subject, Raver, or do you want to continue on this?
He's giving you the option, Raver.
Sorry, I was trying to hit the right button, but yeah, we're good.
Well, Ben, before you change the subject, there's a little boom in Berians. Possibly some barracks. We don't have pictures or anything yet, but it's just coming. It's floating out of the Twitter sphere.
Berians, you mean the city in the Zaporizhia Oblast?
C1?
The one next to the sea? The one through which one of the few remaining lifelines for the whole southern front of the Russian army goes through? That Berdyansk? That's very interesting.
Now who's talking in riddles?
I'm not talking in riddles.
Nobody's riddling.
Come on. I'm the penguin, I'm not the Riddler. Hey, which okay, obviously Daryl is Batman, but which one are you? I'm the penguin.
Me? I'm Mr. Freeze because I'm so cool.
Nah, you're Catwoman. Or Nick is Catwoman. Okay, I'm being silly. Sorry about this. Scribe, please go ahead.
I don't know how many of you had the time to watch the Mr. David Letterman's interview with President Zelensky yet, but some of the things that I saw on it were eye-opening, and other things I just want to commend the space on like how correct some of you guys were and how you guys have been able to bring on so many wonderful people from Ukraine, because it's like I don't want to spoil anything from the interview because I don't know how many people have watched it yet, but you guys, with the amount of information that you guys know, I applaud it. And the fact that you guys are able to bring on such wonderful guests, I applaud that as well.
Well, thank you. There's a lot of folks working to do it, and we are amazed sometimes that who they are able to get ourselves. But Victoria, she does a magnificent job in getting a lot of people here.
I just wanted to quickly mention, if you have seen this interview, you may have seen our friend of the space, the CEO of Ukrasalitsya, Alexander Kamshinsky. I hope I don't mispronounce his name, but yeah, very great guy, and you are able to listen to this interview on Spotify. Just go to MriyaReport.org, and there will be a link, and you can listen to his interview we had, because we had him before Letterman had him in his interview.
I believe you guys had him on July 4th for the first time, and you guys talked about like the difficulties of getting the rail line in order because of how Russia continuously struck the railways and stations a lot in Ukraine held territory. Which, talking about him, I did not recognize his name until he started speaking when I recognized his voice because of Maria. I never really look at the profile pictures of anyone for the most part. I only listen.
Well, it's one of the reasons why. Now, let me say this: it's because of you guys that we are able to get them. The reach here is by you guys coming in to listen. This is the exact reason why they come here. There's some names that we're trying to get right now, and it may be I can't divulge anything, but there's going to be some really nice, well-known names hopefully coming, and just stay tuned for it. But believe me, it has everything to do with you guys out there. Everything. We want to take the message of the Ukrainian people to the world, and you guys are that world.
Actually, Daryl, there's a little bit more than that, because when you speak with people and you're preparing an interview, one of the things that gets them the most excited is you tell them, yeah, we've been talking about the subject for the past 10 months. I think the audience is pretty sharp and knowledgeable. You can really nerd out. And quite a few times we've had people coming in and completely nerding out, talking about things that they don't usually talk about, speaking far away from their usual shtick, because they knew that it didn't matter how many people were listening to them, 400, 500, 1,000, 2,000. Those people understood them and cared to listen to sometimes the most detailed, sometimes the most specific, the most complex thoughts they had, and they really felt free. And a lot of people with whom we talked later went like, yeah, the level is pretty amazing. It's a little bit like speaking to a bunch of how do you call these in the US? Postgraduates. Yeah, symposium, a bunch of postgraduates, but 500 of them. It's we should call ourselves the MRIA University, or not? Maybe not. I only have bad ideas today. I should really go to bed.
May I say one thing before I go back down to listener?
I give you two.
Well, I don't want to get anyone over in Europe mad or anything, but all of us who are Americans and from the United States, we have a impact that I knew that we had like our impact on Ukraine, giving out aid to Ukraine had an impact, but I did not realize the level of impact that we actually have for Ukraine. We have to make sure that we try our damnness to ensure aid continues to Ukraine, because the look on Zelensky's face when he said that his people watch what our country does on a daily basis really hit me.
Yep, with great powers. What's the rest of the sentence? Oh, yeah, with great powers come great responsibilities. So that's the first thing you needed to share. What is the second one?
Oh, I didn't really have a second one, but that was the main thing I really wanted to say.
Okay, thank you, Scribe. Ukraine war update. Do you want to take the mic?
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it. You guys are awesome, seriously, for providing this space to have the ability to ask questions, to share thought. This is phenomenal. Thank you so much. So I have a comment and a question. A comment is that I followed an advice. One of your, unfortunately, I don't remember the name, but it was lady that came up. She had, a couple weeks ago, I want to say, she encouraged to buy things, Ukrainian-made things on Etsy. I've tried it out. It worked out. It arrived today. A cool little handmade from wood candle holder that I'm gonna be sending as a Christmas gift to my American friend here in the United States. I'm sure he's gonna like it. So that's I'm just wanted to share that with you. It came with a really cool Christmas card from Kiev, written in Ukrainian. Just super cool. Anyway, my question is this: maybe Ben, you can help me to get some traction with this, or anybody else. We know Russia's economy is lopsided, right? It heavily depends on energy export, and obviously all these steps, sanctions and oil caps and all that stuff is negatively affecting this, Russia. Because I hear a lot of times we talk about, okay, is Russia breaking even? Are they making money off of it and things like that? But considering that they have to lag behind not only oil production and making money on oil production, breaking it even, they also have to support their economy. Is there a way to calculate, in some kind of funny currency? I don't know, like 7 schools or, 13 hospitals or 87 tanks of what the damage is being done, based on some of these, like per oil price caps or otherwise, I don't know. Like, is there a way to quantify it somehow to where we can have a little bit better visual representation? Thanks.
I'm pressing the wrong button. Yes, there is. There's actually a wonderful graph that was made a few months back already by a Ukrainian economist. I will put it in the nest before dropping the mic. It's a double entry table where you can see what would happen to the Russian budget if the price of oil was to fall, and you also see what would happen if the volume of oil exported was to fall. So you can really follow the different options, the different scenarios, and you can really see how terribly they would be affected if both the price of oil was to fall and the volume they can export was to fall as well. Of course, that would be a bit counterintuitive for volume and price to fall at the same time, although it's not entirely impossible. And then you can report yourself to a few rules of thumbs. I think the table is written in trillions of rubles. From the top of my mind, I think that the current state budget, the current government budget of Russia is 30 trillion rubles. Out of those, 10 are allocated to the army and the security forces. So once you look at the table, you can realize, okay, that's 2 trillion. If the volume falls by, I don't remember exactly, a few million barrels per day, and the price falls by $10, then it's 3 trillion rubles that go away. 3 trillion rubles is 30% of their Saloviki budget. That's enormous. So you'll get a real feel for it. It's a very, very good, very, very, very good table, and very enlightening. I strongly recommend it to have a look. I'll put it in the nest as soon as I find it.
And all right, I'm gonna be posting up a picture that somebody posted of the fires in Kilmovo. That's in the Verdansk region. So I'll be putting that up here in a minute. But I'm gonna go ahead and let's go to Nick. You came back, and then we'll go to Stephen. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, have we had Putin's news conference?
Not as of yet.
Okay, so
the fact that it doesn't happen this year.
Yes, apparently Putin every year has well, first of all, apparently he has a marathon phone-in with Russians. That was in June. Only this year it didn't happen. And he has a traditional press conference at the end of the year. And this year, that isn't happening either, which is...
he didn't sober up.
I don't know exactly when it was scheduled for, but it's not happening. So I'm sure his spokesman said, we hope the president will, after all, find an opportunity to talk to the media. No reason was given for the cancellation, but I suspect we can probably imagine one.
Did it involve liquid potatoes?
I presume he'll have time to sober up before that. Is he actually a big drinker? I know he was seen that he claims to almost never drink, and he was there the other day holding a glass of champagne or something. But of all the problems that he has, it never struck me that alcoholism was one of them. But
he drinks beer. He
yeah.
always drank beer in Dresden. He drank beer when he was here at the then border between Estonia and Russia, meeting the German ambassador, and when he was still just the so-called driver of Sobchak. He drinks beer, he drinks wine, he drinks spirits, he drinks everything. He doesnn't care. But it's nice to have this. It's nice to have this kind of narrative out there.
There is that
so
picture
elevated.
of him having. There is that picture of him having a beer with the King of the Netherlands, isn't there? Yeah.
Yeah, that too. But he definitely has been drinking beer and vodka with Schroeder as well.
I was just wondering if it maybe has something to do with the incident where he fell down the stairs and yeah, maybe he has some more problems. So there are some allegations.
Well, I will just step in now since you said I was next. I wanted to update you guys on the supposedly the first tank army of Russia was sent to Klinsky, the Bryansk region of Russia, which is what borders Belarus and northern Ukraine. And after Noel posted some stuff on Twitter about new artillery units that are supposedly very strong being brought there, and almost immediately after that, it was struck by Ukraine, apparently, along with another base in Russia. I can't make out the name of it. Much closer to the Kilmova. So apparently, these new artillery units were brought there and quite quickly attacked. And the information may have come from Telegram or elsewhere to the Ukraine army, but it hit the news before the strikes on Twitter anyway.
Okay, now that I'm back. Yeah, I was trying to post up that story right there that you were talking about in Bryansk, in Komovo. Yeah, Kilmovo. That's it. Anyway, thanks for that, Stephen. George. Good evening, George.
Good evening. How you doing, my man?
Doing good. How you doing, George?
All right. I'm here to update because earlier this morning we were talking about corruption. And of course, over the weekend, we found that, of course, they had to emphasize the Greek MP from the European Parliament that is now in deep doo-doo for taking what seems to be cash bribes from Qatar. But there was 3 other MPs, but of course their nationality was mysteriously not mentioned. Anyway, and people were saying, "Oh, what's going happen, because we're talking about, the response by news media, especially some of the corruption that we've seen coming out of certain countries in Europe. Well, in the Greek authorities and everybody has acted like she's made out of plutonium. She's been kicked out of her representative political party. There's huge investigations now being opened on her and her family because they found bags of cash not only at hers but also relatives' house. So she's going to be in deep shit for a long time. Yeah, ever since that 2008, and obviously the evident corruption that was going on in Greece. Yeah, they don't turn a blind eye like they've been doing in certain countries. They started sharpening the knives, Daryl. So she's not going to be in her position anymore. But it's going to be interesting to see how deep that corruption was, because she actually was a very, very strong proponent of Qatar hosting the World Cup. And I don't know if many people are aware, but this is a nation of 2.5 million people, but only about 500,000, if that, actually have citizenship. The other ones are just people that live there with no rights. And there are huge issues with the way the Qataris treat those workers, almost to the point of like slavery. But that's a topic for another day. But I just wanted to give everybody an update that the Greek authorities are not taking any bullshit with this crap, because we're trying to get rid of that moniker too, that's on us. We've been unfortunately lumped into it's those people, right? The Balkans, it's all corruption. Ukraine, it's all corruption. Yet the people slinging the most mud are the two of the most corrupt countries in the world, Germany and France. They don't, the hen doesn't smell its own poop, right? So anyway.
Yeah, it's sad to say that a lot of those countries over there, as rich as they are, they bring in a lot of migrant workers to do the work, and they're actually kind of segregated the way it works out. Certain countries do certain jobs, and if you from one of these other countries, you get the bottom level, the crap jobs, and that's just. And I saw it, in multiple countries.
Almost like a caste system, Daryl. You're right, exactly right. And Qatar, let's face it, is not the only country that has, unfortunately, that system. But they've had issues with the way they treat those people, and a lot of it, when Qatar was awarded the World Cup, a lot of that was definitely brushed under the rug, to the detriment not only of those people, those poor migrant workers that live in Qatar, but to the sport, and to a lot of other countries that just didn't want to deal with this. And Qatar repaid FIFA by making a mockery of the World Cup with their attitude toward the LGBT community. They suckered all the all the big sponsors, Budweiser, everyone. They moved all these beverages to Qatar, and then at the last minute said, no, we're not going to serve alcohol. Go F yourself, but thanks for the money. So that's the thanks you get when you deal with pieces of shit like that, and Russia. So they didn't learn anything.
Wait a minute, Qatar is a dry county?
Yeah, it's a dry country, yeah, because it's Muslim.
You know what I was talking about.
Yeah. it's dry till all those fat cats get on their private jets, and then the booze is pouring out. But for everybody else, they as soon as they get on the plane, they throw off the robes and everything, and put on their Hugo Boss suits, and and go to the nearest sex club and drink away. But everybody else, you got to go by some whacked out interpretation of the Muslim religion.
I thought it was like Abu Dhabi because Dubai was open, but Abu Dhabi was a little more discreet about it.
Daryl, you brought up Dubai. During Desert Storm, Dubai was just a port. I remember there was nothing there, and now it's like unrecognizable, right? It's just crazy.
Put it this way: when I left the hotel, Al Jumeirah Beach Club, the big one that looks like a surfboard or whatever with the islands.
Yeah, the one with sail ship. I stayed there. I stayed there in 2000. I went there in 2007.
That one was just being built when I was there. So I saw when I saw it in the movie, it was like, oh, I know that hotel. But they have their own system, and we just look the other way, ourselves. We know it. We looked the other way while we were there.
Yeah, it's like sorry, Daryl, you book up there for a second. Go ahead. Repeat what you just said.
Yeah, I was talking about Qatar though.
Yeah, but you look at the corruption has just. We need a cleaning of the house. From the Olympic IOC committee. I mean, Jesus Christ, they've awarded the Olympics to China and Russia. Hello, like really talk about throwing the whole ideals of the Olympics into the toilet when you award the games to those two countries, right? China, with the way they've dealt with their minorities and their human rights abuses and absolute totalitarianism. Yeah, let's give them the Olympic Games. And then, of course, in 2018, FIFA gives Russia the World Cup. Another brilliant idea.
All to get
4 years after.
All to
Sorry,
get
Daryl. 4 years.
Who's that?
Yeah, 4 years after he invaded Ukraine. Right? 4 years after he invades Ukraine, they reward him with the World Cup. That's what they gave Putin.
Well, the award of the World Cup to Russia in 2018 and Qatar 2022 was done in basically one meeting in 2010 when FIFA just auctioned it off to whoever bid the most money to their executives.
Exactly right, Nick. And I'm sorry, I said the invasion of Ukraine, but it had been the invasion of hadn't he invaded Chechnya and Georgia by then?
Well, Georgia was 2008. Chechnya arguably he didn't invade in that it's notionally part of Russia. But yes, I mean, again, these people live in a world of corruption that we can only begin to dream of. Regarding alcohol in Qatar, I'm not sure. I think probably only Westerners can buy alcohol, and then in hotels. But I spent a year in Bahrain, and in Bahrain, anyone can buy alcohol. There are just government-regulated alcohol stores, not that different to what you find in some U.S. states or in the province of Ontario. And the Saudis come over the causeway and fill up the trunks of their cars and drive back. And goodness knows what trouble they get into if anybody opens the trunk of their car. But in Bahrain, it's the only Gulf state. It was. This may have changed since, but at the time, it was the only Gulf state where everybody, expats and locals, could buy alcohol in the government liquor stores, in the international hotels, and it was as these countries go, it was a pretty relaxed place. The Saudis would come over, and you could tell the Saudis because they all would go into the hotel bars and demand Chivas Regal, which is the number one in Saudi Arabia, where there is no alcohol. Chivas is the number one whiskey, and the amusing thing at the time was that it was the latter days of the boycott list that many Arab countries ran to punish products that they considered to be too close to Israel. So Coca-Cola had only just become available again when I got to Bahrain in 1989. Everyone was drinking Pepsi because Coke had been on that list for a long time because they were deemed to be too close to Israel. And the irony was that Chivas Regal was also on that boycott list. And so it was about the one whiskey that you couldn't get in Bahrain, and the Saudis would come over and demand it and then be refused. And then they thought the Bahrainis were picking on them, which they probably were. And it all got pretty. And you would occasionally see Saudis drunk in the gutters of Manama on a Wednesday or Thursday evening. And the Bahrainis would look at them with considerable disdain. So
I do remember that. I do remember that.
What, in Bahrain?
Yeah, in Bahrain. Yeah.
Yeah.
By the time I got there, Nick, it was Johnny Walker.
Bahrain was kind of I think is one of the least. Everything's relative, but one of the least corrupt of the Gulf countries. There are plenty of Bahrainis doing real jobs. If you go to the UAE, there are certainly very few men, very few Emirati men doing real jobs. They get land from the government and don't have to do very much. But I had a couple of Bahrainis working for me who I would have hired to do the same job in Europe. They were very good. And it was an interesting place to be. I only stayed for a year. I was getting ripped off by my company, but everyone we met who had spent time in Qatar and especially Saudi said, they were making half the money in Bahrain that they were in those other places. But they said, just in terms of how oppressive the other places were, they thought Bahrain was a good compromise. Between the Gulf, the Gulf lifestyle and the Gulf income, and not having to be constantly on the lookout for the more extreme aspects of the society.
Spending a lot of time in the souks down there, and Bahrain was much different from being in Dubai, much different. But I met some nice Bahrainis there myself, so. So I understand exactly what you're saying with the Saudis. I remember those nights. All right, enough of going around the world there. Erlen, how are you going to take us back to Ukraine?
Well, still on the alcohol path. So,
It's the Ukrainian alcohol.
Oh no, I believe this whole Putin creating the myth around himself as some semi, keep him away from alcohol. Maybe just drinking. The story he made up was that he's just nipping a little bit if he's on a occasion where it's kind of custom to have a toast or something, but that he barely was drinking. I think that is a construct that he needed to do this because he was trying to perpetrate some certain alcohol policies. He was raising the minimum price of vodka, and that was very unpopular. I think this was at least 15 years ago, and it didn't work though. The vodka is still cheap, and people are still drunk. So That was my comment, and I also second the thing about Saudis and the Qataris drinking whenever they get out of their country. I have a funny story from Mykonos, actually, George. I met some Qatari guys, and they were friendly, but yeah, they were drunk all the time. So yeah, that's my input for that.
George, what you gonna say to him? How many you tripped over?
Oh no, you see, I come from mainland Greece, the southern part. I've been to some of the islands. Some of the most beautiful islands in Greece. But usually when I go back to the mainland, down the southern coast, and the only thing I trip over there is maybe a pebble or a seashell. Public drunkenness isn't looked upon in a positive light. Let's put it this way. Yeah, you will get a how do you call it? You'll get an attitude adjustment. Anyway, really quick, I got a DM from one of the listeners, and I've forgotten. The system's called the kafala system, and it's used through many countries in the Middle East and in Qatar and in Kuwait. It's really abusive, and there's been a lot of people trying to get that system reformed, but of course, when there's big wigs making money, reforms come very, very slow, if at all. But I just wanted to touch on that. And of course, something that's also, there's a couple of oligarchs that, Russian buddies, Putin's buddies that benefit from that system. Two being in Kuwaiti, and at least three in Qatar, but I forget their names now.
And a lot of Russian people from the upper middle classes just went to Dubai to escape from the Russian reality of today. I know that there are several. There are some skilled workers there with IT skills and other skills, and a lot of them emigrated when the war started. And Dubai was one of the countries that just basically openly said that you can come here visa free. So they got a lot of skilled labor that way.
Yes, and yes, and remember, they escaped not because they were against the war, they escaped because they didn't want to get drafted. That's what it was. They're all for the war as long as they don't have any skin in the game. And that's why you don't see any demonstrations with any Russians in it that are against the war in Ukraine. Just think about that. That'll be a first when you actually see, and I'm not talking about 15 people, when you actually see, a couple of thousand, because there's countries with thousands of Russians in them. When you start seeing thousands of them demonstrating against the war in Ukraine, then we can talk about, how the Russians and humanity and all that stuff. Until then, let's keep talking about what we need to make sure that Russia never does this again, and that the Ukrainians free their land and free their people. Let's hope that they get, most of the people that have been forcibly removed from Ukraine back when this war ends. And we have to make sure we push for that.
Amen to that, George. Yeah, I was perusing a story earlier about this woman was talking about how the story was about how the recruits, the Mobics, they've been training in Siberia and they're living in tents in Siberia. It's minus 22 Fahrenheit. outside, and they are all coming down with pneumonia and various other, flu, influenza symptoms, etc. And the one woman was talking about how they don't have medicine. They have to go and purchase medicine at the pharmacy because the army isn't providing it. And then rather than her talk about, being against the war and what it's doing to her husband, she just wanted them to make sure they took care of him. She wasn't even worried about what was going on in the war itself. She just wanted to make sure her husband was okay. It was okay for him to go fight and do what they do. And so that's, with the whole, he said, and the way the story read is that tent after tent are coming down with these major influenza symptoms, whether it be pneumonia or bronchitis, whatever. It goes in a tent and the whole tent is infected. So some of these cats may not even make it to the front without debilitating breathing injuries due to the conditions that they're in their training mode. So, but I want to talk about yeah, George, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, Daryl, what's surprising is we haven't seen outbreaks of disease from even like the Russians in Ukraine. Remember, like the trenches. I mean, they were using their own trenches as latrines. What in the bloody hell was wrong with them? In other words, you got a communication trench, and they're standing on the top of the communication trench and using it as latrine. And then when there's a firefight, they've got to walk through this. Just imagine that, Darryl. What in the hell?
Good grief. Well, you got to be used to filth in order to just not think twice about it. You got to be used to that kind of filth.
But do you remember when the liberation of Kharkiv happened and we saw the images of the Russian encampments? I mean, there was no dirty zone and clean zone there.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm surprised they haven't, like, cholera and all that shit hasn't broken out with the way these guys live.
I believe it has in some occasions.
It might have.
Some
It might have. You're right.
Well, that's one of the things that they have not really spoken very vividly about the Ukraine. When they talk about, the captured Russians, they said they have other issues, is what they say. They don't. They kind of leave it vague in some of the bigger stories. I guess if somebody was doing the specific story, they would go into all of the different things that they're finding with these folks. But yeah, that's nasty.
I believe cholera has been reported, by the way. And if you look at the videos of some of the captured Russians, you see that these are often not well people, skinny, pale, dirty teeth. I mean, the looks of them, they don't look healthy for sure.
Yeah, but
they
you
look
can't really
homeless.
tell the difference that between their normal because they're not being fed or if they're sick. You really can't tell the difference in this case.
Yeah, George, they do look like homeless people, and I don't want to. I'm sorry to mention that because it shouldn't we shouldn't compare poor homeless people to these orcs, but
No,
yeah.
But Erlen, let's face it. I work in a hospital. Look, we get them all the time in the hospital, and this is. And I'm not trying to disparage anybody. I'm just making a point that that's what they look malnourished. They look like they haven't cleaned because the homeless people, unfortunately, they don't have access to those facilities. Some of them do, but here in Philadelphia, we also have a lot of people that are homeless that have psychiatric issues. So it's hard to get them into shelters and things like that. And that's what these Russian guys look like to me. I work in a hospital in inner city here in Philadelphia, and that's what we see. And that's what these guys remind me of.
Yeah, I agree. They do look. Oh, they look terrible, and I do also believe that some of the hospitals in the Russian occupied areas and cities like Rostov have a lot of sick Russians, and some of them with illnesses connected to cold. So yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm sure frostbite right now is just wreaking havoc. Frostbite and trench foot is probably wreaking havoc, because remember, we're still at the phase in certain parts of Ukraine, right? It snows, all right, and then it gets warm enough where things get slushy. And Daryl, I'm sure you remember this. And you're walking around that slushy, and then your feet get wet. Not a happy camper. You
Not
are
a
not happy.
not a happy camper, and that's
And
being able to change out your socks and your shoes and whatnot. That's being able to. It's nasty. It's unbearable, to say the least.
exactly. Yeah,
And
because we
if
remember we'd
you're
go back.
yeah,
Sorry, real quick, Erlen. We'd go back in a tent, right? The tent that had some kind of space heater, whatever, right? The potbelly stove, whatever, and we'd switch stuff out, or we get in our vehicles, whatever, and we'd switch our stuff out, and the temperature fell that night, and we're like, okay, at least we're in our tent, blah blah blah. These guys, it falls now, and they have nowhere to go. They're stuck in those wet boots and wet feet and everything.
and if your body hygiene is already bad, your uniform, your socks are already dirty, and you're in those conditions, that's when you get the trench foot and all other infections. So I don't think that the Russians even have a scheme for a system for laundry, field laundry. I mean, we had when we had
You
major
remember?
exercises,
You
we
remember
had big
remember
trucks
that video?
for that.
Yeah, you remember that video that they had where they had the two washers out in the woods, saying how they're providing new facilities for their troops. Uh, there was I mean, I'm like, where are they hooking up these washers to out in the woods? You know, it was just crazy to think that they could even post that and people take them seriously. I don't know what they do in Russia. Maybe they got their washing machines outside. I don't know, but it just looked. I'm like, you really? You upgrading the system with white washer and dryer washers in the field where you're supposed to be camouflage, but you got bright white, appliances out there. Anyway, folks, I want to go through a couple of things here, but first, I want everybody to know, please retweet the space. Let everybody know we're here talking about Ukraine. Of course, yeah, we veered all over the place tonight, right now, but we are going to go back and speak about Ukraine specifically. I got a couple of things I want to go through, but it is now. I'm going to do a timestamp here. It is now. It is 2:38 in Kiev. It's 2:38 in Alexandria. It's 0:38 in UTC. 38 in London, and 19:38 in New York, and 16:38 in Los Angeles. And with that, please, we all here as volunteers. Most of the guys here up on the panel with me, they volunteer as well. And we're here because we know that Ukraine can't do it alone. Um, we know that nobody can do it alone. And if you got people out there helping you, speaking in your behalf, helping you get aid, it makes the world a little bit closer for all of us. And one of the ways we do that is through MriyaReport. And it is our, it is the place where we like to donate because we know that one, everybody there, like here, are volunteers. They have been doing that since the early part of this war, where we started here on MriyaReport February 24th, a little before. They have been going a little bit after that, after the organization was founded by former soldiers who had worked with Ukrainians. And they decided that one of the things that they could do is send aid. And they had very close contacts with Ukrainian soldiers and units, and they began. And one of the things, and it got larger. There's specific requests and some general requests that came in and began to help. And through volunteers and donations by you, the listeners here, and if you looked at on the Mirror Aid website, they have the audit where they went through and they showed where the money has been spent. And 100% has gone through purchases of aid going to Ukraine. How many other organizations can say that? So please, donate to MriyaAid. They provide non-lethal aid to Ukrainians. It's specific because it is what they request from MriyaAid. It is not something that they just buy off the shelf and give. It is stuff that is asked for and delivered. It's all verifiable. The pictures there where the gear was purchased and being packed and shipped, and on the other end being delivered to the troops. So you can't ask to be a part of a better organization than that. So with that, want to go through a couple of things that happened during the day here. There was an interview with Alexander Sherba. He's the ambassador of Ukraine. They talked about the arms talks, dealing with border issues, with aid, and many other things. And it will be on the Spotify account later on. So please check that out. President Zelensky invited the Russians to take their troops home for Christmas. Thought that was a bit of a lighter note. MriyaReport, the bridge was hit earlier today. Although the bridge isn't down completely, you can't drive a truck over it because it looks like a broken back right now via the pictures. And also, it was reported in the battles in the last couple of days that there were 24 tanks taken out and about 680 personnel. Hey, George, what does the tanks? How many tanks is it? That 24. What does it make up?
That's a couple of companies, right? Because you got so a squad is 4. Something. It's about a company and a half. From what, well, I don't know what they do now because they've changed a lot of the stuff, but it's about a company and a half. So, it's an ass whooping.
Did you go silent there, Daryl?
Oh, I went silent. So, did everybody hear me start talking about Wagner? Yeah.
Oh, we lost you, Daryl. We lost you because you asked me like how many companies is that, and I said it'll be about a company and a half. But I know that we've changed the way they have the armored units now. So I wouldn't know if modern, but 24 is like a big hit, right? That's 2.5 BTGs of tanks that the Russians lost. And then I don't know what you said after that.
Yeah,
So
680 personnel. And then of course they hit the two Wagner barracks. I think that was like early morning our time, but very early about mid-morning, at least that's when it was coming out, about mid-morning in Europe. Iran wants to limit the distance to the missiles being sent to Russia because they fear, the sanctions. So that's something else that was said earlier today. And then the Ukrainian drones, the D-80 and the E-300, they gain their military operational use. The names of them, Discovery and then Enterprise as the latter on those. And then the United Kingdom is opening to send in Ukraine long-range weapons. So they have not said what those were, but there's speculation. There's speculation out there, but I'm sure that there'll be more info coming out about those later on. And then the International Finance Corporation will support Ukraine in restoration and raising investments in the infrastructure. This is a prelude to the Marshall Plan, somewhat. And the relevant memorandum of understanding between the government of Ukraine and the IFC on the creation and implementation of mechanisms to attract private investors to the restoration of Ukraine's infrastructure was signed in Paris on December today. And then the Prime Minister of Ukraine, Denis Shumil, and the IFC Vice President for Europe, Latin America, and the Caribbean, Alfonso Garcia Mora. So, and then that's a little bit of an update. It's a flash update, but those are the things that happened today. So, anybody got any questions, comments on any of that? What? I guess I need to sing for my dinner here.
No, I got a question for you, Dal. we're gonna avoid that. Yeah. The drones that the picture that was posted, it looked like a souped up Bayraktar type deal there. It was
no, that was another one. That was another drone. That wasn't the Discovery and the Enterprise. That was another drone.
Yeah, because that looked like it was a collaboration between the Turkish company and the Ukrainians because they're so similar that they looked. Daryl, if you're speaking, I'm not hearing you.
Sorry about that. Yeah, the one that was in that picture was a totally different one. But yeah, the story with the D-80 and the 300, they didn't have a picture on those. And I'm wondering if it was the two drones that someone sent me a picture of a couple of weeks ago. One was an octocopter with it had a munitions load on it, and the other one I can't remember what it was a little bit different. And so I'm not sure which one of those, if it was either one of those two, because we couldn't find out what it was at the time when we saw the pictures.
I'm interested in how many they can start producing.
Well, I hope they are producing them in-house, but it may be something where they're doing a collaboration outside the country for security reasons, and they're using, plans that were made up by the Ukrainians themselves. So we don't know much about the story, just know that they had 2 more drones that came online for them. Now I guess it's a matter of production.
Daryl, did you hear? I don't know if you mentioned it because you were you cut in and out a little bit on me. Did you mention the new repair facility that's just across the border in Slovakia that went completely functional today?
No, I did not know about that one.
Yes. So I saw a report that they now have a fully functional repair facility. Remember, that was supposed to be the deal between the Czech Republic and the Slovak Republic and Poland, but they have a joint collaboration now. There's Ukrainians there working on their own stuff with the help of the Slovaks and I think Czechs, and it's supposedly a facility that can really turn things around.
I mean, well, that's
repair.
what they need. They need to be able to take them and get them worked on, especially if it's major items. You can take a power pack and change it out in the field, yeah, but to take the engine and transmission apart and work on them individually, you really want that like a level 3 and 4 shop that can do that without being stressed out of, being under fire. That's the way we do it. We typically send those items back to a rear setup, and they'll do it somewhere where you ain't got to worry about, the muck of the front. But yeah, we'll change our engine and power pack in the field quick. It comes crated up. All you got to do is oil it up, stick it in.
I think. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was saying that's good to hear, though.
Yeah, because I know the Ukrainians, like a sprocket or something like that, they got to change out or something like that, or like one of the road wheels on a tank or something like that. They could do it in Ukraine. But then you're talking.
The crew actually can do those.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the crews do those. If it's something bigger than that, then yeah, they'll call the maintenance guys. Go ahead, George. George?
Yes. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah. You were saying something.
Button issues. Anyway, so yeah, so that was really, really good news, because that means it said it's going to cut down the turnaround time. And then I did something that maybe the Czech Republic is now maybe going to send what T-72s they had left. I'm not 100% on that story. I haven't verified that one yet.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. If they're going back that far to do that, if they have the kits to upgrade, because for some of those countries that actually have upgraded the tanks, if they produce kits to do it, then they have the ability to upgrade them while they're there. If it doesn't take that much, especially if it's modular, like putting it, like if the sights fit right back into the same holes, is pretty easy. That's good to hear, because I mean that's a good way to get upgrades done. Go ahead, Earl.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that I put the drone that you were talking about in the nest, and it is, I believe, the one George was talking about, and it comes in 2 different versions. And it's made, I believe, first most as a maritime drone, but I'm sure that was the intent, because this has been in development long before the outbreak of the full-scale invasion, and it's a good addition to the Ukrainian arsenal.
Absolutely. You say you put it up in the nest already?
Yeah, I can see it. I'm not sure.
That's the Falcon. The ones I was talking about was the Enterprise and what was the other name I gave? And the Discovery.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the George was talking about.
So they launched 4
They approved,
platforms basically
yes,
today.
they approved 2 more platforms.
Oh, that's amazing. But that thing there, that looks pretty advanced. I'm sure that's the thing George was talking about, because it resembles a little bit the Bayraktar.
Yeah, kind of sweet. It looks a lot like ours on the tail end with the V-shaped tail fins, but yeah, the front is totally different from the one that we have here in the States. Ours has more of a rounded nose. Wonder what the payload's going to be. Well, they're showing the payload there.
It looks like there are missile tubes for the laser guided missiles there.
It said,
interesting.
Daryl, it said that the armaments for this drone, this particular combat Falcon 300, is the missiles have a range of between 7 and 9 kilometers. So it can hit something 7 to 9 kilometers from the distance where the drone actually is. Not bad.
No, not bad at all. I mean, on the battlefront, you're not going to be much more than that anyway.
Yeah, that looks very promising. I wonder how the other 2 drones are and what capabilities they have. Because I have to bunk now, so I'm gonna say good night.
All right. Good night, sir. Let's see. I'm just looking to see if there's anything that popped up while we were talking here. Uh-oh. Erdogan warns Greece that Turkish missiles can reach Athens.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. And what does he think that's going to do?
Yeah, that's
like I said,
that's a very old fight.
Yeah, and look, guys, and you have to understand, he's in an election year. He's got to play to the hardliners. Look, after his crackdown, a lot of Turkish people did leave. The ones that were a little bit more moderate, unfortunately. So he's playing to the hardliners, and every totalitarian type government needs to have a boogeyman. Ooh. So for Erdogan, it's the Greeks. For Putin, it's NATO and the Ukrainians, and so on and so forth. So, and for Iran, it's the evil empire, right? The United States and Israel. So, just another page out of that playbook.
You're well off. All right. Well, people, am I not interesting to you? Is Ukraine not interesting to you? People, I have no hands. We can go where you want to go. But anyway, I'm waiting to see more pictures out of Gdansk and Komovo to see exactly what happened and what is the damage, etc., coming out of there. So that's the latest happening. I am bringing you up August as soon as you finish connecting.
Hey, Daryl, how are you?
I'm good.
I have a question for you. When the equipment, when I'm thinking of trucks mainly, when they break down in the field, say they're still usable, but their engine goes bad or the carburetor goes bad, what happens then? Does it get towed to the closest car repair shop? Is there, I assume there's like a shortage of certain parts. Are there some parts that there's a high need for? Does it make sense to take a truck and ship it to Poland to get a new engine and then back into the field? Can you walk me through sort of that supply chain a little bit and how that works?
Okay. I can tell you how it works with us in Ukraine. I'm sure they have modified it because they have a lot of trained people out there. They may, in fact, use a local mechanic for some things. They're using a lot of older. They have a lot of older Russian style trucks, so that's one thing. But they are getting a lot of the new Western equipment, the Hemmets and other variants, the Mercedes trucks, and I can't remember the other ones that I've seen. But what will happen with most of those, if they're combat losses, then they're really not going to be nothing they can do with them. They'll probably just get them out of the way if they're in the way, and have somebody come and pull them out later on. If it is a tire, they'll fix it. They'll get one and fix it. If it's an engine, more than likely they'll probably get that towed local and just have somebody repair it local if it's something that they can do. That's the easiest thing to do. On our side, that truck would be towed back to a maintenance facility. That's the closest one, because with us, we take our maintenance outfits and move them as they need to be, closer to as close as they want them to the front, wherever the division headquarters is going to, headquarters is going to be, or something like that, or fire base, something like that. They'll take them there, and they can repair them at the fire bases or the division base, because what they'll need maintenance tents set up so that they're not in the elements while they're working on a lot of that kind of stuff. And if they can get to somewhere that's got a concrete pad, it works out better. But for the most part, they'll just set up tents and work on them inside tents best they can. They got these things that they set up almost like a clamshell that they'll pull in, and they'll be able to work on them.
Yeah, well, thank you. Is there any particular parts that they need more than any other? I mean, is every part in short supply, or is there some that they need more than others?
I can't tell you about what they're short of or what they are, how their supply chain is. But I will say, based on everything else, tires are going to be the thing that are probably the most in need. When you have a lot of fragment metal out there, when you have bad roads, tires is going to be your linchpin. It's going to be the thing that you are going to need and want to have somewhere close and or somewhere nearby where they can come in, take your tire off, put another tire on, and you keep rolling. Because that's the weather and the tires. They are not going to mix very well. And like I said, with all of the metal and whatnot that's out there, they're probably going through tires like crazy.
And when we ship equipment over to them, does it typically go directly to Ukraine, or does it stop in Poland and then get on a truck and then locally head over to Ukraine?
Well, you got to think about this. There's no port in Ukraine that we can use at this point, because if it was in normal situations, they'd take a ship and dock it right there in Odessa and offload, put it on a train to the nearest distribution node, and they would go from there. But they don't have that, so everything has to come through Poland and Romania at this point.
Or Slovakia.
Or Slovakia.
And August, we discussed this before. Nothing has changed. There is no air delivery, no air transport going into Ukraine.
Although we wish it was.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for the info.
No worries. Axel, you woke back up.
I had to walk the dogs.
Wait a minute. Do you have giant poodles or you have toys?
Mid-size.
Oh, the miniatures. Okay.
No, mid-size. There's 4 of them. This is
Oh, there's
mid-size.
4.
So yeah, it's very strange, but this is the second, so to say, second height size.
Okay. All right. The standards.
Yeah, and they're really, very keen on waking me up if I haven't done what I should have been doing.
And they have do they do that little thing where they pick their feet up real high when they're going in the snow because they don't like the snow?
I can't say this really. I can send you a video.
No, yours
where
like,
they are absolutely happy.
okay, yours
Sorry?
is used to it.
Yeah, they're completely in it. They love it. They jump into the snow and they plow through the snow, and then they jump up and then they chase each other. It's really quite funny.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have a
Like good
Limburger.
snow leopards.
I have a Limburger. She anytime it gets cold, she loves it outside because she's miserable when it's hot. She's got a double coat of fur, and if she, when it's hot, she goes into the house and she lays on the tile floor just to keep cool because because she wasn't built for that type of weather down there.
Absolutely. No, I get it. Our boys do this abroad. I mean, in the climate we're in, probably about 1.5 months a year. It's too hot for them, and that's that. But the rest of the time, they love it. They absolutely love it. And today was a snowstorm. Many people have seen already the images. Some of these were posted by Tim and others. And Estonia had a massive snowstorm in the last 28 hours, and dogs, our neighbors' dogs, everybody loved it. So.
Mine would be out there rolling in it. She couldn't get cold enough. It couldn't get cold enough for her. But she loves the water, so that's the only solace she gets. We take her to the lake, and she jumps in and she goes and chases ducks. So, but
all right, I gotta leave you in a few minutes, mate.
No worries.
It's getting
late.
late.
It is very late for you. The sun will be coming up here in a few hours.
Well, we are the sun. In a few days, in 8 days from now, we have literally the shortest day. This sun here doesn't come up at all.
That's right. I forget where you guys are. Oh, Lord. But anyway, folks, we're making a little levity here. Just to let you guys know, is it the 22nd or the 23rd, Axel? It's the 23rd. We're going to have Gunny come in with Axel. They're going to speak about whiskey.
Yeah, Gunny is the expert for describing whiskey and tasting whiskey, noting down his thoughts on whiskey. And I can tell you how you make it, and I can tell you how I drink it.
And so that being that it's going to be the holidays, folks, it's going to be one of those things where we are just we want to keep everybody interested. So we're going to do a little bit of entertainment there, and try to raise some funds at the same time while we're doing it. And so Gunny has agreed to do it, and we just hope you guys join us for it. Have a little levity. It's for a good cause. So we'll put up a card. We'll let everybody know, and it will be very interesting. He follows me on Facebook, and I see his post on his liquor and his tastings. So it's very enjoyable to read. So hopefully the live version is even more lively because he has a very flowery language, as we know, and it will be I think it will be quite enjoyable. And let me see, we're gonna have some folks coming up. Let's see. Let me see if let me go to my little list here and see who we have coming. And George, if you want to sing for my dinner, go for it. George left me. Okay, then I guess I'm up here by myself. I'll be all right though. So nobody wants to talk to me. I got a full panel here that is wide open. This is your time.
Did you just tell me that the army just left the Marines yet again?
Yeah, just left me. Just left me hanging. Ukraine
has somewhat the sound of corregidor.
Oh Lord.
Mic check. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Ukraine.
Had a little comms issues, but I think it fixed it. Hey, Daryl, didn't want to leave. Didn't want you to feel like you don't have anybody to talk to. I think you have a few minutes that I can chat. Really looking forward to the whiskey tasting thing. I'm gonna get my whiskey ready, bourbon. I'm probably gonna try to get old fashioned going or something like that.
They're gonna go. He does a thing where he goes very obscure. There is a few, and he will tell you how to get them because some of them you can order online and be able to get them, or if you're in the aisles, I think you'll be able to just go and pick them up. But for some of them, I have never seen them here in the States.
No.
So it'll be an experience for me.
All right. Well, I'm gonna be sitting there probably with a pen and paper trying to write down some of those names. So hopefully I'll be able to get my hands on some of them.
Hey, please do, and remember that it is going to be for a good cause. So please, everybody. I don't know how he's going to do all of that, but some kind of way there's going to be something involved with it.
Absolutely. Yeah, looking forward to it. And I heard you guys talking about puppies and stuff too. Kind of always wanted to get one, but don't really have time to commit to it. But one of the things that I was hoping to maybe get eventually at some point when I get a little bit more free time is Belgian Malinois. It's not much of a dog as much of a machine, I think. So people say. I don't know.
No, it looks like a German Shepherd. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. They use them for military police dogs.
It's a working dog. So it's probably. I mean, so I did grow up in Ukraine, and I remember I did have German Shepherd that was mixed with wolf. That was a whole story behind that too, but that was a really interesting experience. But that's kind of stays in my memory, probably going to stay forever. So definitely miss to have like a nice, medium-sized dog as to keep company. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of those are limited here in the States and where you can have them because when they don't know the mix of the breed, it can have disastrous results. But for the most part, if they get it right, they'll have the wolf's size, but they will have the canines. His familiarity with humans and his ability to assimilate to, within society. So,
yeah, I don't think I would wolf again.
Huh?
I don't think I would want to risk with getting something like a wolf breed or something like that in the United States. Yeah,
I mean, they have breeders here that do it. It's just that it's very regulated on where and where you can have them, because some states I don't think you're allowed to have them in certain states.
Well, that and different communities might have their own guidance, right? Like little localities or whatever. I've seen some places that would not, basically have like local rules that you're not allowed to have what they call "quote unquote" aggressive breeds, like pit bulls and things like that.
Yeah, pit bulls, Rottweilers, and stuff like that.
Yeah. Unfortunate. Too bad. But I think if there's any problems with dogs, that's probably because of the owner. Honestly, not the animal.
Correct. I've been around a lot of pit bulls, and they have not had not one issue. They are very, very gentle dogs. It's just that a lot of people mistreat them. They breed them for certain things. They want them extra aggressive because they are known for that that ability to clamp down and not let go and stuff like that. So a lot of people want that aggressiveness, but then they don't realize that if it's not them, that dog will not really want to be with anyone else, and it creates a problem. But and when they're aggressive and don't assimilate well, if they've never been around other dogs, then it's really, really a problem. So, but they're very, very gentle dogs. Very.
100% agree.
All right, Lena. Good evening.
Hi, Daryl. How are you?
Good. How are you this evening?
I'm good, thank you. And thank you for saying that about the pit bulls, because they are truly gentle dogs and the issue usually is an owner. I fully agree. The question I wanted to ask is, I haven't been on the space for a while. Do you guys have military updates still daily, or it's a couple of times a week?
We have had, it's been kind of sporadic. When we can get a lot of information, we get them. We try to get one every night. Language will come on, but it's been like every other night or so with him right now. And then
Yehuda has been doing
Yehuda, right? And then Yehuda is trying to get
and
one
we
out.
also have Daryl. We should mention twice a week we have Chuck for a number of hours, and he's going to go through it in quite some detail and wrap it up. We also tie in a number of our military guests in order to do so in a slightly more, shall we say, elaborate fashion. It's nice to have language learner updates for a few minutes and say recant the maps and the likes, but it's also absolutely important and key to have a proper assessment as to what it means, what the data really means. And that's where Yehuda and Chuck and others come in.
Understood. Would you guys have a recent scoop on the situation in Bakhmut and in the Kherson area by any chance?
All right. Kherson, yes, they have been trying to push back Russian artillery by means of actually doing better counter-battery fire, having moved a number of assets. There's no significant movement other than the shaping. Sorry, in this case, it is actually preparation and shaping operations, but there's no movement crossing over. That's, I think, the key aspect. The defense of Kherson is hard. It requires significantly better assets, and it requires a lot more assets against that, say, artillery and rocket artillery threat. And Bakhmut, as I think Daryl and others will be able to tell you as well, whilst the Russians have seized one street on the outskirts of Bakhmut, they are continuing their own self-selected attrition. They know that they can't, because they have lost Izium, they have lost the access to Crimea, they have lost the northern route. They know they have to go through there from their perspective in order to reach their own specific strategic aim or goal, objective, however you want to call it, to take Donetsk Oblast. It's highly unlikely that they will have a chance to do so, but they would have to break through to Kramatorsk and Sloviansk. The area outside of Bakhmut, to the west, northwest, and southwest is obviously lower ground. If they were to take Bakhmut, they could technically burst through it more easily because it's much more difficult to defend. Bakhmut, however, can be easily supplied by the Ukrainian armed forces, even if it were to be further encircled. What is happening, and this is what our boys, and that includes pretty much everyone, including Yehuda and Chuck, have highlighted, is that the Ukrainians, for better or worse, are using Bakhmut in terms of attrition of the other party, just like they did, if you remember, Severodonetsk, where the Russians sacrificed anywhere between 5,000 and 6,500 men, or Lysychansk, where they then, as a follow-up, lost another 2. And that's a concept which the Ukrainians have employed properly in Bakhmut with tunnels and access routes, support corridors. It is working better even than at Severodonetsk. There is a possibility that at Bakhmut, given the fact that the southeastern part of the corridor they left open for the Russians to bleed them through, that they can counterattack. We understand that the Ukrainian armed forces have moved rocket artillery further into the region, GLRMS system, as well as HIMARS. And they have started, as of yesterday and confirmed today by the Ukrainian armed forces as well as the defense ministry, they have started with airborne counterattacks, meaning that essentially they've used the Ukrainian Air Force to take hits on positions of the Russian forces. And one of the things which have been highlighted evidently in Russian narratives, very much elevated, is that as you would call it, sanatorium, and Lena, you know exactly what I mean, what that is, meaning essentially a hotel, hostel, whatever kind of environment next to a spa, has been hit where forces of Wagner, PMG have been taken down. And it seems that the Ukrainians know what they're doing. The advancing, the advance of the Russian forces will be shortcut by temperature falling and temperature dropping. It's highly likely that in the next 3 to 5 days, the temperatures will drop to a point that their winter garments, non-existent to an extent, their preparation for winter warfare, ludicrous, and their training for winter warfare, lackluster, will lead to significantly more than what has been reported in the last 72 hours, meaning hundreds of Russian soldiers falling prey to trench foot and to hypothermia and frostbite. If the temperatures drop by another 3 to 5 degrees, which is likely to be the case towards the end of the week, we may see thousands of Russian soldiers falling prey to that. And that's excellent. That's exactly what should happen.
Wow, thank you. I really appreciate that. And was there any developments on the border with Belarus? That they seem to be still doing their dance back and forth, but nothing really of significance, right?
You just said it.
Okay.
Zip zilch.
That's good news. Thank you.
Yeah, you did hear that was hit around the city of Komovo, right? That was something that came in earlier this evening. It's another barracks.
That is great news. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Katie,
Mic check.
I can hear you good. Lima Charlie.
Good. Okay. The first, I just want to, Daryl. I hope you know that you are loved by everyone here, and don't think that people don't want to talk to you. Like for me, for example, I usually just listen during this time of day because it's in the middle of the night, and I sometimes fall asleep. So that's not always why I'm available. And I think it's like that for a lot of people in the European sphere. So just so you know, but I do have 2 questions, actually 3, but one of them is a stupid question for Axel, if he's still there.
Axel is going to sleep now, Katik.
Okay. It was a short one.
Shoot.
Okay. it's stupid, but does Scholz like football? Do you know?
Well, he was born in Osnabrück and raised there, so he should be a friend of the Bremer Brücke, which is the situation and the name of the stadium, and he should be a friend of the game as such. But I don't think that he really is. Whether he and his ilk have supported football, it doesn't really matter. I'm not quite sure what kind of sport he's a friend of.
Okay, because I was thinking about maybe to convince him or to make him see. It's a stupid thought, but I was thinking about it. That if he's a football fan, he might understand the reference, so that he understands how people see it. Because in the Ghanaian parliament, there was a politician who compared their economic minister with Maguire. So he called him an economic Maguire, and I thought that Scholz was an security Maguire. And if he likes football, he would understand that reference and maybe.
Yeah, no, that's okay. The problem with I get it, Gatic. The problem with Maguire is he's too tall, and Scholz is a dwarf, and that's the whole point. You would have to select a height impaired football player who doesn't really do well. That's rare.
True. But okay, so the military questions. So I've been thinking about it. One of the questions are, and I don't know who of you, Daryl or Axel. Oh, wait, Axel, you're going to sleep. So Daryl, you can answer this probably. So I good night. So I was thinking about. I was talking about it with a domain like I think a couple of times, because I was worried about it. So I'm from Sweden and it's really cold here, so we're used to icy roads, and I was worried about like the soldiers slipping if they don't see the ice, because on asphalt, if it's ice, you don't always see it. So I was thinking about like if we could send dobs or like things for the shoes, but then he said something about that they have special military shoes. So I was wondering, do these winter shoes have like built-in dobs on them, or do you have special military dobs that you have in your pocket for those kind of occasions? And also the other question, when you have during like a battle, when you're shooting, okay, so when like during this war in Ukraine, I know that a lot of the pilots have to fly really low, and I was wondering how the normal artillery affected, because they were discussing a couple of days ago like how HIMARS affect like the flight space, but I'm thinking about like the normal like Caesars and all those artillery, if there's like a big artillery gunfight, and how that affects like how the planes operate in that area. Sorry if it's a stupid question.
No, it's just not stupid. Because if you got close air support and you have artillery, you don't want your plane to be mistakenly hit by a round. I mean, it's not more likely, but you don't want to endanger the plane, the aircraft, and the pilot. Okay, so typically what will happen is if you are going to have artillery coming in, you're going to delay that close air support. You're going to make sure that they're not in the area at the time. But they can time it. That's the thing. Your aircraft can stand off. They'll have a staging area, which means that they'll fly basically in circles in an area until the artillery is done, and then they will enter the battle space. That's typically how it's done. That way, you can coordinate your fires and your close air support.
Okay, thank you. That's
Yeah, and then about the tires and you're talking about studs on the shoes
Yes.
for ice. Well, you got to think about this. They're in the fields. They are in trenches. They are on. There's not really the asphalt where it will build up that ice like you would on hard surfaces like that. They are in trenches and in bivouacs where it's more natural ground, and natural ground, unless you have a river or stream, you won't build up that kind of ice. It may be a little surface ice, on top of the snow where it's melted in the daytime with the sunlight. But then as it gets back to night and it freezes, you'll have like surface ice which just cracks underfoot.
Okay, because I was thinking like, what if they have to run over a road and between like two forests or something, and they're in a gunfight or something, and they might slip. But yeah, but I don't understand how the Russians do it with their planes, because they are flying low as well, and they are shooting artillery all the time.
Yeah, well, the Russians haven't been able to fly very many close air support flights. They have been limited because of the man pads. Every time they come in, they get shot down. They have not been using theirs. What they've been doing is using standoff munitions, rockets, and things that are like, so that they don't have to actually enter the airspace.
Okay, thank you so much. I was wondering about these questions, but I didn't find the time to come up, and so now is a good time. But thank you so much.
No worries. You agree?
Oh, hey, thanks. No, I just wanted to add, and if you did, Daryl, I apologize about the air deconfliction with other indirect support fires, right? Usually at some headquarters element, they will consider many different aspects. Weather consideration, types of ammunition, types of enemy that could present itself in a particular area of operations, and they would create certain corridors, right? They could create even like vertical ceilings, for example, because let's say they know HIMARS or indirect fires like artillery, certain calibers they fly at certain altitude, so maybe they could elevate if they do have some kind of air, right? They could bring it up even at the higher level, which is unlikely because of the air defense systems. But those are different considerations that are happening. Even small things like mortar units on the field, right? When they lob those mortar rounds, it is considered to be an indirect fire, and they do reach a certain height. So I assume professional militaries, the way Ukrainians are, because they've been trained by NATO standards for a long time, consider those things as well, right? A lot of times those low-flying fixed-wing airframes, they do have to do exactly that, fly very low to the ground. Not only helicopters, but also airplanes, in order to do some kind of damage to the enemy, and at the same time stay kind of low to the ground to avoid air defense systems or radars. And they do have to consider, if there's mortar positions in the area that are active, they probably not going to be able to support them, right? Or as Daryl pointed out, they could switch them off and on based on what priorities and what resources they have. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Ukraine. So we know that the battlefronts, it seems like, a lot of folks, we talk about how the war is still advancing, although on the battle maps, we see little movement. And it's, believe it, it's on purpose for some of it. A lot of it's on purpose. It's a hard fight. There are injuries on both sides, and we need to, just, even though the Russians are losing, and we report a lot of the Russian casualties, um, the Ukrainians are taking hits as well, and we don't report it here. the government of Ukraine doesn't report it for reasons of to not give the Russians the talking points that they would like. Okay, um, and they'll fight. Those boys are fighting hard. Um, they lose equipment and they have to get new equipment. So that's why we constantly see more calls for equipment because tanks can go down. If it goes down in the field, there's no way to repair it if it's right in the middle of an area that is hostile still. So they have to get them pulled out. If they can push the line forward, they can get their equipment out and then pull back. So it's there's many things. Lines can be fluid, back and forth, back and forth. Somebody gains today, but they lose tomorrow, and we just cannot. Nobody said this war was going to be over tomorrow, and the main thing is we have to stay engaged. We stay engaged not for the news, but we stay engaged for them, for the support, so that excuse me, so that when this war is finished, we can all celebrate together. But we want to not leave them hanging in the thick of it. So don't get turned off by the space here when we don't have the booms and the pops. That's a lot of the reason why we bring in a lot of other facets of information that deal with Ukraine. When we have guests here to speak about trade, when we have guests here to speak about railroads, when we have guests here speaking about logistics and things that are like, we want people to come away with a lot of information and to come away a little bit more educated to the goings on of war and the effects of war. We also do a lot of the human side, where we talk to the former Avastal defender. Um, we bring in people like that so that they can tell the stories, um, so that people understand what Russia is and what they do. We can talk about it through pictures, but the spoken word is how much more influencing and much more informative because we ask questions. Um, we allow you to ask the questions as well, and we want people to engage our panels when we have them for that very reason. Lena, you had your hand up.
Oh yeah, sorry, I cut it by finger but accidentally, but actually I did mean to say something. First of all, thank you for saying that, and I think it's just my response to Katic is that there is no really stupid questions because the whole purpose of this space is for people who are not active military or have background in military to understand what is going on and what certain events mean. So that's why I would like to thank you for asking questions that you did ask. And Daryl, what you just mentioned is a key because oftentimes just sufficient effort is not enough. The effort is enough only when there is a result, and the result would be only when Russia is back to its borders and out of Ukraine, and Ukraine's territory, including Crimea, is liberated. And until then, you're absolutely right. We have to stay engaged. And the answer that I did donate once I'm done is not good enough. Just have to keep engaged and keep on it until it's really done. Thank you.
Lena, you don't mind me asking, where are you at?
Sorry, what's that?
I said, where are you at right now?
I'm in North Carolina.
Oh, you're in North Carolina, but you're from Ukraine.
Yeah, yes, I am.
Oh, okay. That's what I thought you were there, but you're in North Carolina. Okay.
No, I will be probably in January, most likely, but not yet.
You're not training with the airborne, are you?
No.
Hey, I know you. There's a lot of women in the Ukrainian army, so I wasn't sure.
Yes, 31,000, I think, or 34,000. Actually, we're just looking at the numbers, and yeah, that was very heartwarming to see. And there is actually a speaker whom I'm trying to get on the space, but they're being very like focused on the task at hand. So they're called Veteranka, which is Association of Women Veterans of the female troops, to get them to speak about their experiences and their needs and like everything that concerns women in the Ukrainian army. So hopefully soon.
Well, let's hope for the best.
Absolutely.
Let's hope for the best. Ukraine?
And then that would be really cool if you could get the guest speaker like that to participate. I think it would be a lot of interest. So yeah, cool. But the other thing I wanted to say is that, you know, especially here in the United States, I'm actually just north of you in Virginia. You know, besides supporting, I mean, obviously, if anybody can do donations, that's we 100% have to do it. But there's so many other ways that we can help. You know, to kind of to do other things, to put pressure on political leaders, to put pressure on some of the, you know, businesses, especially the ones that continue to do business in Russia, continue to pay taxes and support the criminal military. And I think that's what we really need to also, you know, increase awareness, right? Because I think when I talk to, you know, U.S. citizens, a lot of them show a lot of support, compassion, understanding. A lot of them donate help any way they can. But sometimes I can also feel that the narrative of helping with donations is becoming more so an exhaustive topic. And it helps to divert their attention to other means that they can apply themselves to continue to help Ukraine in other ways that are just as meaningful, I think, especially in informational, you know, war that's waging right now in parallel to that very physical, very real tragedy that's unfolding in Ukraine.
All right. Let's see. Let me see what I can do here. I want to draw. I'm going to try to touch a few buttons on some folks out there and see who comes up. Hello. Oh, there we go. See, I love it when I see new faces. Hello. Is it, okay, I'm going to try to pronounce this. Is it Deep? Hello, Deep. Deb? I guess they either join the space. If you don't know how to press the little microphone, it's the little pink button.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. First, I want to say that I've been listening to y'all since the beginning, since the earliest possible that y'all started. And y'all have been very encouraging, informative, and helpful for the families that have their soldiers on in the fight. My question or concern is there were three I don't know if they were soldiers or volunteers that were killed today from demining. They got killed from the mines. They were in the act of demining an area. Three young men, 24 years old. And I know we have a lot of people demining, but they're not, it doesn't appear like they're equipped to do a large area. I mean, they're carrying a 6-foot stick, not a stick, but you know, it's one person and he's doing as much as he can. He's doing as much as he can. It just seems like the world should open up and send some big machinery to get these mines, to get the land demined, because there's no way the area is going to be available for, I've heard, up to 10 years. And I just find it
actually, hey, Deb,
yes.
To be honest with you, there are places around the globe, like, say, Vietnam and Cambodia, that are still finding mines.
It's that's horrible. It's I don't understand why we allow it with all the machinery we have. I mean, I'm sure we can't get all of them, but
Well, there is, first of all, you got to understand there is an active war on.
okay.
Second of all, what you're looking at in the mined areas of Ukraine, you're looking at the state of Virginia, Maryland, and Connecticut combined
Okay.
as the total area that is mined.
Okay.
There are machines that do it, but then but that machinery is not it's not prolific.
Okay.
There's only a small bit of it around the world, and I'm pretty sure a lot of it's in use as well, and it's in use in Ukraine. But mining presents an issue because there are different types of mines.
Right.
There are different methods that they employ them. They could have a mine on top of a mine. Is the way the Russians have been doing some. So rather than just finding the mine that they find, what will happen is they go in and they say find the mine, but what the mine clearers have to do is they have to now check under the mine for a void because there may be a mine under the mine. And that's one of the problems that we had a gentleman on here the other day that was speaking to the space. He worked as a mine clearer.
Okay.
And he worked for one of the organizations clearing the mines. And they went through and he talked about the methods, the area, the challenges presented, and the fact that they want to, they presented that information to Congress at the Helsinki Commission, matter of fact.
Okay.
And so there's a lot of challenges to it. So it's not, although we know the problem, there's no real easy fix to it. They could dedicate they could dedicate, lots of teams to it, and it still will be years and years before they're cleared.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your answers, and I appreciate your talk show.
No problem. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Hey, in here. Okay, I was getting ready to say something and I forgot what it was. Who's going to come? Anybody going to come and help me remember what I wanted to talk about? But anyway, folks, I want you to think about a couple of different things here. You have the holidays coming up. There are, if you go to Etsy, you can help Ukrainians there. You can segregate how you want it to. You can filter it to the country that you looking for, like in this case, Ukraine, and you can actually buy gifts there. Another thing I want you to think about for Christmas. A lot of us always have that extra gift for that person that just may pop over during the holidays. What about, hey, popping up and that person be mid-aid? That could be your gift. You can tell that person that pops up, hey, I gave in your name to mid-aid. That's something that can be done. George, one of our hosts here, he has a campaign for people to give their energy bill, the amount of their energy bill, to mitigate. And the reason is because it helps him think about how he has power, and there are people in Ukraine in death code that have no power because of the way Russia wants to prosecute this war inhumanely. There's nothing really humane about war, but there are rules of war, and countries should abide by those rules. If you're going to invade, if you're going to um, go in and you want to, quote unquote, go to war, we have a thing called the Geneva Convention. We have things that are common to the rules of war. Civilians should not be targeted because of the fact they are non-combatant. They should not be kidnapped and sent somewhere else. They should not be raped and tortured for no reason but to the pleasure of your soldiers. And this is a way of life for their soldiers, because it is not something that's not happened because this unit was there and that's the bad guys. No, it's pretty much universal. And so when we think about the things that are going on in Ukraine, um, think about that when you give. Think about how you can help in this. It's not gonna be over tomorrow, but we can give today to help that tomorrow get closer. All right, Ian, I brought you up. Good evening.
How you doing, dude?
I'm doing fine. How you?
Not bad. What you were saying is exactly true. That if you follow the rules of war, which the Russians have never done, then things will be better. But yeah. The Russians have never followed the rules of war or the Geneva Convention, which was set way before we were born. And my grandfather has fought in the trenches, or that sort of stuff, in World War One. No, they haven't followed any of them. So it's very sad that they're carrying on being bitches, and they're very sad.
So you got a comment, question, then, other?
Sorry, mate.
I say you got another comment or question there, Ian?
Oh, another question. What do you want me to ask?
I don't know. Let's see where we can go with this.
Where are you from?
Where am I from? I'm here in the States. I'm originally from the bottom. Well, not the bottom. I'm originally from the northern Florida.
Well, I'm originally from Westminster in London, so I'm obviously British. But me, no, my family's been involved in a lot of wars. We caused a lot of wars, obviously, because we're British. But but even so, we used to fight with honor. And one of the things I can't get my head around is why people didn't fight with honor. They just want to kill everybody and rape everybody. I mean, really? I mean, what is that? In the 20th century, people have no morals. That's what pisses me off in Ukraine.
Exactly. But I like that the idea of it's like the noble warrior. There's no such thing.
But we used to be.
The idea of a noble warrior. Yes, you go to battle and you go to battle. I mean, that's yes, but you went to battle against a combatant. You didn't go to battle against women and children.
Hell no.
But anyway, I thank you there, Ian.
Thanks, bro.
Jared, good evening.
Hey, thanks. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Thanks. Just curious. I know Carlos isn't here. tonight, it looks like, but he might be best to answer this question. But I'm looking at some maps, and I see these north-south entrenchments to the east of Bakhmut and so forth, and everybody knows exactly where the trenches are. And I'm curious about why are the Ukrainians not able to organize just straight south-north and north-south strafing runs with low altitude bombers? And is it that the S-300 missile systems are so fierce and positioned so well? Because from what I've seen so far, it doesn't seem like the air defense is operating so great from the Russian side. What's the impediment to organize this? Is it just lack of air power fully on the Ukrainian side, or is it that the missile defense is so strong? And it seems like something that could be solved in a day or two.
Well, let's just say this. There's no quick solves on getting air power. Second of all, Ukraine, their air force is limited. And there's also to this. Just because we talk about the man pads on the Ukrainian side, it doesn't say that Russia doesn't also have them. So there is, the Ukrainians still have to fly with the expectation that they could be shot out of the sky as well by the same type of munitions. Okay, it's not just the S-300s and 400s that they have to worry about. They do have other types of munitions that they can use. So they have to prosecute when they can fly. They have been doing some close air support when they feel that they have the advantage to do so, but it's not everywhere. And then that area around Bakhmut, there are heavy entrenchments on both sides. The Russians can't come in there with their planes, and the Ukrainians are not going to risk theirs for the same reason. So it's more or less a artillery battle that's going on there with engagements as well, land engagements as well.
Understood. Thank you. It seems very frustrating.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm talking about when I'm asking people to not get disinterested because we don't see the major movements. When the Ukrainians had the advantage to move, they took it. The Ukrainian and then the Russians fell back, and they're now to a secondary line of defense. Hard, and this is where they're holding hard, and they are trying to get into Bakhmut at all costs. They're losing a lot of troops doing it, but it is a battle that they wish they want. It is the fight that they want to have, and we can't just get disinterested because it's not moving. There's a lot of people, like I said, dying on both sides. There's a lot of people dying. So it's not being. Wait a minute. Bakhmut is not being taken without a cost. The Ukrainians are holding it, but it's not without a cost. But the Russians are losing a hell of a lot more, and that's the fight that they want to have, and that's how they want to lose their men. We just need to stand by and say, Ukraine, do your thing. Here's more kit. Here's more planes. Here's more bullets, and bandages to do this with.
Yeah, I agree. I just would love to see some F-16s in there at least, or something like that.
Well, they know the MiG-29s. They know the MiG-24s. Those are aircraft they know. And so they're getting those. They just got some the other day, I think it was, that were being sent to them. So They are getting kit. They're getting more aircraft. They're getting armament to go on those aircraft. And that's what's going to help them. They want to fight this. This is their war, but it is our freedom jointly. Because if they go down, there's nothing that's going to stop Russia from there on. The Poles know that, and that's why they are giving everything they can to help them, because they know what they are facing.
Okay, thank you, Daryl. Appreciate you. Take care.
All right.
Drop out.
Dude.
All right. Prince, good evening.
Good evening, Daryl. How you doing, my man? First of all, I would like to take liberty and take just a moment to ask and encourage absolutely everybody to please send Doman a DM and ask her about the current situation in Kosovo and Serbia. And if you have time, look for the hashtag AskDoman and look for some tweets out there by the usual suspects. Tweet your own, retweet, and keep spreading the message to please ask Doman about Serbia and Kosovo, because it is one of the favorite pastimes we have here at the Maria Report. Although it doesn't seem like it is related to Ukraine, and it's not. However, the Russians' support of Serbia and the way it could end up being involved in anything that happens there does in some ways relate to what could be affected on the ground in Ukraine. Now, that's all that I'm going to say about that for the next few minutes at least. And I see Sojo's laughing at me. I would suggest her timeline is a great place to look for tweets about asking Doman, though. Anyway, have you seen Chuck Farrer's recent tweet about the poor bridge, not really, along the M14 highway east of Melitopol that was, seems like it's gotten a little smashed by the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, is how it was described to me earlier today. I'm wondering if you saw that, because I thought his tweet was very interesting. And the thing about it is, you know, I heard people talking about it earlier today about it being HIMARS and being GIMLers, and I'm looking at the footage that I'm seeing and I'm like, well, there's no holes, but I suppose with the videos, the holes could be over the edge. But Chuck has come out here and says that we need to take a big, huge thank you to the Ukrainian partisans who conducted a demolition raid against the support piers of the M14 highway bridge over this canal here in Melitopol. And the attack succeeded in buckling the road, which I think is going to be a whole lot more difficult to repair than some holes, which, you know, holes are very effective in taking out a bridge, as we saw on the Antonovsky Bridge. You get enough of those, you know, holes in there, and it's not going to hold anything. Ian, honey, you got a hot mic. If you could mute yourself here.
Go ahead, Heather. Hey, Heather, are you there? Hello, Heather. Oh, she drew. There you go. Heather. Heather.
I'm back. Sorry, man. Sorry. I had.
See, I didn't crash it this time. I didn't crash.
You did not crash it.
I didn't crash.
You did not.
Yeah, I didn't crash it. You dropped on me.
Totally on accident. I was trying to minimize myself to do something and I accidentally hit the leave button. Sorry, I was on a good roll too. So anyway, basically the fact that the partisans got all, you know, over there into Melitopol and were able to take down this bridge and the road deck by hitting the support structures. It looks like I love that they did it that way, because it's going to be much harder to repair that than having some holes in it from gimlers. I mean, we watched how many holes ended up on the Antonovsky Bridge and the Novokhovka Bridge, and no, they weren't ever able to really totally repair them, and it got worse and worse and worse. However, rather than spending, I don't know how much one of those missiles costs, but I know it's not cheap, but spending lots and lots of money on missiles that could be used in other places, it's much easier and nicer to see that partisans got their way into there and were able to get the supports there and buckle that road like that, because that's not going to be able to get fixed quick. That's going to take some time if it hit the supports like that. So I was just wondering if you saw that, Daryl. Do you want me to send it to you?
Oh no, I've seen it. It looks like it definitely looks like somebody broke its back.
Yeah,
And
but
I saw the video where the guy he was driving, and all of a sudden the bridge just sags right out from looks like it's about to sag right in front of him. And if anybody has ever been on a road, like say the people in West Virginia, when you have those roads wash out underneath the asphalt, and you can see the asphalt start sagging down because there's no earth underneath it, because the culvert has gotten washed out, and now it's nothing but the asphalt that's up on top of the surface of the road is the only thing that's left, and all of the dirt and muck. I mean, all the dirt and fill underneath it is gone. So if you can imagine that, that's what this bridge looks like.
Yeah, did you see Chuck's tweet about it specifically though? Because he does, how he does his nice maps with the inlays of the
No,
analysis on it.
I know when he put it out. I've been here since about 5:30.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I
do you
haven't.
want me to send it to you so you can take a
Sure.
peek at it and decide if you want to put it in the nest? Because I think it's one of the more interesting, well, I don't know if I can say it's one of the more interesting things. I think it's a big impactful thing that happened today. Because what this does is and I'm quoting Chuck here, so it interdicts the direct line of communications and supply to Vilisic, sorry, I didn't pronounce that right, in Zaporizhia front. So it really messes with their supply and communication. And that can have, go ahead, sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, it's just the impact that kind of thing can have on the supply and the communication. And as we've seen over the last how many months, that I've started at least to notice a pattern, and I'm sure everybody else has done. People are going to do it. What the Ukrainians do is they start to hit these kinds of things. They started hitting the Antonovsky Bridge, the Novokhovka Bridge, which took out their supply routes, took out their communication routes. They've, started taking out their ammunition depots. They do all of these things that are shaping for them to be able to go ahead and prosecute an offensive more effectively and in the best shape that they can be, in order to do that. And this, to me, looks like one thing that can have a big and definite impact in that area for them being able to prosecute the war and being able to get their ammunition, beans, bullets, and bandages to the places where it needs to be. They're not going to be able to do it if the routes are totally taken out. And so this is the kind of thing that I like to see because of the impact that it's going to have on the bigger battlefield, generally speaking.
Absolutely. I mean, you think about it. They see the road, but they can't even use it. If you've ever, like I said, if for those folks, if you've ever seen a road washed out, you know that you can't trust it. Even though you see the asphalt there, you can't trust it because you don't know what's underneath it. And in this case, when the supports are gone, that bridge there's nothing to say what it will do with the heavy load coming across. So you're talking about, trucks carrying howitzer ammo. You're talking about trucks carrying food and water, if they're supplying themselves with water at this point. Heavy stuff, and now they've lost that ability, and that road will cut off everything to the north and east in the Donetsk and Donetsk region there. So they're in a pickle. They're in a real pickle here. There is a railroad, however, they can't get stuff across the Kerch unless there's another route, and they just put it on from trucks onto trains once it gets across. There's no trains coming that way, even though there's a railroad. So they have to figure out another way. The roads are bad. They're getting worse around. Other roads are under fire. They're in a pickle.
It's a big pickle. And, and just like you said, they might be able to repair this road to be able to take a little bit of traffic across it. I mean, they did that with the Kerch Strait Bridge. It's been a few months now, but they've got it so that as long as your, load doesn't weigh more than 1.5 tons, you can drive across it. Well, that's not even a decent big rig full with stuff, so they might be able to fix it so that my teeny little Kia Soul can drive across it with 3 people in it. But you're not going to take a big truck hauling ammunition, beans, bullets, and bandages acrosses it, because that's not going to work. They might be able to fix it to be able to deal with some small traffic like they were the Antonovsky Bridge for a while, but they're not going to be able to fix it to the point where it can take heavy traffic for a long while. And like you said, when it comes to the railroad, and the railroad so much better than any of us, because that's what you do. But without these routes, and they can't get these things to the people and the places that they need to go, they're going to find themselves in bigger and bigger trouble. And I see Anda has joined us. Good morning, Anda.
Good morning, please. Good morning, Daryl.
Good morning, Anda. You're early. I like it, but you're early.
Yeah, in Romania, we have an expression. It's called to fall out of the bed. So basically, that's what happened.
Okay, so you fell out of bed with a cup of coffee in your hand?
It's in due process. The coffee, it's not yet there, but it's gonna be there.
I'm not going to stress you out until you get your coffee then.
I'm enjoying the discussion. Are we talking about Kerch?
No, we're actually talking about a bridge near Melitopol.
Oh, sweet.
Yes. It looks like somebody broke his back.
I thought you're a pilot. You fly so much, so that's like a side story. But Prince is laughing at me. But truly, I thought that. But what you were saying, it's true. So about the structure of a road. The thing is, or the difference is, between, and maybe you can help us there a little bit, about vibration. What I want to sorry, that was an alarm. About the difference between the vibration between a train and cars going on a road. What do I mean? A train has a pattern, right? You have an equal distance between how they're called, the chassis, the wheels,
Yeah.
and when they go over the bridge, they have a certain vibration, a certain it's called cadenza in Romanian. Cadence, I don't know.
Oh, cadence. You mean the
Yes.
yeah, harmonics.
So this is something you don't have on the road, but you do have on the railroad, right? You don't have on the auto, with the auto which are going on the on the road on the because they do not pass in an equal distance, equal weight, equal um, speed, right? So therefore a road bridge has more, for example, has more chances to sustain long-standing traffic, and is differently built actually to sustain long traffic, and then this kind of vibrations instead of railroad bridge, which needs a different structure and a stronger structure. For people to understand what I'm referring to, uh, in ancient times, so it's not something we discovered, right? Romans knew this. It called it when they needed to get a legion, for example, across a bridge. What they called it was to break the pace, which means they were required not to have the same step, right? Not to be in sync, because that adds vibration to the bridge or to the road, and therefore it can have a greater effect and break it at some point if it's not very strong. So that's why that's one of the reasons for which you can allow lightweight cars to pass a damaged bridge at slow speed, right, and not with very heavy weight, because they won't give this vibration, because every vibration goes straight to the pillars and into the ground, and differs from car to car, right? Do I make any sense?
Oh yeah, I know it's harmonics. Um, structures. I mean, structures are built with harmonics in mind. When you start talking about even skyscrapers, they have to be built with the harmonics of the structure in mind. The wind passes through buildings and creates channels and tones, and it can weaken structures. And like what Andy was saying is like on railroads, because everybody always thinks about the railroad with the clickety clack, the hitting over the joints in the rail, and that those sounds when they're hitting those joints create a pattern, and it creates in that pattern creates like a pounding, and that pounding, it has to be that it creates that it's almost like a jackhammer effect on a bridge, and that bridge has to be able to handle that jackhammer force on the base, and with the roads, uh, when a truck goes over a road, the if you've ever been beside a truck as it's going down the highway, you hear the noise that they make, and if they hit a joint, it's fear. It's a real pound. And if they hit that bridge right now, going at any speed, they're basically creating that pounding noise, and it's going to transfer to that weakened structure, and it will actually destroy the entire bridge in those two sections. So that's how in some cases you get chuck holes. You start bouncing, and once it starts bouncing, it doesn't stop bouncing until something stops. And that's how you get sequential. You'll say, well, we got a chuck hole here, and then you got a chuck hole there, and then you got a chuck hole there. Well, that's all created because of that bounce. The one bounce creates another bounce that creates another bounce, and on and so forth. And you start damaging roads. For people in New York, you see your roads. Uh, uh, so that's what she's talking about there. You brought that up. I'm glad you brought that up, Andrew.
So what else fun happened during my sleep? I'll try not to crash out. Prince?
I just came back from checking my notification, and I would just like everybody to know that I have had 17 notifications regarding asking Domen about what's happening with Serbia and Kosovo. Now, Anda, you were asleep while this happened, but Axel encouraged us all to ask Domen what is happening with Serbia and Kosovo, because things have been happening there for the last week or so, and sort of even more in the last 24 to 48 hours. So I started
Actually, you know, I'm sorry to say this, but I always root with the underdog, right? And I have sent him info, not ask him what. Actually sent him what happened.
Oh no,
So,
you said it was supporting fire.
She gave him a cheat sheet. She gave him a cheat
And then you're
sheet.
gonna get on that list. You're gonna wake up to 1,000 messages about Kosovo. You're gonna get on that list.
well, I do like pineapple on my pizza, so I am on a short list anyway.
Oh no. Oh no.
And I have to
But
say,
oh
there
no.
is. I have to say something, because it's levity time with Daryl and Danda. Um, I tried. You said something about anchovies, and for the people in the room, I'm in Romania. Um, we don't have pizza with anchovies, right? So you cannot find it here. I searched for it. I wanted to ask for one, and I couldn't.
You couldn't get anchovies on a pizza there? What? Oh no, I can't eat pizza
Just,
in Romania then.
just
I,
put a whole bunch of salt on it. Just put a whole bunch of salt on it. It's the same thing as eating anchovies. Those little things are so salty, it's nasty.
they are not nasty. See, here's the thing. That is the only salty thing on it, on the pizza. So if everything around it, the cheese, if you put beef on it, if you put black olives on it, you know, there's nothing else but salt. So it actually is the only thing. So you get this bite, and you don't use you can use it, kind of break it up a little bit, put it all over. And so when you get that bite, it's like that one bite that has that bit of salt, and then you just, it's delicious, delicious. I grew up
And
eating.
you are not you were not missing the anchovies. But of course, Daryl, you grew up more in the South. And when I moved to Texas, well, I was dating somebody from Texas, and they came up here to Portland, and they were all like, your food's just so bland. It just doesn't have any spice to it at all. It doesn't have any seasoning to it all. And I think that's a big difference. I grew up not using a whole lot of salt, period. But there's other people in other parts of the country and in the world that salt is a more dominant part of their taste, and it's just not for me. My mom used to make SOS when I first met her, and I couldn't eat it. I couldn't eat it until she started soaking the chipped beef in water for like an hour, so get rid of a bunch of the saltiness.
See, I don't use the chipped beef for that. I use a actually I get a turkey sausage, and that's what I make mine out of.
We
Everybody
have
that doesn't know,
wandered.
SOS is shit on a shingle. It's if you've ever been, for the people that have been in the military, you know exactly what we're talking about. But for everybody else that has never had it, it's basically just a white gravy with sausage or chip or corned beef in it that's put over a piece of toast, and that's breakfast with an egg.
Okay, how about a different subject, Daryl? Since there's no hands, I just keep butting in. And I think
Okay.
if Anda wanted to talk, she'd tell me she wanted to talk. I think she's still trying to find her coffee.
I
Poor
think
girl, what time is it
no, she
there?
wants some anchovy pizza. That's what she wants.
Oh, yeah, she's still trying to find the fascination in that, and I just can't figure it out. Now, I did see an interesting article. I've seen a couple of tweets about it today about Russia's ammo rapidly dwindling and may begin to run out in early 2023 per the Pentagon. And this isn't something that is really surprising for us, but they're talking all the way down to the artillery and how they're getting this older and older artillery out that is less and less reliable because you're going to find more duds and more things wrong with it, and how Russia seems to be turning to the very few places in the world where it can turn for some replacement ammunition, which seems to be Iran, North Korea, and maybe a little China, more under the table. But they're saying that it could become a critical shortage early next year. So with the current pace, they may only be able to sustain that pace for another few weeks or months at the best. So things are not looking good for the Russians, which we've known in many, many ways. And I think we've known this way also, and we've talked about it a little bit, but I like to see that the Pentagon mentioned it and that it's here in our news here in the United States a little bit. We keep supplying them. We keep supplying Ukraine, and Ukraine keeps getting stronger and stronger. And Russia keeps shooting way more ammunition that they have, keeps having their supply lines blown up and their ammunition dumps blown up, and they keep and all of the ammo that they have donated to Ukraine when they abandoned positions. So they're running out, and they're going to run out, and Ukraine's just going to be stronger, and they're not going to have much of a choice but to turn tail and run right back home to Russia, because I don't think North Korea, Iran, and China can supply them totally with what they need. I don't know, whether it's willingness or ability, but I just don't feel like that's a real sustainable solution for them.
Not without a cost. I mean, there's the logistics of it. That's the main thing. If they are getting it in the west, I mean in the east of the country, and it gets to the Ukrainian border, and as soon as it comes across and it gets hit, that's two things gone. That's the ammo itself, And if they hit the equipment that brought it, the trains, the trucks, that's a truck. That's another truck that they don't have to go back and resupply. That's a train, cars that they don't have to um, bring more gear. So you start going into a deficit uh, with the men that are in the field that need that equipment, because if those units aren't getting their refills, then they are they have to fire less, and from what's been said, they have to fire so many rounds to get it done. For the missions, they are required to fire however many rounds that they are per day, and if they can't do that, then you know that gives Ukraine more of a chance to advance, and that's another chance for them to leave, which they should do anyway, and more equipment captured by Ukraine. So they're getting into a real pickle. And then on the Ukrainian side of the coin, um, it was announced that the U.S. The funding, they are basically, the U.S. is going on into a wartime production for certain things. I'll look up that, and I'll find out where that post came from. But it came out earlier today. It was that was one of the key lines in it, was that they were going to we were basically, the U.S. is going into wartime production, and that's a good thing. Ukraine will get what they need. Ukraine, go for it.
Hey, thanks, Daryl. So I just saw a quick article, kind of talks about the ammunition stuff. Supposedly, New York Times posted that apparently Russia's also been using the old X-55 or Ka-55 missiles against Ukraine, and those are Ukrainian missiles that Ukraine surrendered because of the Budapest Memorandum. But that's old stuff, and with everything that Russia is losing right now, I mean, while Ukraine's getting stronger, right? It's not just the equipment or ammo or truck, right? It's the organizational ability of Russia to sustain this war. I mean, with the amount of casualties that they've already have, I can only imagine how chaotic it is and how paralyzed they are in mustering any type of offense or defense at this point. I think those attacks that Russians committing in Bakhmut area, let's say, I mean, they're brutal. Ukrainians are defending, but it's Russians basically setting sheep to the slaughter at this point, because I'm sure there's no command and control. There's no ability to provide some kind of maneuver element, guidance, intelligence, if any, that they have. But the question I have is that, uh, is Russia running out of all this ammunition stuff? Which apparently strategy is working for Ukraine, because they're hitting those concentrated ammunition dump points and things like that. But the system to deliver that ammunition, how? Yeah, I mean, do you guys know at what condition they are? I mean, we're talking about, for a long time, the sheer chemistry, for example, of metal that's being forged for those gun barrels for artillery, right? At this point, I'm sure Russia's not doing any maintenance on it, so it's got to be pretty worn off, and I'm sure ineffective. But besides that, those other weapon systems, they have to use the ammunition that is a shortage of. What state that is right now in Russia? Thanks.
And do you want to take it?
So, your question, if I understood correctly, is what are they going to do if they are running out of ammo, right?
Let me try to rephrase a little bit better. I apologize because I was ranting on. The question is, what is the equipment that they use? Equipment, right? The weapon system itself, not so much ammo, but the weapon system itself. Of how much maintenance have Russia been able to really do, if any? Do they have any types of rotate, some kind of maintenance rotating thing? I'm sure they don't, but how much of a factor that plays into the whole scenario right now that's unfolding?
So those are
Oh,
sorry, just 1 second. Maintenance is a different thing than um, so the people they have. It's one thing, uh, um, or if they have people, or how do I phrase this? If they have trained people, that's one thing. If they still have trained people, that's another. So, and about the maintenance per se, I think Daryl can add much more than I can. So I will let him.
yeah. Yeah, as far as the maintenance, okay, Russia's plan is they get it to the front, they shoot as much of it out of it as they can. When that one fails, they get another one because they have so many in their supply system. They have stocks from, you know, World War II almost. And we just haven't seen it yet. We haven't seen all of that yet. So they have that's the way that they have always set it up. They didn't care. They build it, they stored it. They build it, they stored it. It gets used in the battlefield, it breaks down, get another one. So, but what you're talking about now, when they start having limited supply, not that it's just getting harder to get there. It's not that they're running out of it per se, but it's just going to get harder to get there. And maintenance becomes a big key. If you have, like Andrew was saying, if they don't have trained crews, they really don't know what to do to keep it up to the exacting requirements. You can fire a gun if they're not lubricating, they're not taking it, exercising it. There's different things that are required besides just grease on them and oiling things up. There are other like on ours, we have hydraulics. You have to make sure the hydraulics on that gun or the compressed air system for the recuperators are filled. Make sure that you're not after so many fires. That gas, you're working that gas so much, and different properties happen to gas once you heat it up. Now we use nitrogen. That's different. Because it's more inert, and it can take the pressure and different things. But it's one you got to have people that know what to do, and Russia does not have crews. Their men are more expendable, and they're getting blown up, and they're just filling in the spots.
Bill, before we go to Prince, just one thing to ask for from you. Like different cars, different models of the same car. So you have, I don't know, let's say Ford Focus 2022 or 2020, I think it's the version, I don't remember. And you have a Ford Focus 2010 and 2007 and going backwards, I don't know. You can have Ford from, I don't know, 1980s, right?
Right.
Different versions. Are they the same? So if I give you another model, are they the same?
No, absolutely.
No.
Because
So,
because here in every 4 years they're changing something on them.
so,
And then
so
every
if,
8 years or every 10 years they go through a complete redesign. You may be
but
able to work on a motor, but because motors are pretty simple,
But then there are other things, the computers. If you don't know that computer system, you're gonna mess something up. You're gonna jack it up because you failed to understand what the codes were on that machine. Did that get you, Andrew?
Yes, and uh, what I was aiming for, having different. So what Russia did is exactly what you said. They built up, they stored in. We have seen the storage, right? The storage was a field. They were not in a building somewhere with someone checking them regularly to see if they are running, right? Changing their oil, taking care of them. They were simply dumped on a field and let them in the rain, in the snow, in basically wind, sun, doesn't matter. So that is actually, it matters in the long run, because after years of being abused by weather, when you take them to the battlefield, they are not in best condition, right? That's one thing. Second, they have when they have started the 3 days war, they have massed around Ukraine the newest and better tanks they had. As they were running out of them, they had to bring from stock, and they had to bring older versions, which actually were built sometimes back, are different, just as you said, from the ones which are right now. Some aspects of the tank are different, right? And um, they were not stored in best condition. So from the start, they are not like a shiny new car. They are like a car your grandpa kept in your backyard for the last 20 years, let's say, or more. And he just gave you the keys to it, right? Um, it's not in best condition. You cannot say with your hand over your heart that yes, it's the same as a new car. It's a working car. Grandpa always only used it twice, but you know, it 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 was just standing there for 20 years or 30 years. It doesn't matter. Uncovered, and it matters in the long run how well that equipment will work, and they will break, and they will break, and they will need another, and they will send for another, which takes time and takes people and takes logistics and organization and a lot of things. So that's why it is said that maintenance saves money. People think when you maintain something, you lose money. But actually, you save money, because if you don't maintain that thing, it breaks down and it costs more money to fix it. And it is the same thing with tanks, with trucks, with everything else. So it doesn't help them. And I think it was I'm ranting, and Prince is with her hand up for I don't know 20 minutes. Prince, save me from myself. I can rant another 30 minutes.
Oh, and I love you so much. There's nothing wrong with a good and a rant. But Daryl, you are the tank guy. You are the guy who worked on these machines as a living and as your service to our country, which thank you for. But the one thing that I've heard you, I believe, talk about repeatedly on this space is the maintenance of tanks and the maintenance of this heavy equipment. And yeah, sitting, like I love Anda's example, grandpa's car sitting out in the back field for the last 20 years isn't going to quite work the same. But at the same time, the other thing that I've heard you guys talking about repeatedly over the summer was lubricants and the different kind of lubricants required for different kinds of weather and the impact on the sanctions and the companies pulling out of Russia and all of these other things on Russia's ability to make these kinds of specific lubricants that were needed during the different times of the year in order to keep their equipment running, even forget maintained, just running. Because what happens, Daryl, to a tank if you don't have the right kind of oil and lubricant in that tank when the temperature starts dripping below zero and be, on a consistent basis, and you're sitting there in the snow and you're freezing and you got a tank with the wrong kind of oil and lubricants on it. What happens, Daryl?
Well, especially in the temperatures that they're experiencing right now. Okay, you have your regular. Most of you in the states, you run maybe a lot of the newer cars. You run a real thin oil. It's like even the like a 5W20. That's what most of the new cars run. All right. Older cars ran on 10W30 and 10W40. It's thicker oil. Well, if you look in your manuals, you will see that in climates where it is constantly below 32 degrees or zero, uh, that you are supposed to change the type of oil that you use in your car. One, because when you don't, that cold engine with that cold oil, that oil is not circulating properly. It's going through the it's going through the journals of that engine very like syrup. And until that motor warms up, that oil is not being pushed through the different journals that flow to your bearings, the sides of your cylinders, your heads on that engine. Okay. And when you have metal to metal, uh, rubbing in that engine, well, there you go. You're going to start scarring your bearings. You're going to start scarring your journals. Uh, you could have actually have things stick that wouldn't normally stick. And if that oil just is not, if that oil gets to a point in the engine that doesn't warm up very that quick, it'll just sit there and it'll be like syrup. Okay. So if they are not changing the type of oils, they're doing a lot of damage to those engines until they finally warm up. If you have the wrong engine oil in there in a very cold climate, your engine may not even turn over because it is too cold for the cylinders to move up and down easily to create the compression to fire that cylinder off. And so you'll end up having to turn that engine over and over and over and over until it catches. And you may have drained out your battery. You may have scarred your engine. So there's a lot of things that happen when you don't have the right POLs in a engine, and the same goes for the transmission. So did that get you? And here's something else. When you start talking about storage, anybody that has ever had, let me think of something that most of you ever seen what happens to old tires? If you had a car on your car and you drove it, but then you parked it for a while because you got a new car, and then the first thing that happens when you go back to driving that old car and it gets a flat tire, and you take it to the
place to get new tires, and they said, "Hey, your tires are dry rot." In other words, you've gotten all these little small cracks across the surface of your tire. Well, it's become crystallized. Okay, the heat, the sun and the heat will do that. It will crystallize that rubber. And when it gets cold, it's less pliable. So again, you have a situation where the when it doesn't move, when the rubber doesn't bend or give, it cracks and breaks. So, and what one of the um, things that I saw, this was a couple of months ago. They were talking. Well, no, last month or so, there was an interview or something like that where they were talking about the maintenance on their tanks. Is that they if they can fight if they can keep it running, they're having to do more maintenance than they can move. Every time they move, they got to do a lot of maintenance when they get done, and that's because they may have a lot of seals going out. There may be a lot of rubber gaskets that are starting to go, and then with that you get leaks. And even though it may have a oil behind it, that nothing's to say that rubber is any good because it'll eventually start bleeding off. If it's hydraulic, it'll start bleeding off, and your valves won't work. You know, so different things happen. And I'm bringing whiskey up.
Daryl, I was just gonna ask a little bit more because we could expand on that a little bit too, because we don't need to talk just about the personnel carriers and the tanks and the things like that. We can go all the way down the supply line, and we can talk about the same kind of things, I would bet, for the railroad cars and the railroad engines and the trucks and all of that whole logistic line coming up to actually getting that tank onto the field. And and as we've heard finance talk about many, many times, is the severe ball bearing crisis. Yeah, I said balls a few too many times, but you know what I mean. you know there's so many different things along that supply line that Russia's having a hard time with it. And I bet you that since we brought all this up, I bet you Whiskey has stuff to say about it too. So I'm gonna shut up.
You know, Heather, at one time in my life, I used to work on the locomotives. So I used to take those apart too. One time in my life. Anyway, hey, Whiskey.
Hey, Daryl, how's it going? Hey,
All
Heather, how's it going?
Is it going?
Yeah, finance with the ball bearings. This is something that we talked about on this space before. The big thing I'm curious about as far as a lot of these precision ball bearings going is, what's China doing to supplement them with this. But as far as what Daryl's talking about, as far as seals and lubricants, and that goes, rubber ages. You can put something in long storage for quite a while, but the rubber's still going to start to break down and deteriorate. And if you don't have a good maintenance program to address these problems, when you start putting this equipment, when you start fielding this equipment, those.
Just 1 second. I'm asking you for you to elaborate a bit, or your Daryl. Why does it age? We use the term ages, but what actually happens? It dries up, right?
It crystallized.
Crystallized, but it crystallizes because it dries up. Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have a couple of factors that actually go on in this. UV light, if it's a rubber or a polymer component that's actually exposed to UV light, there's a certain shelf life. It starts to break down. If it's a material that is exposed to certain volatile chemicals, it's going to have a shelf life and starts to break down. There's just the age of the polymer in general, where it starts to just deteriorate over time because it doesn't have a strength as far as longevity goes, and just from a molecular level starts to break down. There's so many different reasons. Heat is another one. It just depends on what it's exposed to. So this is why you can mothball a bunch of equipment for a certain amount of time, but it's just the conditions, the environment is eventually going to start to break down some of these more vulnerable vulnerable parts and components. And
when I used to work in the preposition forces, we used to lubricate seals. If it was going into long-term storage, you sprayed everything down with a penetrant and protectant. And what it did is it coated that rubber and made sure that the air and UV lights didn't get to it. It may get light, but that those penetrants and lubricants, they would preserve it. They would not allow the damage to happen via cold and heat. Because in a lot of cases, when you have things in storage, if it's not in a warehouse somewhere where they can control the temperature, you're going to have variances, and they can swing violently from cold to hot, depending on where it's at. And so, yeah, we would spray a lot of the seals down with protectant and lubricant. A little bit it's a lot heavier than your armor all on your tires and stuff like that on your car. It's more or less like a grease, but it's sprayed on, and then when it's there for a while, it kind of gets a little bit solid, and then it kind of puts just a protective coat on it. It keeps the rubber pliable, and that's the main thing when you're talking about putting something in storage is you want that rubber to remain pliable.
Well, and the other thing too is when you talk about these temperature swings is humidity too, right? Humidity is what comes along with humidity is an oxidant, right? Oxidants can cause rust. You have a precision surface that a seal needs to ride on, and that suddenly becomes rusted. It's no longer a precision surface that that seal will ride on, and that will wear that seal lip that keeps that oil or grease or whatever have you from leaking. It will wear that seal lip out.
All right, Ray. Sorry, Daryl. Ray, I can see you requesting, but I cannot bring you up. I'm trying, so I ask for help.
I brought him earlier, and then I guess he went into the little circle. There he is. And then Hazrat,
Brought her up too. Okay, nobody's gonna raise their hand. Hand up. There he is. Now he knows. He's got the hand up. Go for it.
Hi. Funny everybody's talking about rubber. Is this as a result of the big Tartastan NKNK synthetic rubber factory fire? I don't know if everybody's seen this, but there's a huge fire. I think it's 10,000 square meters of factory in the world's second biggest synthetic rubber producer in Tajikistan. That's part of the Russian Federation. It's burning
right now.
It's a few hours ago now. It's a huge fire, and people were speculating whether that was going to actually affect the supply of tires. I think everybody's talking about how tires, synthetic rubber wears out, and yeah, when you leave it out, basically UV light and all these things causes oxidation, and the elastomers in the rubber sort of they break down, and then it's no longer elastic, and so that contributes to the cracking. And I think what Daryl was talking about was applying things to prevent the UV light actually getting to the rubber, and I guess preventing it drying out and things like that. So that's pretty big news. I think following on from December 9th, when there was in the Altai Republic, there was a big tire factory that also went up in flames. So kind of suggests that maybe there is a concerted sabotage program by either sympathizers or maybe Ukrainian special forces.
Where's this tire company at?
The tire company is actually at the Republic of Tatarstan, which is part of the Russian Federation. It's sort of pretty far out east, and the I can't pronounce. I don't have it in front of me, so I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce the city. But the company is the factory is called NKNK.
Daryl, I just sent you one text or one tweet with that in it. It happened almost 24 hours ago is when I started seeing that fire, and I'm looking for more tweets about it because it was a pretty big fire just as I was going to bed last night.
I have question. You hearing my sound, guys?
Hazrat, yes, we can hear you. If you touch your so on the bottom center, you will see a small heart with a plus. Touch that, and you will have on the right side a hand, and if you touch it, it will raise just like Ukraine's, and then we will know to go to you after we go to Ukraine. Would that be okay? Ukraine?
Okay, what's going on Victory now?
Sorry, I missed what you were saying.
Hazrat, don't unmute your mic until somebody calls on you, if you don't mind.
I say.
Wait a minute.
I would say what is going on the Victory.
Like I said, please stay muted until we call on you. We will get you up and we will answer your question. But for now, I need you to hold fire, raise your hand, and we will call on you. If you break in again, I will remove you, and you'll have to re-request. And that's how, because if I want people to remain respectful, and that means holding, not speaking until it's your time. Okay, Gray.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ray, go ahead. Hello, Ray?
I don't think it was my turn. I think I finished.
Oh, okay, you finished up? Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, man. But yeah, I saw that, Heather. I just peeked that. No, I didn't see that one last night.
Heather.
Yeah, there are several different tweets. If you like just put in the search Turkestan and fire, you'll see some come up from the last 12 to 24 hours or so. It was a big fire.
Yeah, by the time I checked out last night, it hadn't come up. So yeah, that was new to me. All right. Well, hey, if they can't get tires, that means that there's going to be a lot less moving. But it also depends on what type of tires they produce. Um, if they didn't produce military tires, then maybe it'll be harder to get tires for the lorries that they have been using. But I thought they had already started getting Chinese tires anyway. So that's the other point to that. Whiskey?
You caught me off guard here. So my question was on the recent fires that we've been seeing at the malls, these tire plants, and so forth. You can look at it in a way where it's, talking about possible smoking accidents or partisan activity, but the question that comes to my mind is how much of these are actually insurance jobs, given the Russian economy, trying to kind of like cash out and get out, so to speak. That's the question I have.
When I saw the one at the shopping mall, that was my thought because there's no military interest in that for the Ukrainians. Um, Now the tire plants and these things that are well beyond the reach of the Ukrainian military at this point in time, I believe that may just be partisans, people that are sympathetic, unless it is something bigger that has more to do with Russia's treatment of different peoples, and those people are getting fed up now. Um, Not sure because there's Russia has a lot of problems beyond just they have a lot of problems just because they have the way they treat the minority populations. So just like the Chechens, um, the Georgians, everybody they don't. It's not a monolith. So that, like you said, it may be something along that effect, Whiskey. All right, go ahead, Ukraine.
Hey, thanks. Whiskey literally beat me to the punch with this question. But I wanted to rephrase it a little bit, right? Because we live in a little bit different reality or realia, whatever, than Russians do, right? And here in the West, we're thinking, okay, maybe insurance fraud to collect a check. But I think, in Russia, it's a little bit more slightly different, right? Because of the corruption thing. And when they burn down their business, I'm sorry.
They have insurance too.
No, they do, right? But like even strategic locations like the rubber plant that we were talking about, right? You're gonna have a big portion of it really controlled by the government, right? You're gonna have some kind of government official that's corrupt, who was put in charge of this thing to really milk that particular industry, that particular plant, pocket all the money that he were supposed to maybe invest into building this thing up, modernizing, but and on paper reporting that this facility is available, is capable of doing X, Y, and Z, right? And especially when we're talking about emergency situations like war. Now, all of a sudden, the bigger government comes up and says, "Hey, you said you can do X, Y, and Z. Let's execute because we need those tires to put on these BMPs or whatever." And the dude's probably like, I don't think I can do it. And then he looks around and he see a bunch of places burning. And he's like, okay, well, I'm going to go burn this thing down. I'm going to tell Ukrainians did this or whatever it is, right? So it's not I mean, honestly, I think I mean, I'm sure there's some kind of insurance thing involved, right? But it's not probably as much as this dude was able to steal off of that, particular business that he was running, right? And at this point, when the time came to kind of not cash in, but to prove that the money he stole was invested actually into the business, are really not there, right? The business is not capable to do those things that it did. I mean, Rogozin, that's one of the reasons he was fired, I think, right? Because of the corruption that he was basically sponsor. He was stealing so much money from the space program, Russian space program, that I mean, it became so obvious. They're like, okay, dude, you got to go right at this point. And I'm thinking a lot of those fires that are happening, even some of the strategic sites, or even the mall that you mentioned, Daryl. That's probably people just kind of seeing the finish line. There's nothing at the end, and they're like, okay, we need to burn this thing down, kind of wash your hands off, blame Ukrainians, and you know take off with whatever we were able to steal thus far. I mean, what do you think about that?
What if they're just hiding production? The lack of being able to meet production. They don't have what they need to make production. They aren't producing as they supposed to, and so they burn down the factory to keep anyone from noticing. Make sense?
Yeah, it does. I think I think that's what I was circling around. Yeah, exactly. But again, I think that lack of able to, lack of to produce things is probably because of that corruption and them burning those things down. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I think that's exactly what it is, hiding that stuff, right? And also having that ability to blame somebody else for it potentially, right? Not and walking away essentially.
It's not even that they have to blame anyone else. There's nothing. Ukraine hasn't claimed any of those, and I'm pretty sure they would if they could. If they did it, they
Yeah,
would.
but I
But
think
at this point in time, they aren't, and one can assume that and then the reaches of where these items are, they are well out of the range of what the armaments that the Ukrainians have. So it would definitely have to be more than likely locals or somebody that is involved with management of the plant that says, not today. We're not going to have that inspection today. And they take it out.
There's a bigger question though.
What's bigger?
So, going back to the insurance thing, who is actually insuring them? That's the bigger question. Is it Western? Is it the West that's actually insuring them, like Lloyd's of? So I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I doubt if it's a Western concern, because they would already be out of the country.
Well, Daryl, bear
Remember,
with me
the
here.
sanctions, all of that's under sanctions.
Yeah, but bear with me here. Lloyd's of London is a huge international insurer, right?
Yeah, but if they have been told to cease this operations in Russia, they don't have anything insured. Because remember, premiums are not paid by the year. Premiums are month to month, so to speak, in businesses. However the contract reads. But if the company basically goes defunct within the borders of Russia, then there's no insurance from an outside concern. It is inside. It's inside Russia.
Which I hope you're correct on that. I'm looking at this.
They can't even get insurance for the ships.
I agree, and I'm not arguing with you.
And Lloyd's is one of the biggest cargo insurers in the world, and they're not touching it. Why would they be touching on a factory in Russia, which has a lot less profitability?
Daryl, I think Ray has something to add on the topic, and maybe we can include him. Um, Okay.
Yeah, maybe adding a few facts might shed some light on this. The tire factory is in the Republic of Altai. It's at Barno, and it produces both civilian and military tires. So I think that is a legitimate target for sabotage. And like Daryl said, it would have to be. It would if it doesn't involve locos, it would be very difficult to pull off something like that. But I think remembering that during the Soviet Union days, Ukrainians were all over the what was the old Soviet Union, which included all these Tatarstan, even places obviously places in Siberia as well, like and the Tatarstan factory, NKNK factory, is in fact the world's second largest synthetic rubber producer, and not actually producing tires, but the raw materials for tires. And as looking at their history, I kind of feel sorry for them, because a few years ago they were very proudly announcing, to the business world that they had long-term contracts for 80% of their output. Apparently, were to meet long-term contracts from outside customers, and obviously that would no longer be in play because of the sanctions, as Daryl mentioned. So I think the production will probably be going to domestic use, as I'm sure, as Daryl would know. These tires do wear out, and also combat losses as well. They need to replace, and I get the feeling that if the Ukrainians had, were capable, they certainly would have liked to strike at these targets. And interestingly, September 9th, the Barno tire factory was burnt, and now you have this the second biggest producer of the raw materials for tires on fire. So that looks too much of a coincidence to me. I'm kind of hoping that they were involved, in probably partisans or local sympathizers helping to start this fire. That seems more likely than something nefarious, which obviously you can't rule out, but it's a little too convenient.
Well, coincidences happen just as easy as they don't happen. So, I still believe it's, like you said, it's locals and or company heads, but I believe it's internal more than it's external. All right.
Daryl, I would like to. I would like to ask you if you recall something. There was and then we go to Prince. There was a piece of news that was shared by Artois 3 weeks ago, for something like that. It was about one of the republics in the Russian Federation, Bashkir, I think it was the name. I will look for it. So they are forming. The news at that point was that they are forming a sort of a Georgian Legion, but with Bashkir nationals, and they will gonna fight with Ukraine against Russia.
Yes, I do remember that.
Do you think what's happening, because what we see right now, as Ray said, this is not the first fire, and it's some of the fires are in far regions of Russia, so they are not close to Ukraine. To have so many Ukrainians on foreign soil not giving away that they are, strangers. It's for me, it's kind of hard to believe. I was kind of thinking about the nations revolting, doing something against Russia.
They may be having some problems. They may be having some problems in other former Soviet republics. Maybe eyeing their freedom. But some of those they have. I was um, uh, looking at the demographic breakdowns in some of the other stands in the southern part of Russia, and a lot of them are very mixed. Uh, you look at the name of the province, and where you would think the people of that area would be of that province, um, it, you can see the effects of Russia moving people out and around because they are no longer the majority of population of those areas. In a lot of cases, they are ethnic Russians, the Petersburg and Moscow types, rather than the local tribes in certain cases, because we know in a lot of places people still are tribal and they gravitate to certain areas. So, this is Tatarstan. You would think that Tatars are the majority population. They are not. Or they may be the second, but they are not the majority in some of these areas, and they're mixed with like four different nationalities. I mean, four different subgroups um, in that area, rather than just the one and maybe the Russians. It's like four or five. So yeah, you could be right. So where we gonna go, Anna? And
We are going to Prince, and yeah, um, it is a visible thing you are married, because um, you approve with me. So yeah, Prince.
Okay, so I like the idea of sabotage, and I like the idea of Russian dissidents, not Russian, I'm sorry, Ukrainian people sneaking their way in to do some of this stuff, but Russia just does not have OSHA like we do here in the United States. And I think sometimes, I think that the spotlight is really shining on these fires and things like that are happening in Russia more than they've ever been, because we haven't paid attention to it like we are now. From an article from I know you're going to correct me, and Pravda.com, the Ukrainian outlet of the source of Radio Liberty, that the fire broke out in a workshop for manufacturing rubbers on the premises. A cable tray went on fire, and all employees were evacuated. So, industrial accidents happen in my city on a regular basis. I know they happen in big cities in the United States every day of the year, I'm sure. And so I'm not saying that it couldn't have been insurance fraud. I'm not saying that it wasn't somebody sabotaging something. I'm just saying that industrial accidents happen. It's just the way life goes. Daryl, I sent you an image that Christy sent me because it's interesting some of the other things that they make. It's the synthetic rubbers, plastic, monomers, and other products. And I sent you, like, it has a big, huge list of the the products here, and I don't know this stuff well enough to know if any of this stuff could have to do with making lubricants, but makes me wonder, could some of this, have other downstream effects that could affect the war effort. So that, those were just a couple little things I wanted to say about that. And then just a very, very quick lesson about car maintenance, since we were talking about car maintenance when I originally put my hand up. And the moral of the story is, well, not the moral yet, because we haven't gotten there. About a year ago, just over a year ago, I replaced the battery in my car because I don't drive very much. So I replaced the battery in my car and I just let it sit there and all that, very good. And a couple months ago, my car battery went dead again. And I started thinking about how much I actually drive. I drive about, I'm going to say a maximum 5 to 10 miles a month. So I do not drive very much. My car is now totally set up and attached to a battery tender whenever I'm home now, to make sure that the battery stays charged so that I can start my car whenever I want. So, the moral of the story is that there are things that we don't always think about paying attention to when we don't drive our cars often, that often need to have constant attention, even when we're not driving. So, me who drives my car 5 to 10 miles a month keeps my car on a battery tender so that my battery will start right up. So, thank you.
Whiskey, if you allow me, I have a question actually on this from the back of the class, right? So this is from the back of the class. I don't understand. Someone explained to me in a similar situation as Heather. So, for example, during winter, I don't use the car too much because it's really, if it snows, it's really hard to find a place to park your car in Bucharest. It's hell. So I will leave the car for the period in which we have snow. And someone explained to me that I need to remove one of the connections from the battery, so the minus sign. I'll have to disconnect it. And if I leave it like that with the minus sign disconnected, it will not drain as fast. And I was wondering why. Since we are at this point, it's not relevant, but if you can help me, thank you.
Really
I'm betting,
easy.
yeah, I'm betting that these guys are going to be able to answer that question for you. Somebody told me the same thing. I opted to just put a battery tender on it, which works really easily for me. So every time I, come home, I plug my car in so that I make sure the battery maintains a steady charge.
Okay, you
All right.
guys ready to go? You guys ready to go into the weeds?
Oh, I'm just telling straight up. Anda, you have a lot of subsystems on that car that are running your computer, your radio, and other things. When you don't run it, they are still hooked up and running, even though you don't have the car on. It saves the memory in the computers. It saves the um, different, the subsystems in the car. So yeah, that's why sometimes when you disconnect the battery, you have to go and reset things, and that's because they're all holding using juice. Um, if you don't use the car very much during the week, and say like Heather, you only go 10 miles a month, what can happen is you don't drive enough to charge the battery back. When you start it up, if you've got a car that takes two 300 200 amps to turn the starter over to start the car, and you got a 600 cold crank amp battery in there, you are starting to deplete the battery. So you're losing voltage because of the radio. And then when you don't run it long enough, you don't and crank it, you don't produce enough electricity to charge it back. And that's why, somebody that does a lot of short trips, they don't charge the battery when they're going on those short trips. They run it, shut it down when they get where they're going, crank it back up. They every time they do that, that's a surge on that battery. And then they go home and they set it down again. They put that surge back on the battery. They go 5 miles back to work, shut it back down. And every time they do that, they're draining out that battery. And eventually they run the battery is like, why I don't go that far? And it's not based on the distance. It's how much draw you put on those batteries without recharging them significantly. So, Anda, disconnecting the negative, you have basically stopped the radio and other things that are working in the background from draining the battery.
Thank you. Whiskey. Sorry.
No, I was just calling them whiskey.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, you have the radio, you have the onboard computer in the car that actually has a small draw on the battery. But the bigger thing to think about, actually, in cold weather, is the performance of the battery in general. What's the battery chemistry? What's the battery technology? And what I mean by that is, you have lead acid batteries. They're typically tolerant of maybe about a 25% drawdown of power. Lithium ion, you have like maybe about a 75% drawdown power. But these battery chemistries and technologies are actually affected by ambient temperature, whether it's actually the summertime or the wintertime. Wintertime, lithium ion is not so happy dealing with cold weather. I have about maybe 13 cars. Most of them I have on battery tenders because I don't drive them that much in the wintertime, as Onda has mentioned. But at the same time, as Daryl mentioned, it depends on how much you actually drive these cars. An alternator is not going to recharge a battery that has drawn down 200 amps. It's not going to recharge a battery in a mile of running that car. You have to run that car at 60 miles an hour for probably about 100 miles to recharge the battery. So if you keep getting these small discharges on like a lead acid battery, you're going to have to supplement the charge with like a trickle charger or a solar charger or a battery tender or such, if that makes sense. I hope I'm not babbling. I'm about to go to bed. If any of y'all have questions on machining, auto mechanics, or any of that sort of stuff, I'm here. If not, I'm going to go to bed.
Thanks, Whiskey. Appreciate it, man. Sleep well.
Daryl and Anda, I'm curious. Dry fly popped up as we were talking about that fire at that plant that creates all those different rubbers and things like that. And I thought he might have had something to say about all of those things that are created there. I could be wrong, but I'm just curious. He had his hand up and then he put it back down.
Yeah, and I know Dryfly has done a lot of that kind of stuff. Is he with us? Dryfly? Go ahead, Ray, while we wait for Dryfly.
Yeah, he probably has more detailed information, but just looking at the list of products that that NKNK factory produces, the so-called monomers, they're the raw materials for making other plastics. They do a polymerization and make polymers, which they also make. These are the plastics for making all sorts of things, including your cling film and all sorts of plastic products. They also have some chemicals like surfactants. These are the things that are surface active, which can be used to wet things, and um, they make a bunch of petrochemicals, but I didn't see anything about like lubricants, and um, I think most of the products would really be for making plastics and raw materials for plastics, and some of these solvents and surfactants. That's just what I noticed.
Yeah, stuff like PTFE and things like that. Plastic injection pellets for people that, I mean, for processes that use molds. They take these plastic injection pellets and they make a goo out of it that forms into whatever mold that they make. But it's how it's transported is how I know it. I've slipped up my butt in a pile of that stuff when it fell out of a rail car. It's like falling on ice. It's like walking in ice. But yeah, I know what those polymers do, and how that's what I'm pretty sure that they had them there, and if they had those there, that's a nasty fire. To set some of those off. Did Draftfly come? Draftfly, are you ready this time?
Hey, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. I was listening to him. He's right. It's every intermediate under the sun who's being a plant like that. But the reason I wanted to come up was I wanted to mention that people are discounting insurance as a cause, and I think it's a huge potential cause. It could be by far the largest given the economic problems they got in Russia. And you'd say, who's insuring them? Well, it turns out Russia has its own indigenous insurance industry. In fact, it's the same insurance industry that's tied to a lot of their biggest banks. So Alpha, VTB, SureBank, all of those have huge insurance wings with them. And it's sort of oligarchs insuring oligarchs. So you can bet there's a shit ton of corruption with that. With the economy going south, and automotive not being, automobiles not being made, trucks not being made, farm machinery not being made. I mean, they don't put tires on much. You wear them out, but people got to pay for them. And I wouldn't be shocked at all to find that the biggest single cause of all these fires is insurance. And I also wouldn't be surprised to find out that the state, Putin's friends, are involved in it. And that's part of the reason why you're not seeing any crackdowns, because they're basically bailing out his buddies. Some of his buddies are getting in trouble. And so it's a way for them to skim the state-run banks. And these aren't really state-run in the sense of the Soviet Union, but they're very, very much wound up in the bank. And I would love to hear somebody like finance dig into that and see if there's if that makes sense. But all you got to do is look, Google the top 10 banks in Russia, and it's just a who's who, or the top 10 insurers in Russia, and it's a who of the big Russian banks. And I'll listen.
Oh, you're gonna get somebody in trouble there, Draftfly, because we know they're listening to us. They know they can. Hey, is he really doing that? Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're gonna get somebody in trouble there, Draftfly.
It's a good racket. I mean, it's if I had to bail out my buddies, I can't, and they're industrialists. I couldn't think of a better way to do it, to be honest with you, because it will look innocent, but it's a straight cash injection into the guys that are supporting you. Listen.
That's right. That's exactly it.
Well, as a system, I can follow your thought, your train of thought, and I think you're maybe you're onto something. That being said, two things. One, most of the guys in Russia live in Russia, right? They know Russia, and they know how things work and where to look. And as much as insurance insurance inspectors are not dumb, right? They, as opposed to the people who are trying to do the stuff, they have actually seen that stuff done many times over. They probably wrote books on that. So when people are going with insurance frauds, going with from anything, especially for something as big as this one, they are being investigated, right? And that's because the company who actually has to pay, the insurance company, they are worse than banks. Worse than banks means they won't give the money away without a proper check that you actually follow or respect all the or first and foremost that it's not a fraud. Second, that it falls in one of the categories of your insurance, because you probably it depends on which insurance you have, if it covers some damages or others. And therefore, just because they are in Russia or I will not expect them to not know that. More than that, I will expect them to expect more fraud, because they know where they are. They know their people. Just one simple example for insurance in Russia to pay a car accident, to pay up damage for a car accident, you need to show them footage. That's why in Russia, for example, they have almost everybody has a dash cam on their screen, because with that you can prove whose fault was it, and basically it wasn't yours, and that they need to pay, that the insurance needs to pay, because otherwise they won't pay. So if they won't pay for a car which is damaged, and the payment is like not as big as paying for a uninsured deposit or uninsured mall, that is if the mall has an insurance, if the mall paid all the installments that needs to be paid, because they are expensive. It's a big facility, right? So if everything is paid to date and according to contract, they will still check, because it's a very big amount of money they need to pay. And if they don't trust a person who goes there with a wrecked car, and said, look, this happened in my a parking lot. So I let the car in the parking lot, and when I came back, it was damaged, and please pay up. They will say no. Do you have footage of that? No, I'm sorry. No, I don't believe you. You can get that damage with in various ways. So um, this is why I don't. I'm not inclined to think. Let's put it this way. I'm not inclined to think that Russian insurance companies are losing money. Like, no, not gonna happen. No, at least in how I see it. I'm sorry. Dryfly, I think you have something to respond to this, and then we can go to hands. Dryfly?
Yeah, I was just going to say that I hear what you're saying about the insurance companies in Russia in cars for average citizens. The people who own these factories aren't average citizens. I mean, a lot of them, I bet, are friends of Vlad, and they're just milking the system. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised at the end of the day, the payout goes to those guys, and then they give him a cut. Vladimir somehow ends up with a cut of it as well, or others that are very well connected. It's a way to milk the system because the factories are no longer producing because of the war. And I would be shocked at the end of the day, or I wouldn't be shocked, I should say, at the end of the day, to learn that the whole thing, including the insurance companies, are in on the deal. That they're going to get backed up by the banks, and the banks are going to get backed up by the federation, and it all goes back to the oligarchs who are in really deep trouble because the money ain't flowing in Russia like it used to. And I just think it's, when we look at how they treat individuals versus how they treat people who are well connected, it's just a world of difference. And I haven't read anything specifically on that. But I sure have read a lot that says there's a strong suggestion that many of these big fires, these big ones, are probably insurance scams, and especially the retailers, because nothing's selling. People just don't have the cash or the confidence that they won't need the cash that they already have. So I can't prove it. I don't know if anyone can prove any of it, but boy, it sure smells like fraud to me, and I'll listen.
Take that, Jack. I really don't think there's a lot that they can sell anyway left. In those malls, they probably will almost empty just because they haven't been getting anything in for 11 months. Regardless of what was in the warehouses, I don't think there's anything left. So they may have burnt down a empty warehouse. I mean, an empty mall.
Actually, I have seen, I don't know from all over Russia, but I have seen footage from St. Petersburg like 2 months ago, something like that. It was a blogger there, and he used to film everything. And it's not as, at least there, it's not that. The prices are up, some of them, for example, for iPhones and stuff like that. But for the rest of the products, yeah, some shops are closed, but some not. And the supermarket, it has local products in its majority, but it's about food, and the sanctions were not on food, to my recollection. And it didn't look empty to me. I will search for that video, but it wasn't that long, and it was far long enough. It had been enough during the war to have depleted the storage. So this was not from storage; was from someplace else.
China.
So
That's stuff that they're getting from China, Taiwan, and Vietnam, and places like that.
most probably, yes.
And there's some Europeans that are sending stuff in. I mean, you listen during the day shift; those guys rant all the time about Mars sending in, making chocolate in Russia based on the recipes that they've developed for the West. I mean, there is some, but the real problem, I think, with these companies is that a lot of them are heavily levered. They were always instruments for oligarchs and wealthy individuals to sort of launder money that they've been getting from some of these contracts, like the military contracts or other government contracts that they've been able to skim, like the bridge, and then they would launder it through other mediums, some domestic in Russia and some international. Well, if you pull the cash flow out, you still may have iPhones in the store, but if they're not selling at the rates they used to sell at, because people are paranoid or worried, they're hoarding money. You're going to see a major decline on your income statement. I mean, it's going to be brutal. And if you have bank loans coming due, and especially if your bank loans are Western, okay, so they borrowed money in Italy, but they insured the store in Russia. I mean, you burn the sucker down, you get the money, and you pay off whoever you got to pay off. And so I think that's more than likely. Now, I think probably the second largest sector of these are maintenance problems and mistakes and people just screwing up. I don't think many of them are actual hardcore seditious terrorism internally. I just don't think that that's likely to be it, but it could be some. And it doesn't even have to be Ukrainians, because there's so many people from other ethnicities who are also angry at the federal government. It would not be hard for somebody to just, flip a cigarette butt into a vat and the whole thing goes up. So I think you're probably going to see all three, and we'll probably never know the proportion. But it's clear it's happening. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that there's been a pickup. I mean, some people have even disputed that. They said we just weren't looking before. I would love to see somebody who could dig back into the data and find out whether or not there really has been a pickup in fires. I think there has been, but it's just anecdotal on my part, and I'll listen.
To my understanding, they used to have frequent fires, but I don't think shopping malls going up in flames was a daily event. And regarding what Ray said, I think 2 days ago or 3 days ago, there was a tire factory who also caught fire. So, and a pretty good one. So, we kept two of our guests with their hand up, and Heather, I will kindly ask you to let me go to Primus if it's not something I don't know, breaking news or something that you need to add. Okay, so Primus, let's go to you, and then we go to Heather.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really kind of behind the insurance fraud scenario on this for a couple reasons. I mean, the tire factory going up, and some of these other kind of high-profile industrial sites, which probably more impacted the civilian economy than the war economy. Going up is, I find it very suspicious. But when you see things like malls, which are largely empty, burning down as well, that really smells like insurance fraud. I'm not sure what flavor of insurance fraud it could be. It could be the tenants who don't want to have to pay rent anymore to whoever owns the mall. And, they're threatening to break their legs if they don't pay the rent. So they burn down the mall. So, well, why should I pay rent on a mall that's burned down? I noticed it was focused on international products. Because, I mean, the Russian economy is kind of regressing back to the Soviet economy, where luxury goods are going to be kind of probably tightly controlled by the state, and the elite are not going to be out there for, people without privileges, I'm sure. But also just the reaction. I mean, you had a massive mall just burn down in Moscow. You had this tire plant. You have several other places on there, and the Russian reaction to this has been basically nothing. Where if it was something they suspected, the Ukrainians were behind it or whomever, they'd be on the TV, they'd be all over Telegram talking about how dare they, attack our civilian infrastructure, and that kind of thing. There's been none of that reaction. So I think that's kind of telling. But there's been enough direct action against enough sites close to the border, or really key sites like I think there was a plant focused on designing rockets and so on that went up a while back. There's enough of that that's happened that it's easy enough to blame the Ukrainians for. It's like, well, it wasn't an accident, it wasn't insurance fraud, it must have been the Ukrainians causing problems. A perfect cover for insurance fraud. And insurance fraud is definitely a specialization of organized crime too, because like I think it was like Chicago or Los Angeles, like I think it was the 80s. You had guys there, they were called burners, and their job was basically to go around and burn down warehouses during the recession and so on, there to help the owners collect insurance money. But also a note about the Russian economy is that I'm in finance a bit myself. Is that I doubt many insurance companies would want anything to do with the Russian economy or exposure there, because it's a very, the rule of law there is not very strong, and there's a lot of organized crime. The government can do whatever you want. These are all things insurance companies wouldn't want anything to do with, at least outside ones. So you'd have Russian insurance companies which would do that, but their risk exposure was probably too high to be profitable. So likely the government is having to back that, basically reinsure the insurance companies to some extent. So it's a lot like in the U.S. you have flood insurance, particularly in areas like Florida, where it doesn't really make economic sense for insurance companies to want to operate down there. So the government has to basically intervene and encourage the market to provide insurance. Right. I think there's some degree of that there, but that just creates a whole other vulnerability of corruption and transfer of wealth. Wink, wink, nod, nod. The insurance company pays out the oligarch, the insurance company gets reimbursed by the government, and everyone gets a cut along the way. And then they probably shoot whoever burned down the building to begin with. So no one can talk about it. So it's just such a corrupt situation. It's some variation of that. And I was suspicious at first, but when that mall burned down, my first thought was, oh, that's an insurance fire. Also, I don't know why it was exploding, because it's a mall. So that really made me think someone kind of did some pyrotechnics or something to accelerate that. So it's all very suspicious. It's a very corrupt economy. I don't really care enough about what the Russian economy is doing to itself, as but it's basically, it's always been a snake eating its own tail in a lot of ways. But it's not a good sign for them. And there's just been so many fires. I mean, at this point, maybe it has to be more of a normal, because these are pretty high profile things that are burning down. So yeah, I'm very suspicious of it. And I have heard about the dashboard cams and that kind of thing. And for individuals to get anything out of the insurance company, which must be very terrible to work with, compared to what we'd expect from Western insurance companies, is one thing. But when you have that big of a relationship with the insurance company, well, it gets the tables turn a little bit on that relationship. So anyways, yeah, I think everyone is right to be suspicious of insurance fraud and that kind of thing. And you know what? Keep burning stuff down. That sounds great to me. Keep doing that. That's going to work out great.
All right. Heather, you're up next.
Yeah, but my issue now is I have a subject change, and I if Dryfly and Nancy have things on the same subject, it makes more sense for them to go before me. So I have a subject change. If they have things regarding this, I think it's appropriate for them to go first.
All right. Nancy, and then Dryfly.
Yeah, I was doing a little bit of digging around, and I did find a paper from two researchers at Moscow's National Research University Higher School of Economics that had both its abstract and its publication were available to me. It's on papers.ssrn.com, which is also, if you recall, the same source where the Yale University group that's been researching the Russian economic status and the companies that are still there, that's where their paper is published as well. So I know the source is reasonably reliable. This is going to be research papers, but the abstract was interesting because, being written in 2019, they surveyed a number of experts in fraud prevention in the insurance industry, and they did believe that while third-party liability motor insurance remained the most common activity among Russian criminals, they quickly expand to health and property insurance. And of course, this would be property insurance. I'm still trying to look for more details there. But they did note that typically their insurance fraudster is going to be a 34-year-old male with a college or university degree who cooperates with an insurance broker in 42% of the cases. They noted that that type of collusion is, of course, the most difficult to manage. It's if you're dealing with an individual who does something, that's much easier to detect out. But the experts that they surveyed, 60% of them were of the opinion in 2019 that the frequency of insurance fraud in Russia was increasing. And they believed the trend took place or was taking place because of deterioration of economic situation in the country, insurance compensations, and inefficient monitoring procedures. And it's hard to imagine those improving between 2019 and 2022. So while this doesn't come out directly and talk, it doesn't really separate the type of large-scale property insurance that we would be describing, and it doesn't have keywords like arson or things like that. It does add some credibility to the theory, and I think that separation between the individual trying to defraud on a small claim versus the bigger claims that you would typically have collusion involved in here, what I'm seeing in this paper is consistent with my gut instincts as well. So there you go. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? I'll do some more digging and see what else I can find in English as well. So that's it.
Thank you, Nancy. Drefly?
Yeah, I just want to follow up again and agree with what Nancy said and the earlier comments. My gut feel, okay, is that this things have changed because it's gotten so much worse, but the problem hasn't changed. It's just changed from being a punk on the street with a local insurance agent in a scam to being a large oligarchical industrialist with a huge national banking syndicate like SureBank or Alpha or VTB, and all of it. And the reason no one gets caught is that they're making sure that the institutions get in on the cut. In other words, some of that money finds its way to a palace in Sochi, and it's a way to bail out the oligarchs. Is what it is. The oligarchs, and I bet you money, if you looked at who was getting away with it, I bet a lot of them are friends of Vlad. That's just, I mean, it almost is too easy to do because they're right. These banks are too big to fail. They will not let these banks fail. So they will get injections from the Russian Federation if they even get close to not being profitable. So what it is they're pumping money straight from the federal coffers to the banks, to the oligarchs that are getting bailed out on the insurance, and certainly some of the important people in the government are getting cuts. I mean, I just think it's almost too obvious. And the thing is that if these were real attacks on things where they were shutting down the war effort, I think we would be seeing screaming. And there's just such a lack of screaming. It's almost surprising that there's no one being hauled out and shot if it really was partisans. So anyway, I'm going to drop it and let the conversation go somewhere else. And I appreciate, Andy, your patience. Thank you.
Thank you. I will go to Prince in a minute. Just I will let it drop.
What do
Okay.
you drop? What do you drop, Fernanda?
So for the national bank to be able to bail out other banks, they need to have money, and they don't, because they are spending money with the war. They are not in the position to right now. They are not in the position of having lots of money sitting around and not having what to do with them. They don't have lots of money in banks. They are printing money. So yes, you can bail out a bank, and you can write off the duty of a bank if that bank paid some insurance which you wanted to be paid to someone else who is your friend, your buddy, your I don't know. That can happen. But they ain't gonna do that on a large scale, because where are you going to get the money from? They need money actually for the front lines. Like, they don't have enough products. They don't have enough money to pay the armament companies which are currently producing munition for the front lines. And they, I don't know. I see what you're saying, and it makes sense up to a point, but I don't see from where. I don't see, unfortunately, this is life, but money is a finite amount of stuff. It's not infinite. And if you keep printing them, you get inflation. So, and they don't have them. So I would point that out. They don't have inflation at this point. I know they are controlling it. I'm not saying it's not being controlled, because they are not trading with the West as they did, and it's basically a closed economy. But I don't know. Something's off anyway. That's for sure. Dryfly, I tried to add you, but somehow I don't know.
I'm there now. You got me. It must have
All
worked.
right.
I agree with you that it's not a good strategy, but actually in the short run, it will work. Quote, if by working you mean you bail out your buddies at the expense of others. And in Russia, that has been the model for Putin from the day he stepped into the job. He's always bailed out his buddies at the expense of others. Now, we don't think that there's a lot of inflation, but I've heard there's like 20% inflation. And it's shadow inflation, and a lot of the reporting may or may not be accurate. So I'm not certain that this isn't working. And the other issue is that if I recall hearing from finances that they're starting to hit their head on how much cash. So it could be in the future, okay, they may not have as much cash without having much more inflation. Okay, it's very possible that could occur. And so it could be a lot of the fires we're seeing now are oligarchs in the know, the people who actually know that the gig is up and they're getting out as fast as they frickin' can. So you're actually having economic decisions being made by people who have inside vision into what's coming, and they know that if they wait, they will not get out. You know what I mean? I mean, by get out, I mean get their money out of these disaster investments that aren't going to pay for themselves. And if they've got Western loans and they're denominated in rubles, now would be the time to convert those rubles into Western money, because the ruble is still fairly strong because of the manipulation. I mean, there's just a lot of things that smell fishy to me, okay, that smell like internal political corruption as well as um, you know, smoking accidents. I mean, there's just too much that I grew up in the Midwest in the Great Lakes region, and there was a lot of mob in places like Chicago, okay, Milwaukee, Detroit. I got family in Detroit, got family in Cleveland. I lived in Buffalo for a while, and I live on the other end now, and on it, and there just was a ton of mafia corruption, and those guys were all in the know. They didn't do it out of nowhere. I mean, they didn't just all of a sudden come up with the idea. They had friends and family who were in powerful places who could give them heads up and cover for them. They wouldn't get caught. The money would get paid, and other people would end up carrying the bill. In other words, the normal, legal um, people who are insured. And it's just so common, and there's so much mob in Russia. Uh, I would just be shocked if that wasn't the major cause. That these are guys that are getting paid off, or not paid off, but getting paid out, getting away from the table. It's like a poker game. They're able to pull their chips off the table before the table blows up, and that's the only mechanism they have left to do it, is to burn the factory down and then get a payout. And they probably have to cut some with Putin and some others. That's just it. It isn't right. It won't help the country. It won't help the war effort. It certainly is terrible for the average Russian, but it just smells like the kind of thing these guys would do. And I will, this time for sure, really listen.
Rome is burning.
All right. So, um,
Can
and
I
then
add just one thing on the same
yes,
topic? Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Heather, for being patient as well too. Yeah, the data points I'm seeing plus my gut instinct is pretty consistent with what Dryfly is saying as well. As I skim a little bit more of this paper and I find a few other sources, Russia has had difficulty with crappy legislation in this area. So they don't have a good record of harsh prosecution for the fraud, for insurance fraud types of crimes. And their experts were also unhappy with the quality of the police work done. And to properly prosecute insurance fraud and prevent the next insurance fraud by the next guy and the next guy, you've got to have strong investigators and strong prosecution. And it's probably a lot simpler to sweep up the small fish in the pond by doing that with vehicular accidents and things like that. Much easier to do that than these larger scale fire situations as well too. So I've also seen when you've got an economy that still is in that teeter-totter stage, that hasn't done a full-scale run up of inflation or complete crash of the currency, there is that period of time. They run out of the runway, but there is that period of time where they can continue to print more money and basically conceal what's going on and point to other problems. And given the fact that I think that it was just a few months ago that the woman who headed their central bank did finally resign. I know they'd tried to keep her for a while longer, and then she had resigned. I can't remember her name. Finance probably would recall it off the top of his head. But that means that somebody who was very familiar with their mechanisms and what their true situation was has left that organization. And I think that leaves them more vulnerable to these last ditch efforts for the crime syndicates there to try to make the oligarchs whole. So I'm going to keep that suspicion on until somebody finds something otherwise. Thanks.
Hey, folks, I am going to say a good evening to everybody. I enjoyed my night, and I am glad to have every one of you here. So, with that, I am going to say we're going to do a little swap here with Charles and myself and leave you in the capable hands of him and Anda. Good night, all.
Thank you, Daryl.
Night, Daryl.
Thanks, Daryl.
All right. procrastinate later. It's called anti-procrastination. Do you have something on this, the same topic?
Yeah.
Because I want to
Yes.
move on.
Yes.
So yeah, go
Yes.
ahead.
Absolutely. I lived for about 11 years in Eastern Europe. I'm American. I lived for about 11 years in Eastern Europe, including 2 years in Russia. And I can tell you from personal experience that this characterization of the insurance industry over there is kind of wrong. Basically, insurance, to the extent it can appear, it has to have a functioning legal system. And so the flaws that in the Russian legal system that have been there forever have prevented the insurance businesses from relying too heavily on insurance to begin with. Even when I was there was always kind of like let's say a dual insurance system where you had both. Maybe you had an official insurance policy if you were kind of foolish, or if you get one from a naive Western insurance company. But you also relied on your krisha, your connections with various gangs within the criminal underworld. This sort of like New York style insurance fraud where you basically burn down the building and send the bill to the insurance company. It just doesn't work in Russia. And you can't really say that, well, this side is going to be, the friends of Putin, and the other side are going to be, chumps that we can easily rip off, because they're both going to be friends of Putin. And neither one of them is going to be relying on the court system. They're both going to have their, let's say, criminal connections and so forth. You would not have this kind of spree of burnings, unless there was some sort of behind the scenes major power shift between different, let's say, criminal/political groups within Russia. So it's not insurance fraud. I'm sorry. The other thing I want to say is that it's very easy to misunderstand the economic situation within Russia. I think that we want, because we want so badly for Ukraine to win this war quickly, we want to believe that the Russian economy is, hopefully a few days away from collapsing, but it's not. The Russian economy is fundamentally something like Saudi Arabia. They make so much money on exports, even after exports to Europe have been cut off, that they're still banking $20 or $30 billion a month, probably, of export revenue. Now, having said that, they're getting paid in foreign currency, and they've got to figure out a way to get that foreign currency into the Russian economy. So they've got to get it through the exchange, system without driving the value of the ruble through the roof in the process. So Russia's fiscal situation is problematic, because they do have problems, let's say, localizing their export revenues. And they did get, a whole bunch of, $400 or $500 billion worth of reserves were confiscated by foreign central banks and so forth. So they have problems, but they're nowhere near, being forced to kind of, squeeze a few $100,000 out of this business or that business. They're not destitute. I'm sorry to say, but they're not. And I do also want to point out one other thing, which happened very early on in the early days of Putin's regime, or when Putin first came to power. The Russian economy was in a terrible situation, far worse than it is today. The value of the Russian ruble fell 70%. The value of the Russian stock market fell 95%. I was laughing at my friends at the bar because I said, for you guys to get back to, they had invested in, mutual funds at the time. And I said, for you guys to get back to break even, your investments have to go up 20-fold just for you to break even. But anyway, the situation was awful. It was really awful back then, far worse than it is today. And Putin came to power. In a sense, he was blessed because he came to power at the absolute nadir of their economic trajectory. And in a sense, the country had nowhere to go but up. And so for the next 10 or 15 or 20 years, Putin kind of rode this great, economic expansion, which, kind of was just a function of good luck. But at the very early years, the situation was, the last days of the Yeltsin era were just terrible. And I think people were deeply demoralized in Russia. And I think that Putin, there was this weird set of events that happened. And I was there. I wasn't in Moscow. I was in Nizhny Novgorod. But I followed it every week by reading the one English language, newspaper, which was there then and still is there, Moscow Times. And it was a series of bombings. And actually, it started out with the bombing of, and I'd forgotten this detail, but it started out with the bombing of a shopping center. And then a week or so later, an apartment block in Moscow blows. And then another apartment block in Moscow blows. For the first couple of weeks, it's kind of a mystery. And then, like two or three more blow. And then...
Procrastinate?
Yeah.
Are you going to land this plane, my friend?
Very soon. So anyway, so there was a series of apartment building explosions that eventually were blamed on the Chechens, and this was used to unify the Russian society against the threat of the Chechens, and used as the basis to justify what became a very popular first war against the Chechens. So this was Putin's first trick out of the block. And I have to say, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I do believe in this so-called conspiracy. And I do recommend anyone who wants to learn more about it to go to Wikipedia, Ryazan apartment bombings.
Thanks a lot. I want to jump on this because.
But the point is that
I asked. One second. Because I asked the same question to some of the people who monitor the Russian media and the space, and the guys who I trust to generally have a good idea. And here was what I said. I said, look, I've never known the Russians to waste a good disaster, right? And I said it reminds me very much of the apartment bombings back in the war in Chechnya, when Putin first took power. And I asked the guys, some of the people in the space who monitor the Russian media closely, and I asked them, I said, are you seeing anything? Are they using this? And actually the answer was no, we're not.
Not yet.
Most of the things seem to be, but I mean, if you go back to the Chechen bombings, I mean, they used that immediately, right? I mean, because
I don't think so.
They wanted, no, they did, because
I don't think so. I mean, I read about it every week, and it didn't come up right away that it was the Chechens. First of all,
they were trying to get because they wanted, they instilled this huge amount of fear, right, about this terrorism, right? But here's my point. I'm not saying, I kind of agree with you, right? I'm kind of trying to agree with you that, okay, I imagine that the Russian machine will try to make hay out of this somehow, right? And so far, they haven't done much. And I don't know whether they just view this as normal, because they're kind of treating it as though it's normal, or whether they don't know how to make any profit out of it. I mean, I'm not talking necessarily financial profit, gain something from it, but I think we'll just have to wait and see, because I mean, I think if it hasn't happened yet, I'm not saying it won't happen, but I think it's certainly something to keep an eye on. But here's the thing, here's why it doesn't matter to me so much, right? For me, it's a curiosity. It's an interesting, like, wow, why are shopping malls burning and blowing up, right? But here, and what's the only thing that they could use it for? The only thing that they could use it for would be to try to reinforce the will of the people to make more sacrifice in Ukraine, right? That's it.
Well, to wake up the people to this so-called external threat and get them fired up about the war.
Exactly. That's what I just said, right? To reinforce the will of the people to make sacrifice. So
I also will agree with you that I do think that we have to kind of wait and see how it all plays out. I mean, it's the start of a pattern. Not every, plan, goes to fruition or whatever. It's worth thinking about. And I think it's a heck of a lot more likely than simple insurance fraud.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Nancy, or excuse me, not Nancy, Prince.
Good morning, Charles. I hope you have your coffee going already this morning. Yesterday I heard what I thought was a Keurig in the background while you were getting going.
Yeah, unfortunately I don't. I'm coffee-less today. So if I speak slowly, just turn on the 1.5 times speed and I'll sound normal.
Oh no, that's not good. That is not good. I do have a subject change, and it was something that I don't know if you and Anda slept through this, but it's something that I heard much earlier today, and I haven't heard brought up for a while now. I have had to take a couple of calls and things like that throughout the day, but I thought it would be a good thing to bring up again tonight or this morning for you guys. So yesterday or earlier today, for those of us who live in the North American area, we had a very interesting meeting happen in Poland. And MriyaReport actually participated in this meeting in Poland with the Polish chief of the chancellery of the Prime Minister of Poland. And I just thought that was really cool. Yehuda came on and talked about this earlier today. And Rip Rawlings did a little tweet here a few minutes ago about the meeting also. And it was a partnership meeting. It was a group of charities that are sort of partnered together as charitable organizations that included Maria Aid and 3XR and Back Alive and some others. And there was, I believe, participation by the Helsinki Commission. Rip talked about this a little bit a few days ago when he was on, that this meeting was going to happen. And what they were doing was talking about speeding the relief from and through Poland by the U.S., Polish, Ukrainian, Canadian organizations, to modify the existing laws, to better support getting the aid to Ukraine on a quicker basis, to take some of those roadblocks and obstacles that may arise as they're trying to go through the border and get this aid to Ukraine where it's desperately needed. And I just love the way Yehuda, called in and was in on the meeting, but our own Ryan was there in attendance. Rip Rawlings, I very rarely post things into the nest without asking, but this is one that I knew that I would be able to put into the nest. So I put the tweet up there in the nest from Rip Rawlings that has a picture of Ryan and Rip and the other people who attended that meeting. And I love how all of the charitable organizations are not trying to, it's the only phrase I can think of, is piss on their own territory. They're not trying to do things themselves. They're trying to work together to get the aid and the services to Ukraine as fast as they can. And if they, working together means that they get that stuff done faster and more efficiently, they're more than happy to work together to do that, all for the benefit of Ukraine, because that's what it's about. And I hope Rip comes on in the coming days and shares with us a little bit more about the meeting, or if we catch Yehuda on again. I know sometimes he comes up after I've gone to bed, because he gets up, I think, at an ungodly hour, some like you and Anda, Charles. But I just think it was a great thing to see, and it's nice to see, a picture of Ryan there in Poland and participating in this meeting to make that delivery of aid easier all across the line there.
Thanks a lot, Prince. Yeah, I was here when Yehuda was talking about. It's good to hear that they're trying to work together to lift any kind of bureaucratic barriers, customs barriers that are not put there on purpose to make things bad. But of course, it's wartime, and it's good that the Poles are looking to reevaluate. Hopefully, it all works out. Sounds like it will. Nancy.
Yeah, and it was interesting. I heard part of Yehuda's conversation, and of course, we'd known that these charitable organizations were trying to work together so that the larger ones could have more influence, and I say larger, they're still small, but we're not dealing with the Red Crosses of the universe or things like that. So it still is that next group down. Partnering together has given them a much stronger seat at the table, and that is clearly demonstrated here. And seeing and hearing about the discussions that they're having regarding how can they strip away that bureaucracy or make parts of it work more efficiently, work in their favor, so that things aren't delayed in customs at the Polish border and that type of thing. And it sounds like they're getting really creative at looking at what options are available to them within their existing regulatory structures, which is great, and then changing what they need to. And it actually took me back to Peter Doran's story from this past weekend, and part 2 of the story he was telling us about how important a handful of diplomats were in getting a number of Lithuanian and Polish Jews safely out of both German and Russian control and influence. And the fact that that story also revolved around bureaucrats and politicians trying to figure out how to work within their frameworks to make things better and expedite activities. Oh, you don't need this document if you're going to Curacao, and providing those shortcuts and agility really sounds like what they've been able to accomplish with the discussions with the Polish chief of the chancellery. So I was really excited to see that and to be able to visualize, how in some ways you've got those repeating processes that, yeah, we can strip aside bureaucracy and get creative with it. And I think that was pretty cool.
Thank you. Anda, hi, I haven't had a chance to say good morning. I don't think, but I'm missing my coffee, so I'm still connecting the nerve endings in my brain. Anda, can you take a wild guess what I would like to talk about? Do you have any idea what I might like to talk about today?
Bulgaria.
No.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Serbia and Kosovo.
I already DM'd Doman. I'll have to wait for him.
Bad. I don't know. So it's not Bulgaria, which is actually upset with Russia, and it's not Kosovo.
Does start with B though.
It starts with a B. It's not burning.
No.
So what starts with a B and how many letters?
It has 5 letters.
Bucha?
Ooh, no, not today. Maybe another time. This is a piece. Let's say when you need to get to the other side.
A bridge.
Exactly. A bridge went boom. A really important bridge too, and it went boom in a really, really cool way. Did you see the bridge that went boom?
Actually, I didn't. I heard. I think Prince and Daryl were talking about the bridge when I came up at 4:00 my time. I think it was really early. So I think Prince recalls. I cut the tail end of the discussion, and I'm not exactly sure where is the bridge. It's about the bridge, and it's not the Kerch bridge. This I got. That part I got. So please.
No, it's so there is a bridge. Last night, a bridge went boom in Melitopol. This is the main bridge that runs east-west on the main road. They're running through Melitopol, so the state highway, the highway. They don't have an interstate that, large autobahn or whatever you want to call it, running around Melitopol. But the main highway, the bridge over the river in Melitopol went boom, and appears that it is no longer usable. I'm looking for a good tweet to put in the nest. When I find one, I will show you. In any case, this bridge, so it's one of the main supply lines. Obviously, we know that the Kerch Bridge is now restricted to traffic smaller than 1.5 tons, and the rail bridge is not usable. So nothing's going over the Kerch Bridge of any kind of value, of any kind of size. So this means the entire Russian supply for Crimea and anyone in Kherson Oblast or Zaporizhia Oblast is all going through southern Ukraine. It's all going through Mariupol. Excuse me, Melitopol. This is why the Ukrainians hit the rail bridge with some HIMARS recently, and now they have hit a road bridge. Give me 1 second, I'll put it up in the nest. But Prince.
Yeah, I was actually just gonna pop in and say that we did talk about that earlier today. Can you guys hear me? Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
I always look at my closed captions and they weren't catching up. Yeah, we did talk about that a little while ago, and I still think it's a great subject because people log on and log off, and everybody has a slightly different view about it. But when I saw Chuck Farrer's tweet about his analysis about it being Ukrainian partisans who snuck up there and attached some explosives and blew it up so that it's not really usable. We had quite a lengthy discussion about it. So I'm going to go ahead and let you guys have that discussion. I've got a bit of a headache, and it's time for me to try to wind down a little bit for the night. So I will thank you all. I've had a blast tonight. I spent quite a bit of time up here talking with Daryl, and just wanted to say thank you, and thank you guys for all you do. And we will catch you all tomorrow.
Thank you and good night.
All right. Well, okay, then I'll keep it short. But for some people who have been listening for a long time, and you've already heard this, but yeah, it appears, looks to me, Chuck may be right on this one. Well, I think he is. In that it was demolitions. This was not an artillery attack. This was not HIMARS. This was none of that. This was demolition work, which I must say is one of the reasons why I was so excited about it, because it's really nice to see that the Ukrainians have the capability, whether it's partisan or special forces or whoever it is, to actually blow up a concrete beam bridge in the middle of an occupied city. That is certainly doable. It's not easy, I can imagine, especially if the bridge is secured. But fantastic. And this, I must say, this puts the Gimler's attack on Melitopol into a much different light than just a one-off attack.
Sorry, I was DMing and then you caught me off guard. So what was one of the questions was if the road bridge is usable. So I will look at the I saw you shared a tweet, and I will look at a tweet from a special Herson Cat. It's the first on the left.
Exactly. So this is so particularly usable. Bridges aren't supposed to look like this. I don't know exactly how they blew it because I haven't seen a picture of the underside of the bridge. I mean, there's a picture of the underside of the bridge before it's blown up, but not of one after. So it is a concrete beam bridge. It appears that they did put the demolitions. I'm going to guess they put the demolitions at the top of the pier. That would where they would most likely put it. And I think if they had actually blown up the entire piers, the bridge wouldn't be standing at all. As you can see, it's very, very heavily damaged and buckled, which is actually a really effective thing. This is really good because it actually makes it much harder to repair the bridge if the Russians were so inclined, because now they have to tear down a big section of the bridge in order to replace it and repair it. So this is really, really good job. This is well done. Nice. It would be nice if it were kind of a little bit more gone, like if it was in a V shape, that would be quite nice. But this is still really good work. So they knew how to attack the bridge. They knew how much explosive they needed for the bridge. This is not something your average civilian would know in Melitopol. So this indicates that they were taught and that they were provided with supplies, or maybe there was actually Ukrainian armed forces in the area to do this. Really nicely done. And of course, like I mentioned, this fits very, very nicely with the Gimler's attack because that place where the Russian soldiers, you remember those 200 that died in that burning inferno of Gimler's? That's only 700 meters up the road. That's like right next door. So that's the force that is likely guarding that bridge, or at least there are certainly people there who were guarding that bridge. So they killed a bunch of Russian soldiers, and then they went sneaky, and they blew up that bridge. Now, unfortunately, I mean, I've got to get the bad news. The bad news is there is another bridge down the road, or excuse me, down the river. Let's do a little measure here. What is that? It is about 8-9 kilometers down the river, or on a southern bypass of the city of Melitopol. But still, 50% of the job done of cutting the bridges of this river that running through Melitopol and causing at least the main thoroughfare ones to really, really hamper Russian logistics. So it's really cool for a lot of reasons. Nice work. Well done, gentlemen, ladies. On your handicraft there on this demolition. Looks great. Great planning, great coordination of Gimler's capability and partisan capability into a nice seamless attack on a very, very important operational main supply route. So cool.
Just give me 1 minute. Sorry.
No worries. In the meantime, I'll bring up Helsinki. See what you got, Helsinki. Helsinki, did you have something?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, good morning, Charles and guys. I hope everybody is doing well. And greeting from snowy Helsinki. We got like 25 centimeters of snow. There was a huge storm. Anyway, yeah, the bridge, Charles. Yeah, it is cool. It is absolutely cool. I think that's the video I saw before late in the evening. There was a video of blowing up, and I was trying to see that is there like a missile coming up or something. Of course, I didn't do any proper analysis, but yeah, it looked very cool, the explosion, if that's the one. But we have to do a meme about it. We have to make a meme. This is like there was a bridge and now there is not a bridge. These memes are funny. So yeah, cheers, Charles.
Yeah, good. So it's So I don't think it's. I haven't seen a video of an explosion. I don't know. Maybe I just missed it. But this one appears to be demolition. So It's not a rocket. It's not a. But it's really cool. I really like how it's.
Yeah, listen, Charles. I have to dig it up because there was like a live video of it was a railway bridge. Yeah. railway?
No, no, this is a road bridge in Melitopol.
Yeah, okay, that's the video I saw. There was like one guy's running in the bridge, and what came up, he was speaking. That's another video. Maybe that's the one. The road bridge. Okay, yeah, because the railway bridge, that's a different one. Okay, well, I'm confusing. Right. So there is few videos. Yeah, Melitopol.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, you will see the one of the guy running. I think that's from Morganzo or something. Yeah, that's the same bridge, but you will hear booms in the background, but that's not the booms of the Ukrainians hitting the bridge. I think that's some kind of artillery attack or HIMARS attack in the area that you can hear the booms in the background. But yeah, if looking at this is okay. So unfortunately, as I mentioned, there is another bridge down the road, or excuse me, further south of the city, approximately 9 kilometers south, offers what seemed to be a good route to bypass. But if they can get that one, they actually have to go quite a ways north for another good crossing. This just all adds inefficiency into the Russian supply chain, into the supply lines. And looking at some of the traffic jams that we have seen along these routes in southern Ukraine and in southern Zaporizhia and Kherson Oblast, this just makes it much more difficult. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, we also had a bit more activity on the front lines just north of that in the Zaporizhia front. I'll double check on that, but it looks like a few things have begun to happen. I don't know whether this is just another stage of the shaping operation, or if this is just continued. This is certainly all shaping operations, but which stage they are in and what this indicates of any kind of timeline, it's a bit early to say, but very good news. This is exactly the kind of stuff you want to do in shaping operations.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Helsinki.
Yeah. I mean, like, if we speculate a little bit, because there is like a this is open source intelligence, but there is this kind of chatter. I think they say that there is like things are going on and there is something happening. But if we speculate, and maybe I hope I'm not too much armchair general here, but if we think that Ukrainians would control Melitopol, it's a critical junction for logistics, road junction, so forth. So almost it's like one step of cutting Crimea out of the kind of Novorossiya or the Mariupol direction. So I mean that would be good junction. And then we have these two roads going to Crimea proper and Kers Bridge. So I'm just kind of like maybe fantasizing that this is something is going on. But as usual, maybe I go ahead of myself. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I have heard some people say on the space that that they believe that there's a kind of the military operation strategy people, of which I do not claim to be one, because I'm much too close to the dirt on the earth. But they have said things like they believe that Melitopol is the key kind of to the whole thing, and that if it falls, then game over kind of thing. Not sure, don't know whether that's fully true or not, but it's certainly very important. And as you mentioned, without holding it, Crimea is in big trouble. So we will see. Okay, so Anda's back. Hi, Anda.
I think Crimea is already in big trouble. If you look at it, really, it's a kind of like an island. Two roads go to it. Then there is this kind of like how to provide water, how to provide electricity there. There is hundreds of thousands of Russian civilians, and then there is this flimsy bridge now. So, I think they are in big trouble there in Crimea. And if they put a lot of troops there and the Ukrainians hopefully cut the supply lines, they are in the pocket. They are like in a, how do you say, like a, they are encircled then, and then there is just sea around them. I'm just speculating here.
Oh, thanks. Hey, Anda, welcome back.
Hey, so couple of points. I've been listening. I couldn't talk, but I've been listening. So first of all, to come because it came to you, the praise for the guys who actually blew up the bridge. That is something. And what I wanted to say is, without speculating, right? What we saw, they are. You say shaping, right? Preparing something. Sorry, like an advancement, like a counter offensive, like um, um, preparing their terrain. And usually, again, I'm not military, but I read a lot of books. Uh, so, to my understanding, usually for example, if you have guys behind the lines, right? Because you said this is not. It's not like you give me. No, it's not like me being in Melitopol for the last, I don't know, 9 months. I find on the street some C4 left by someone. I don't know. I recognize what it is. I take it home. I prepare everything, and I will go and blow up something. Because, yeah, it ain't gonna happen. Probably I will stumble upon it and not know what it is, right? You have to know what it is. You have to know how to use it, and where, and the quantities and everything. So even if my point is, you have to have a specialist there, and probably that from past wars, so from past experiences. I'm giving here a wild assessment. Paratroopers and soldiers which are deployed behind the enemy lines, in small units. In sometimes they do collaborate with partisans and help each other out, being hidden, and help with knowledge and stuff like that. So I think this is where my mind went when I saw that bridge blew up and I heard your praises, right? If it's done professionally, you have to have a professional guy actually there, or to. I don't think everything can be learned on YouTube, you know. Some
I hope not. I'm sure it probably could, but I hope not. No. Yeah.
That would be. I don't know if I read too many books. I mean, war books from First and Second World War and everything, but at least this would be my assumption, that someone who actually knew what to do, got there in contact with people who actually knew how to, or where to go and how to go where, that way, in order not to be caught, right? And yeah, uh, this is my wild assumption, if I'm allowed to have one.
Well, there's typically two steps to something like this. There's the engineer reconnaissance, and then there's the actual mission to blow it. So the engineer reconnaissance would be, you know, how what's the bridge made of? What type is it? What are the dimensions of it? What are the dimensions of the concrete beams? What are the dimensions of the pillars, right? You get all that information, you measure everything. Now, because it's a Ukrainian bridge, they may actually just have the blueprints of the thing. They may just know, so they don't have to actually do a reconnaissance because somebody in the Department of Public Works or whatever it was, the highways department, actually built the bridge and repaired the bridge and maintained the bridge. So, okay, so they pull up that kind of stuff and then they just make a little plan and say, look at it. And the expert says, all right, well, this is the way you should attack it. And you should put charges here. Does a little bit of simple math and comes up with an amount of how much explosives they need. Yeah, and then you go out there in the middle of the night and bring a ladder or two, climb up there on top of the piers, and put your stuff in, and then run away. So that's the simplified version of it. But yeah.
I know the runaway part.
Well, yeah, you definitely don't want to hang around. Yeah, you want to run away. But if I were them, I don't know. I don't know if I'd do this in an occupied territory, but okay, if I were them, I would definitely want to take a video of my work. So maybe one day we'll get to see the actual explosion. Maybe it is. Maybe Helsinki found it and he'll send it to me. Anyway.
Yeah, this is the kind of like guerrilla tactics that if the enemy comes, then you kind of leave behind the enemy lines these guerrillas. That is something that maybe somebody might be familiar, as a tactic. And then anyway, for this thing that they are occupying Ukrainian land, and there is obviously people who were not evacuated from there because they were not able to be evacuated. And these people are not very friendly to Russians, like we heard. Well, we know, and let's take Kherson example. Like there is people with the cell phones; they can provide intelligence. I'm sure that they know exactly the number. There is this impressive military intelligence general, like Ambassador Sherba said yesterday. This Kirilo Budanov, and he seems very impressive. So I am sure that they will just cooperate with the population. The population is cooperative. They will say that there is this Wagnerites here in this building now, and this hut is now full of conscripts, or VDV is there, and there is this kind of Z kind of truck here. So, and then you can get the ball rolling, because with these drone strikes and everything, we know that on behind of all this kind of strikes, there is an intelligence network which is providing, because you cannot do this kind of strikes if you don't have the kind of background intelligence. So it seems that Major General Budanov is running a very, very, very tight ship and is doing fine. So all the best to the guys there. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So, Anda, if you are interested, I don't know, you seem interested in military stuff, and you said you like to read books. I can recommend a book for you if you like. It's called FM 3-90.1. Doesn't sound like the most exciting book in the world, but that is the U.S. Army Manual on offensive and defensive operations. So that's where it actually describes what shaping operations are and how to do them and all this kinds of stuff. This shaping operation would be considered an interdiction. That would be the official term for it. And it prevents the enemy from using a certain route. It has the effect of making it so that the enemy, we talk about the supplies, but it also means that when an attack comes, that the enemy has a more difficult time maneuvering and massing forces for a counterattack or to respond to any assault. So this is called an interdiction. And if you're interested on that, it's a bit boring reading, but FM 30-9, I think. Yeah, will tell you everything you need to know.
Is it available to me?
Oh, sure. Everything, almost all of the U.S. Army field manuals are available online for public consumption.
All right. I might just take you up on that.
So you shouldn't find the Explosives and Demolitions FM out there, but it might be, or there might be somebody who's uploaded an old copy that shouldn't be there. But anyway, but yeah, all the Army field manuals are available. Daniel is an avid reader. Good morning, Daniel.
Good morning, Charles. Sanda is in traffic, I heard. I'm pretty sure you are happy about Bavona in Kursk, but did you see Sergei Naryshkin in Vienna? Chief SVR, Military Intelligence of Russian Federation. He's in Vienna, enjoying a pretzel and a schnitzel. Nice, right? Very, very nice.
Yeah, I hope somebody poisons his sachertorte. What's he doing there, Daniel?
Probably negotiating his head. Probably. I don't think Neuheimer is so stupid to try to cross the Germans with Russians behind their back, asking again their gas deposits to be, I don't know. You know, Germany, most of the gas reserves has in Austria, and they are very Gazprom system, right?
In that OMV plant just south of, or just on the east side of Vienna.
Yeah, because when Ukraine said, use our gas deposits, we have a lot of them in the West. I don't saw any hands rising and say, okay, let's get that generous offer. Sometimes people are stupid. But this idea, Naryshkin, to be so in public, what he has in mind? Nobody will recognize him.
Can I say, Daniel, what is going on maybe?
Please, go.
I think it's probably meeting with William Burns of CIA, because there was Sullivan was saying that they will discuss in coming days, especially with this, about this one American guy who is still in Russian are keeping him in a hostage. So I think the Vienna is a neutral territory for Bill Burns and Naryshkin to meet. That's what I would suggest. But let's see. It will be revealed soon.
Are we back in 1982 now that our intelligence services are meeting in Vienna to talk about?
Exactly, Charles, because they usually meet in Ankara or Dubai or Abu Dhabi.
No, this has been going on for a while. Bill Burns have been meeting Naryshkin a couple of times already like this. So.
You know what is strange? Naryshkin is the chief of military security service, not FSB, not GRU, SVR. SVR are the nice guys who come in Europe to put poison in our citizens.
Well, Naryshkin is basically a Putin crony. He was a couple of years ago. He was the, I think, speaker of the upper house. Not is it Duma, but the House of Federation. So he's kind of like one of the closest guys. I think he's from originally from St. Petersburg. So I think he's this crew. Putin crew from years back, so kind of this loyalist. Yeah, he was the guy who was humiliated when the operation started. It was.
I remember well.
Yeah,
I remember
that's my
well.
favorite video. You support, you don't support. It was very funny.
The idea is Naryshkin didn't know about the operation. In fact, in the Security Council, I don't know if he's one people there who know what Putin was gonna do. This looked very, very, very bad. Shoigu has no clue because Shoigu is just a puppet. I don't know if Gerasimov have any idea because somebody must plan this. But nobody in Security Council have any idea. If I remember well, under the table, Russian diplomat said they have no idea. There was no warning. That's why everyone just said, no, 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 we will not be an invasion.
So one more time, Daniel, what's the name of the head of the SVR in Russia? What's the guy's name?
Naryshkin.
Sergei.
Товарищ Naryshkin.
Sergei Naryshkin.
Yeah. More stereotypic than Sergei, I don't know, Ivan.
Okay, well, no, let's see. I don't. Unfortunately, yeah, I don't like Russian security services, as you can imagine. So for those of you who are in the space who are part of the Russian security services, yeah, we're trying to keep this on Spotify.
Please go away.
or hang out and learn something. But anyway, if you are in the space from the Russian security services, your boss is currently in Vienna. If you write him a DM, he'll probably buy you a schnitzel. Yeah, and I hope it tastes.
You can make a draft saying Prishnitzel for the commander of Surovikin. And I don't know, some egg liquor.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for bringing that to our attention, Daniel. Yeah, we'll see. We will probably never hear about this again, but something will almost certainly be done. Great. Anda, what other news did we see over the night that I missed? All I saw was the bridge because, you know, me and bridges, once I see them, and especially if they're blown up by sappers, I get kind of distracted and that's all I can look at.
Oh, well, I can imagine. So I think the first time I remember talking to you, it was about Kerch Bridge, and it was an extensive discussion. So yeah, I can imagine you love bridges. Um, what I saw, and I think Daniel can add more to this, is about Bulgaria. So when you said with a B, that's where my mind went to. And this is because, you know, this is, yes, I'm sorry. So the reason is the following. Bulgaria at the beginning of this war was pro-Russian, right? This was their first attitude in the first week. We are not going to help Ukraine. We are just like, I don't know, Hungary. And then Russia went out and cut their gas, and they were out of gas. And what do you know? Bulgaria's opinion and view on Russia has changed. Imagine that. And going forward, for a period, there were no actual, how do you say, movements of equipments from Bulgaria to Ukraine. And then Russia goes out and does something else stupid to Bulgaria, and Bulgaria sends back 70 Russian diplomats, and then starts selling ammo to Ukraine, and send what they have into storage to Ukraine because they have a lot of Russian equipment and ammo. And right now they are further pissed, and they are acting again. And they will send. It's a piece of news today that they will send actual equipment to Ukraine. So Russia has somehow managed to make an enemy out of a friend, right? Bulgaria used to be a friend of Russia.
Yeah, I remember that. In fact, I think I was probably wrong about this assumption, but when I lived in Romania, I had always this assumption that, okay, the Bulgarians are the Russians' friends, and Romania was in a difficult spot because I kind of thought of Bulgaria as the way I think about Serbia now. Was I wrong, Daniel? It seems like.
Not on the same level. Uh, um, I will let Daniel talk in a minute, but in my opinion, Bulgaria was never on the same level as Serbia. So it's not the only time they were unfriendly with us that I remember, like openly unfriendly, were in the First World War when they attacked us. And this is why we entered the war, because they didn't want to enter that war, that one. But yeah, what would you do if they attack you on your land? Well, you fight back. So apart from that, it wasn't the friendliest relationship, but it wasn't the nastiest relationship we had. They were kind of. This was my take. That's why I said maybe Daniel knows more about this. My take is they were like, how should I put this? When you have when you're in a gang, right, and you have in a gang you have the leader, the main bully, and you have lots of satellites, right? Some of them are not there because they are as nasty as the bully, as the main bully. Some of them are like, um, well, they are not that bad, they're speaking the same language or almost. Bulgarian is a different language, but similar with Russian, very similar. And um, you know, kind of they are not that bad. The Russians are not that bad as everyone is portraying them, as opposed to we are standing by Russia in everything. They had great
Okay.
relationships, but they were not openly unfriendly with us, and especially after the revolution, we had similar struggles and problems. We weren't in the most friendly relationships, but we were not like enemies or something, and we certainly didn't see them or rate them as openly aggressive or a threat to us, like we saw Russia, right? When we discussed to join NATO, and we discussed to join the European Union, Romania and Bulgaria went together in that, and we were picked together, like last, but picked together. So we and including right now with the Schengen, we are working together. So in time, the relationship between our countries improved, even if at overall scale you could sense some kind of a Russia is not that bad from their part. They do they opened up to us, and we opened up to them, and we worked together on many international aspects, which were benefiting for both of our countries from in many ways, right? Because, for example, we have a lot of trade with just one simple example. We have a lot of trade with Turkey, and we have a lot of traveling to Greece. So most of Romanians during summer go in Greece to have their vacation, which means they cross Bulgaria in order to get into Greece. That would have been one awesome advantage, for example, because you would have had taken out all those queues, right? Being in Schengen, crossing from one country to another, because we have to pass borders to Bulgaria, which is a different country, and you have to stay on the border there, and then you have to stay on the border with Greece, and that would have been easier for everybody, but it's not the main reason, but it's one of the reasons for which we went together in this, and we worked together for border patrol and everything, and there is a good collaboration between our countries at this point. So we did have a different take on what Russia means or is doing, generally speaking, but in the rest of the areas, we did work together, and I think the relationship between the countries improved in time. So many Romanians went to Greece, for example, to visit, or not only to Greece, to Bulgaria, to go to during the summer to the Bulgarian seashore, and one of the cool things is that they don't speak as much English as they speak Romanian and German. So yeah. Daniel, I have been ranting a lot. What's your take?
You'll be shocked. It's very different. Bulgarians are very different to Russia for historical reasons. Plus, Russo-Turco War in 1877, which implies us and even our king like leading army, because Russian generals, surprise, surprise, they are totally ineffective. But the perception for Bulgarian public was their independence was won by Tsarist Empire. And for this, they were very, very, how I can say, they
grateful?
feel more than grateful. For them, their nation, their state exists because Russia. That's why they get the Russian alphabet, not the Slavonic one, because there's a difference. Bulgarian was 1,000 years ago probably the most important cultural hub outside Constantinople. And for them, that liberation after the Peace of Berlin made them very close to Russian interests. And when the Balkan War started before the World War I, in Second Balkan War, they were very aggressive. At that moment, Bulgaria probably was the most militaristic state in Balkans. And they attacked everybody, Serbian, Greece, Turks. And Romania entered very late in the war and get the South Dobruja province. That's why Bulgarians attack us in World War I. They were allied with Austria-Hungary and Germany, and for them was, let's take our land back. This was the reason, not something like perfidy. After this, when communist rule after the civil war in Russia started the Soviet Union, Bulgaria was a fascist state, like sooner become Romania. And still militaristic, still allied with Germany, but their focus was Greece and Serbia. For Bulgarian at this moment, and for Romanians, the relations are very, very cold, extremely cold, because economic interests are totally divergent. For Romania, it's strategic to use Danube. For Bulgarian, is not at all interesting. They want 7 bridges on the Danube. We want a Danube to be a highway on the water to deliver goods from Constanza to Germany. Bulgaria have no interest in this. And this long dispute past 15 years because on the middle of the Danube is the border. So we cannot clean up Danube without help of Bulgarians. Probably we'll try to move some way the waterway closer to our shore because the problem are big. Do not use Rhine-Main Danube system is very bad decision. I understand Serbia on this road, but we need to clean up with Bulgarians. Bulgaria is interested on the bridges because they have a lot in tolls with traffic from Greece and Turkey to Romania and Western Europe. Now the convergence is gas, so the LNG terminal from Greece port to Romania, and after that, the Republic of Moldova, and probably what is the wet dream of Orban to Hungary, make us to connect. I think this coupling with them on Schengen, this was a big mistake. For example, in the treaty to get the membership, Romania and Bulgaria, automatically you must be entering Schengen. And they put a moratorium there and said something like, you know, we'll evaluate this and we'll see how the things works. So put €500 million in the border security and let's see. We have some problems with borders like Bulgarians. Bulgarians are experts in customs. The office of European Customs is in Estonia and is led by Bulgarians. They have a lot of specialists in this. So that is the irony. Second take on this will be how will it evolve from this. I don't think that former bodyguard for criminal system in Bulgaria will become prime minister. He doesn't have a majority, and probably we'll see again election next year. I don't think a minority government can resist in this period. And I hope what I saw this year and last year, the young people from Bulgaria were looking with envy on Romanian side for anti-corruption system, for cleaning some levels of bad administration. They want something similar. When Kozakovic came in Bulgaria, I saw a lot of great things of the mass media there. And Christo Grozeva is from Bulgaria. He's a very good journalist. I recommend you follow him. Very nice guy. But short, that is Bulgaria. The irony is,
okay.
The irony is we never had great relations with almost any country around us. Probably it's our fault also. We cannot blame others for your problems. Maybe we need to learn more about diplomacy.
Well, thank you very much, Anda. Thank you, Daniel, for helping put this into perspective. Yeah, so that's great that the National Assembly in Bulgaria has voted to send weapons to Kyiv. This helping us with that kind of context helps us understand exactly how important this is. To see, do you know what they will provide, Anda? Did they give any kind of list?
Nothing, Charles. It's just politics.
Okay, thank you. Well, I guess then go ahead, Anda.
So what I'm hoping for, it's not on the list. So it's not a list yet. It's just a political decision, which was being taken. And I think it's important in itself, for starts. For a starter, because it's very different from their previous statements and from the previous position of Bulgaria. Um, uh, Two things: they have planes, they have MiG-29s, to my recollection, which can provide useful to Ukraine if sent there. They are fighting to buy F-16s. I missed, to be completely frank, I wanted to follow up on that, but I didn't manage to. So I don't know how is the discussion in that area going. And therefore, it's for me, if US can promise, US or another country, let's say the Netherlands, because Romania has signed a deal with Norway to get the F-16s from the second-hand F-16s from Norway. And in parallel, I know Bulgaria was trying also to get some second-hand F-16s. And from my recollection of previous discussions here in the space, I think we had the Doolittle air team 2 days ago. There are some in Denmark and in the Netherlands. So maybe Daniel has more info on this.
Domen calls Bulgaria army the hamsters of Balkans. They have tons of tanks, T-72s, T-62s, T-55, BMPs, BTRs. They have a lot. In fact, they have so much equipment, they need 10 times bigger army to use that equipment. So for me, it's not about planes. It's about tanks, BTRs, and BMPs. If they send that, it would be nice. I don't know how much is in defense ministry stock, how much is in companies of weapons. Bulgaria is big exporter of weapons. If you need some weapons in Yemen or Ethiopia, you ask Bulgarians.
Great, thanks a lot. On the topic of planes, I did see that the Slovakian foreign ministry or Minister of Foreign Affairs. I'm going to try to do names start in the space now. I've generally tried to avoid them because my pronunciation is often so poor. But Rastislav Kache, I'm gonna assume his name has a German pronunciation. Rastislav Kache, Ministry of Foreign Affairs has said that they have not yet handed over the MiG-29s from Slovakia, but they are ready to do so, and they are talking with their NATO partners about how to do it. So that's a nice news. So even though they have not arrived, of course, but if we're already at the topic of how to do it, then that seems pretty positive. They also had meetings with some Ukrainians regarding this topic. The Slovaks have signed a contract with the United States to purchase 14 F-16s. They did that back in 2018. So the contract also includes training and ground services. So yet another country looking at how they can support Ukraine with, we'll say, Soviet Russian style weapons that they are already trained and proficient in, and then backfilling that with we'll just say NATO standard Western equipment, such as the F-16. Currently, Polish F-16s are patrolling or are protecting Slovakia's airspace, and the Czechs will do it as well. So that gives you an idea of how the NATO alliance works together. Anda, anything to add to that before I go to Daniel?
No, but I think Daniel has.
Shoot, Daniel.
I think until now they try to see how good they are. The mix, they tested, they repaired, it didn't have problems. The delivery is a problem because Slovakia and Ukraine has mountainous border. And if you put Ukrainian pilots in the planes across the border, flying near the mountains is not a great idea. So they need to improvise something. To put on the trains is a problem. To put in the big, very, very big cargo plane is again a problem. You need to unmount the wings probably. Probably this will be solution because crossing the border around Poland will be solved from Belarus. The radars from Belarus will see. So if Hungary was a nice country, you know, it was much simpler. But, you know, friends, allies.
Correct. More announcements coming out from various countries. Countries giving what they can, what they have to Ukraine. Obviously, we talk a lot about the things that aren't provided, but sometimes, of course, it's helpful to look at the things that are provided. Foreign Ministry of Norway, Foreign Minister of Norway, announced or has photos that they have sent 9 tons of winter apparel to Ukraine, including boots, pullovers, parkas, and I think, Anda, you'll like this one, 3,500 pairs of woolly socks knitted by people in Norway. I seem to remember you talking about how warm a nice pair of grandmother's knitted socks or family members' knitted socks can be. So, good news from Norway. That will certainly help the defenders of Ukraine. And, you know, when I
So,
look at the defense, go ahead,
sorry.
sorry.
So the question is why are they important? Why are they important? The wool socks, and why are we stressing about wool during the war? Because some people may ask, well, what's all this about? Two seconds.
I'm allergic to wool.
I'm sorry to hear that, Daniel. I hope that you live in a warm place or predominantly warm place, so that you don't have to wear Norwegian knitted wool socks. But I'm looking forward to hearing Anda talk about why that's important. I know we've talked about winter warfare on this space quite a lot and the importance, especially, of having warm feet. Our defenders of Bakhmut are very much. It's a very, very difficult time for the defenders of Bakhmut, and it's very cold. They're under a lot of attack, and they're defending valiantly. So sometimes it's simple as things such as socks that, at least when I was a soldier, that actually made your day and helped raise your morale. Anda, go ahead.
So one of the things, and this is valid also for people who go hiking, for example, in the mountains, especially in the winter season, and wool has 2 properties which are really valuable during winter. One of them is that it, as opposed to cotton, it doesn't retain the water. It kind of lets it go through and keeps your feet dry. Not only your feet, but your body also. So in order for you to get wool soaked up, you need to work for that, right? And this is important because if the feet are not getting, so sweat, I will get a bit gross here, but this is actually bodily functions, right? Sweat is a normal bodily function, and we do sweat using our entire body, but especially through certain regions of our body, feet being one of them, right? Sweat is a way of self-regulating. So the body tries to regulate heat and to adjust heat through sweat. It's not only to eliminate some toxins. It's also to regulate temperature, your temperature, and therefore it's it can work in your disadvantage, right? Because when it is cold outside, and your feet, for example, if you have boots like I saw the Russians, for example, in rubber boots. They are helping you because they are not letting the water get in, but they are get the heat transfer or the cold transfer, the temperature transfer is really fast through rubber. And I need to plug my phone. And that means it's gonna be extremely, extremely cold for your feet. So if it's cold outside, your feet will get cold really fast. And back in the days, one of the things that you would use in order to prevent that would be for you to use and to have wool socks, because they will keep your feet warm and dry in that environment, which is dry, right, but very cold. So I don't know if I do I make any sense?
You do. Makes sense to me. So I know that having feet stay dry and warm is they fit together, right? Wet and cold fit together. So yeah, it makes sense.
So the boots, which are the winter boots, usually are insulated. And what happens is if you have, for example, cotton socks, the sock will get humid. It will transfer the humidity to the insulation of your boot, and at some point, the entire interior of your boot will get wet, and therefore it will transfer faster the cold from outside to your feet, and you will lose heat really, really fast. And why is this important? Through your extremities, you can actually transfer heat outside your body from the core, because your body will try to keep them warm and will push the heat from the core to the extremities, the blood, in order to heat them at some point. And after that, it will cut the transfer in order to save the core. And at that point, when it cuts the transfer of blood to certain areas, you will get frostbites. And it's really painful. Let me tell you, I got those, and it's really painful. Not only that, it can get up to losing toes. But even if you don't lose your toes, it's really, really painful, and they can get deformed, and it basically you feel miserable, right? So it's not helping you focus on other things like, we are being shelled, I need to kill somebody at this point.
Yeah, definitely. Well, that's really good. I think I remember we had somebody on the space a while back. He was in Ukraine. He was a photographer. Um, he was talking about socks and how good socks were so important. I sort of just envision the people of Norway knitting 3,500 socks. It's a nice picture in my head. I wonder who they were. But if any of you are out there who knitted socks in Norway, it's now 6:30 in the morning. And if you're listening, thank you very much for knitting socks for the Ukrainian soldiers. Maybe Anda, just got a couple more reports about aid going to Ukraine, if that's okay, or would you like to continue with winter warfare? Okay, I'll go ahead. So a previously announced support from France of 6 TRF-1 howitzers. These are 155s. You can imagine them similar to the American 777s. A bit older, though, and they are towed artillery, come with a truck, 155 millimeter shells, as is NATO standard. 6 of those have arrived in Ukraine. So the delivery has taken place of 6 of them that were previously announced, I believe, in September. So the Ukrainians have some additional tubes to go ahead and fire more artillery. This raises the total of TRF-1 howitzers from the U.S. or from the French Army. No, excuse me, that's wrong. Anyway, so 6 of these have been delivered with corresponding trucks, and yeah, so that's very, very good news. So that's from France. So I bring up Dr. Paul. Looks like Anna may be having some technical issues. Maybe we can get her back up here in a little while. So yeah, several announcements coming out today or yesterday, I guess, on the Monday. That makes sense. It's when certain government announcements tend to come out early on in the week, as we look at some of the deliveries, commitments, pledges, and in the case of Bulgaria, the vote to signal their willingness, at least, to support Ukraine with more military aid. While I've got this moment, and while I try to get Dr. Paul up, if you are looking, or if you are able to support the efforts in Ukraine with non-lethal aid, of course, please check out MriyaAid.org. This is the MriyaReport, 24-hour, 7-day-a-week Twitter space, run completely by volunteers, by people like me and Anda and Joseph and Daryl and Herman and Yehuda. And we've been at this since the beginning. Me personally not, but the team has been here since the beginning, and we will be here until the end, until the Russian aggression against the people in Ukraine is destroyed, defeated, humiliated, deterred, and Ukrainian sovereignty is restored. And when not only that Ukraine has taken back all of their land and pushed out all of the occupation and ended the genocide, but when there are future guarantees on Ukrainian sovereignty and that the Russian Federation has paid for the crimes it has committed, that means retributions, that means justice for war crimes. Some estimates of the number of war crimes committed in Ukraine, it runs over 60,000 war crimes, sometimes even more. We see reports daily of war crimes being committed against the civilian population living under the tyranny of occupation, and those who are still within Ukrainian-held territory through their attacks on infrastructure, as Russia uses what means it has to try to use winter as a weapon of mass destruction. Dr. Paul, you've made it up. Go ahead.
Hey, Charles. So today, first of all, I'm pretty impressed with how much news coverage Ukraine's getting on CNN. So that's good news. But secondly, I apologize if this has already been discussed, but the minister or the defense minister tonight made a interesting proclamation that Patriot missiles would be part of this. Is at first my impression was that it was peacetime, right? Like after the war is over, they're going to get Patriot missiles. Okay. But tonight, I saw it a second time. I think you said the next phase of the war. So Charles, my question to you, my friend, what is the quote unquote next phase of the war? What does that even mean?
Well, that is very good. I wish I would have seen. Was this in press conference from Lloyd Austin, or what
No.
was it? First, what was the forum that he said this?
A private interview with a CNN contract correspondent. It looked like to me, some guy I've never seen on CNN who was having a one-on-one interview with a defense minister, standing up, by the way, which is not like a super formal interview. The fact that it was like a 5-minute impromptu interview, it looked like.
Yeah. Yeah. What does that mean? I mean, I think this war, I don't think is going to have. I don't think there's like a doctrinal, let's just call it this, the next phase, and say, all right, now we are entering phase Delta. I don't think it's going to be like that. But I mean, a lot of us in the space, I mean, especially ever since the fall of Kherson, we've all just kind of been sitting around waiting for the weather to clear, waiting for winter to come, waiting for the Ukrainian armed forces to complete their clearing operations in that massive amount of land that they took in Kherson, and to begin the next, we'll say, phase of shaping operations. And there's, of course, a lot of speculation about where that is. Is it up in Kremina Svatove? Is it somewhere Bakhmut? Is it somewhere Vuhledar, closer to Donetsk city, further down Zaporizhia, or even crossing the Dnipro at Novokhovka? But I think everybody agrees that the next phase is then a renewed Ukrainian counteroffensive, and where that comes and when it comes is different. I think that's kind of what he's talking about when he talks about next phase. And I think that phase, unfortunately, could include things like the Iranian ballistic missiles that we talked about when we were talking about the Russian. Colby and John and we remember we had those announcements from Iran that these ballistic missiles may come, and we were talking about, okay, well, what intercepts them, what can stop them, and so on. That phase could mean that, if that's what Secretary Austin is thinking, in terms of Patriots, if that's the context that it came in. But when I'm thinking about phases of the war, I guess that phase for me is, okay, the next counterattack. If we look at Liman and Kherson as one effort, one combined effort, which in messaging and in timing and in force allocation, it was basically one effort, and in terms of shaping the battlefield, it was one effort. I think that's what we're looking at. And these shaping operations, I was just talking to Anda about I gave her the FM, the field manual number to read for offensive and defensive operations. We just saw another one of those. We just saw another one of those shaping operations over the night with the bridge at Melitopol. Dr. Paul?
Yeah, thanks, Charles. So tomorrow I'll try and find that video clip and send it to you. But back to the Army manuals that you were talking about earlier, I was kind of curious: is that required reading for whom in the military? I'm really been curious about. You hear about CJE who talks really eloquently, and yourself and other not to mention Major Giroux, Colonel Spencer, who talks very eloquently about like all these tactics and strategies. Where is that learned? How's that learned? Is there classroom lessons on these things, or is this like, hey guys, here's the manual, go and read it? Is that how it works?
A little bit of both. There is some. So I don't know exactly how the officer training works. So I was a non-commissioned officer. So the way it normally works for us. To become a non-commissioned officer in the United States Army, you need to go before a board, and it is one of the most stressful moments of anybody's career. Their first board, actually any board. What you do is you go up in front of the basically the leadership of the non-commissioned officers. I believe the commander's also there. I think the officers are also there, and they can ask you any question from any field manual that you should know. So they would ask you, for example, name the 8 different types of shaping operations, right? Or it could be, in my case, describe or explain what is the burn rate of detonating cord and what is the explosive velocity of C4, for example. Could be anything like that. Could be technical, could be from a field map, and you don't know which one it is. You don't know what the questions are. So you study and you study and you study and you study by reading all of these manuals, taking a lot of notes. And then at the schoolhouse, like if you go to like a basic or advanced non-commissioned officers course, they will also have manuals, which will basically be like the school books. But in general, you don't walk through them one by one, at least as a non-commissioned officer. Like you don't go through it page by page like you would in university or high school or something like that. Does that answer your question?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's a matter of survival, so it's preparation, right? You give it a little pressure, and people will learn, is what I've learned. So as long as they have that pressure, they will choose to self select. I think is the term, probably in the military, to learn or not to learn.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, if you want to get promoted and if you want to move up and you want to make more money and you want to have more privileges, it behooves you to hit the books. And it's kind of a military way of thinking. I think you'll find like CJ and Colonel Spencer or even Gunny, like in the Navy, or Craig or something like that. And we tend to approach things with a similar problem solving mentality. Like if we look at anything new, it's always like, okay, well, go read the book first. Like we know that that's just theory. We know that that's not it in practice, but always start from the baseline of what does the book say, and then deviate from that. And that's why when you'll hear us answering questions, it'll often be like, okay, well, the book says this, and then you adapt to it based on MET-TC, mission enemy troops time. It depends on the situation. But you start with what the book says. Dr. Paul.
What's most interesting to me about what you said, which I agree with, is the men you mentioned are almost certainly not motivated by the reasons I outlined, which is career progression, right? So they're actually genuinely interested in warfare and the all those things that they can do to be better at their jobs. CJ, Craig, Major Giroux, Colonel Spencer, etc., which is interesting because for me, like it's just a totally different mindset from the military, right? Is monetary career progression, but for them, I think in general, and I think a lot of military men, in women, by the way, is genuine interest in it. Do you think that's an accurate statement, Charles?
Yeah, true. And of course, yeah, definitely. I mean, I would say that of course, not every soldier that I met. In fact, the majority of the soldiers, it was more of a push to get them to hit the books. It's like getting your soldier and like, look, man, if you want to make sergeant, if you want to make staff sergeant, you need to read this giant pile of things, and I'm going to help you. But you have to read them and you have to understand them, and we need to talk about them. But of course, the people who we're so lucky to have in this space, and I was one of those as well. I love this stuff. So when I hear about some kind of cloud defense in tactics of the Ottoman Empire and World War One and how that works, I can't get enough of it. So I dig into it. Yeah. It looks like we have managed to summon one of our naval colleagues here.
You said patriots, so yeah, it works. Good morning, Gunny.
Yeah, morning all. Yeah, I just caught the tail end of that. My experience was, well, I've got quite a unique take on it because I was in the Navy and then the Army. So the Navy was a little bit different. You do all your training, and then once you get on board as a baby, you're getting books thrown at you. Certainly back then, right from day one. So you had your ship's knowledge book, which basically got you to be able to go around the ship without getting lost. You'd be amazed how easy that is initially. Through to sea survival, knowing ship's firefighting equipment, knowing who your divisional officer was, your divisional senior rate, all that kind of thing. And then it was straight into what we call task books. So I had 3 different task books. I had my seamanship task book because my day job, sort of 8 o'clock through to 4 o'clock, was in the seamanship department. But I also had my warfare task book because I was a radar operator. And then you had your damage control, firefighting, flood, all of that kind of thing. And you were really pushed right from the get-go, certainly to get your able seaman's task books done. Back then, a little bit different. We had things called 3-badge ABs. So these were the guys who'd reached able seaman, were perfectly content, like long-running lance corporals, weren't going anywhere, perfectly happy with it, not bothered about responsibility formally, but could do pretty much any job of the next rank up with ease. They were called senior ABs. They were kind of a godlike presence, covered in tattoos, overweight, smoked and drank a lot. But you actually, you could mark time a little bit as an AB for a few years. I certainly did, but eventually it became a case of, well, we can't keep all these people in going nowhere, or so the Navy thought. It was a bit of a silly idea because these people were a backbone. So now you have to do your leading seaman's task book, and you have to hit promotion at certain stages. Otherwise, if you don't make promotion by a certain stage of your career, they'll get rid of you, which, personally I think is very sad. The race to the top up the greasy pole is not necessarily carried out as quickly as possible. I think everyone who served there will agree with me that years of experience definitely trump youthful enthusiasm, let's say. And I've worked for some proper clankers who have raced up through the rank structure and have been absolutely fuck all use to anyone, absolutely useless. The Army was very different. Once I transferred across, it was kind of on merit. I did courses and things, but you get your annual write-up, and on the basis of the write-up, that decided whether you made promotion board or not. Your report went up to a promotional board. I think it was the regimental sergeant major plus some officers from HQ Land, from my cap badge, and you might dip in you might dip out. You never really knew. What you could do is strive for the A grade. I was quite lucky. I got A2s kind of 5-6 years on the trot. So I made private to corporal in 3 and to sergeant in 5. But that's really difficult to do. And unfortunately, if you're in a battalion of very talented soldiers, and all battalions infantry say, you know, there are a lot of talented soldiers, you inevitably mark time. That's a problem for retention. People get older, they get married, they have kids, and if they're concurrently, I don't know, A2 soldier, and they're stuck at Lance Corporal for a long period of time, they may well kind of look outside the military and go, do you know what? I could do better things. Especially after, I don't know what the Americans and the Canadians think listening, but once you've done a combat tour, a full operational tour, a lot of the time, boys and girls will say, well, you know, I've done it now. I've seen it. I enjoyed it. Maybe they'll do a second one, but the shine kind of wears off. Once you've done an operational tour, the day-to-day humdrum of life can be, a little bit of a come down, and we certainly tend to hemorrhage people who've done operational, got back from it, realised that they're not good, that, you know, promotion is glacial, especially because promotion can be unfair. I'm sure in the US military, if you're good at sport, that certainly helps, what we used to call face time. Being seen, it doesn't matter if you're good or not, you know, but being seen in the right place and being able to play a sport does wonders for you. And they just sack it off. So, but yeah, it's a continuous learning process. My thing was terrorism. I really got into it. I used to do briefings and stuff like that. A lot of guys really find their niche in whatever cap badge that they are. Certainly as you become senior rank, senior NCO and above, people tend to maybe look at history a little bit, because we do educate our soldiers. I'm sure it's the same across NATO, but we take a lot of people out of the school system that have been failed. And one of the first things you do is basic education. Take people who've been failed by our school system and give them GCSE. And then hopefully kickstart their love of education. And that's why you'll find warrant officers with master's degrees, you know, who are by day infantry, colour sergeant majors, things like that, and actually hold a master's in sociology or politics or history. So, you know, it's always a learning curve, but our sole problem is alcohol does tend to get in the way. But I understand now alcohol is a little bit less important in military life. So, yeah. Had some fabulous times. I certainly could have got a lot further, but not me. I had a tremendous time while I was in. So.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Gunny. Yeah, the learning never stops, and you do get a lot of books, and you get quizzed a lot on all this stuff to know these kinds of things and all manners of things, and at least in the Army. So, from field hygiene to your specialty, whatever it might be, in my case, demolitions, explosives, all kinds of things. And so the learning never stops. But yeah, Dr. Paul.
You know, Charles and Gunny, Gunny, great explanation. Love your answers always. What's unique about the military that I find that's difficult in the business world is the quality and how to maintain quality control of people. And that's what I'm struggling with personally right now with my people. So what is it about the military that does so damn good about that in a business environment where you don't really have time or the curriculum and a training protocol and all these things to keep people at the same standard? What is it about the military that does that so well? Because that's what I think is unique and special about the military in general is you can train people to a standard even though it may be a low standard in some cases, a very high standard in other cases. But what is what is that process? What is the learning there, Charles? And I'll ask this specific question to you. You kind of work in consulting, I think. Like, what is it? How do you apply those lessons into the business world? How do you apply that training and standardization to average citizens?
Okay. The military has a very well. First of all, let's take the context of an employee versus a soldier. There are a few key differences. Obviously, one is that when you're in the military, you can't quit, right? So like you're there whether you like it or not. Even if you're a volunteer, you're not allowed to be like, I think I want to do something else. No, you're in it. So you belong to them. You're property of the U.S. government and of your chain of command. The other thing is that of course we're brainwashed. I mean, imagine taking all of your employees through a boot camp. We get brainwashed with values. We get brainwashed with attention to detail. The importance of what your belt buckle is in relationship to the line of your pants is not important because the belt buckle is important. It's important because you train repeatedly attention to detail and the highest of standards. This is why you have things like that are really annoying, like inspections and so on. Actually, once you get into the regular army, there aren't that many inspections. We do them, but it's certainly not because it's no longer part of the brainwashing process. Okay, now, so those two things are different. Now, one thing that the military has, and I assume for Gunny it's the same, has a very strong feedback culture. That's one of the things I often find missing in businesses is employees and even managers and supervisors and leaders have a very hard time giving and receiving feedback. So it makes it very difficult for them to hold each other to account for failing to meet some kind of standard because we want to really preserve harmony. We all want to get along. And, for lack of a better term, we're sensitive to the emotional needs of ourselves and the emotional needs of others. And so, therefore, feedback can be very difficult to give and can be very difficult to receive because we often have some kind of conflict avoidance. Feedback is an integral part in everything that is done in the military. It is not always given in the politest way. It comes with a knife hand, or I don't know if anybody knows the knife hand, but just Google it. Comes with the knife hand and comes with the some nicely chosen 4-letter words. It may include some kind of physical punishment. This is not. This does not mean hitting. That doesn't happen in the U.S., but it can mean what we call like a smoke session, which is kind of sinister exercises that are designed to cause discomfort, we'll say. And so, but there's also positive feedback, and there's also critical feedback that is given in the same way we would give it in a company. I mean, you might call in a soldier and you'd be like, look, that's not good enough. You need to do better. We need to do better. We're all a team here. That's just simply not good enough. So for me, the context is different. When I see it in civilian companies, it's often that feedback culture that is lacking.
Well, Charles, speaking of feedback cultures and organization, Charles and Anda, I believe both of you have to go to work. Is I think that's correct. Charles, is that correct?
That is correct.
Yep. Is time to run. It's that time of the day. But we will listen because and I'm really glad Gunny's on the panel and Dr. Paul. Today it was a great day. So it's a very interesting day and I liked it.
Always good to see Dr. Paul on the panel. I know something's going right when Dr. Paul's up here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know, and I really like. It gets to interesting discussions, and since we have Gunny here, yeah, it's been awesome. It's been awesome, and thank you everybody for coming up. And yeah.
So let's go to Gunny, hear his response, and then we'll go ahead and start switching over. Go ahead, Gunny.
Yeah, I mean, I left in 2014. I've worked for three companies now. I have found the standard of management to be pretty much the same across the board, which is bloody awful. Complete lack of interest in employees' welfare, managers who just use you as much as possible, to the extent that I've done paperwork for managers. They've taken my name off it, submitted it, won prizes. And then, having done things like that, he ran away from me when I decided I was going to knock his head off. And he ran around the building trying to avoid me. I'm pretty disenchanted with civilian management skills. I think in Civvy Street, managers, even more so than the military, get FaceTime in, make the right noises, get put in positions of responsibility. But because of employment law, it's really difficult to get rid of them once they're entrenched in there. So, you know, I've settled for a life of mediocrity, which I'm thoroughly enjoying. I pretty much do what I've got to do because I feel no urge to do anymore, which is still to this day an absolute joy compared to being a senior NCO with 16 mad men and mad women to look after who can make insane acts just to keep me busy and amused. But I think the thing is with the military, look, there are bad leaders in the military. There are some absolute shoppers make their way through the promotion ranks in militaries around the globe. I had a skipper of a carrier who was an absolute tool. All the people skills of Rudolf Hess, this bloke. He just did things that were designed to break everyone. I left. I went away on a long engineering and gunnery course, came back. We had a new captain by the name of Jonathan Band, who eventually became Commander-in-Chief Fleet. Absolute opposite. What a star. A bloke who knew his business inside out, drove an aircraft carrier like a frigate, walked around at 1 o'clock in the morning, talked to you, knew names, you know, just a fabulous man manager. So you do get the extremes. There are some awful battalion commanders in the army. There are some fantastic ones. The same as there have been bad RSMs, bad CSMs, bad battery commanders, bad squadron leaders, bad wing commanders. So we're in no way immune from it. And these people do worm their way in. And very often it costs lives before we switch on and go, he's a bit of an idiot, this one, isn't he? And then they get, you know, they get rid of. There is nepotism in the military. I don't care what anyone says, it does exist. FaceTime, and sometimes, and I'm sure you know this will resound with people. Promote to get rid. Someone who is such a spanner, but you can't do anything about it. But you will promote them and send them off to another unit. The moral was always beware when a platoon commander from another site called you and said, "Yeah, I've got this great bloke here. He lives down south and he fancies a move. He's absolutely gleaming, but it's for family reasons." Alarm bells. It probably means he's an absolute wally, and they want to get rid of him. And I used to have great joy in sending off a couple of idiots that I got, and then you get a phone call a month later from his new platoon commander, you know, "What have you sent me? This bloke is a maniac," kind of thing. So, you know, you do get it. You come out into Civvy Street, it's a bit of a shock. I'm sure there are good managers there, but based on my experience, based on my wife's managers, what she goes through, frankly, I'm astonished the civilian world operates as it does sometimes. I'm amazed that I don't wake up every morning. It's a ball of flame from what I've seen. My experience is very, very limited. But there is one saving thing, is that I became a member of a union, which was completely against the grain to me. Never a union person. I'm an accredited union representative. Therefore, you know, I've kind of joined the dark side a little bit. I think unions like ex-military because we're not afraid of anyone. You know, management, from what I've seen, often depends on fear in civilian street, whereas in the military, it depends on mutual respect and understanding that your life is in their hands and vice versa. Whereas out in the real world, the nasty world, often it's just, well, if you don't like it, you know, piss off, get yourself another job, or I'll make life really difficult for you. Yeah, it was a real education. First year was all right. And then, yeah, some pretty nasty experiences. But as I said, life of mediocrity. What the fuck do I care? I get my pension. I'm on a good wage. I have no responsibilities in life whatsoever. I wouldn't change a thing.
Thank you, Guy. Yeah, I think it's, you know, in any organization, stuff like that happens. But I think, as you said, it's, you know, because of the nature of the whole situation, it's maybe particular to military culture that things like that happen. You know, unit cohesion and all that. But I think it's an interesting discussion. It's something that, as outsiders to military culture, we can sort of understand, but I don't think we can ever fully understand. So, you know, very interesting. You know, Dr. Paul, while I have you up here, I was wondering if you would maybe be able to speak a little bit about the recent arms package sent to Ukraine. I believe this one is the new shipment of HIMARS ammo, as well as around 80,000 155 rounds. Do I have that correct? Is there anything else in there that is worth noting?
Well, Joseph, as much as I do follow those things, you've caught me very unprepared. Yes, I do know there's this arms package, right? Of more ammo. You know, I kind of tend to think it's almost like I'd say this. The key takeaway for me was we're seeing some sort of ebb and flow of volume with production. I don't know what the exact match is there, but that's what we're kind of seeing. I haven't looked at it closely, frankly, because I've been just too busy with you know, my own life. But yeah, that's kind of what I've been noticing is there's a constant ebb and flow of replenishment, you know, and restocking. Is it enough? Probably not currently. It's going to get much better. Which, by the way, I will go back like maybe 2 weeks ago. I think, you know, Colby and I had a lot of deep dive discussions here with Onda and Charles. I think in the late night about the recent 2023 NDAA, the National Defense Authorization Act. So the amount of ammo and procurement for HIMARS plus ammo was by my numbers is about 21 billion. And that's not in 1 year, but that's over probably, we don't know. Colby and I, you know, neither of us have had time to look. 4 or 5 years probably is most likely the number of like how long that's protracted out, which is just about 25% of Russia's annual budget of military budget. That's probably the more important thing, I think, is that the United States is procuring, you know, essentially 25% of the entire annual budget of Russia just on HIMARS and ammunition for HIMARS ammo. So that's probably the more important thing. But overall, the you know, we're seeing these every bi-weekly drawdowns or national or what's it called, the Ukrainian assistance initiative for Ukraine. overall, it's just a kind of a ebb and flow. I didn't see anything too special in there, Joseph. Just that it's just probably a re-up, if that makes sense, of kind of replenishment. One thing that did concern me about it though is I think it was this week or last week, there was an ammo dump of Ukraine's that was hit in Kramatorsk. So I felt, just my view was that was an immediate replenishment of what was lost. That's just me kind of overly connecting the dots. Probably not true. I'm not sure how much was lost for Ukraine, but for me, that's kind of where my mind went.
Gotcha. Thanks, Dr. Paul. Sorry to put you on the spot there, but I think you gave a pretty good assessment. That was sort of my broad impression as well. It seems like a pretty much a top off of the ammos, the ammunition that Ukraine needs for standoff weapons like HIMARS, like their artillery, things like that, which makes sense. That's what they probably need the most, and that's what they're being provided with, which is great. I was wondering, maybe while I've got you on the line, I guess, there has been a little bit of talk about these like so-called simulations, fighting Russia, right? And this idea that we're sort of dictating what we can and can't send to Ukraine based on these sort of projected possible wars with Russia. And it seems like there's been some movement in Congress and just in the Pentagon itself to kind of reassess that whole concept of these projected needs and simulations. So I don't know, did you have anything you wanted to speak on that about, Dr. Paul? Do you think that's like an accurate or necessary step that needs to be taken, or do you think it was something the media like took out of context?
I actually thought it was brilliant, for once in my entire life. I think maybe 5 times in my entire life where I've been shocked and stunned, where I didn't think about this. Like, hey, yes, we are giving too much ammo, quote unquote, to Ukraine to fight Russia and beat Russia. On the contrast, hey, maybe our stockpiles don't necessarily need to grow to whatever number of shells of artillery, because guess what, Russia is going to be decimated, because like we've seen publicly confirmed from Oryx alone, not to mention whatever the CIA, NSA, and National Reconnaissance Office have been able to confirm on their own, of like how few artillery systems are left, or how many few tanks are left of Russians, and things like that, right? So yes, I think it's brilliant concept, brilliant overall thesis on the concept of like why supplying Ukraine is so critical and important, and to our benefit above all else, is that like, hey, like we can decimate the Russian military. Yes, we're going to deplete some of our stockpile, no big deal. Our actual stockpile may be much less than we are anticipating, because guess what, we only really need to focus like kind of 70% towards China, 30% towards Russia now in this new world order that we're facing, because Ukraine is decimating Russia left and right. In fact, Joseph, Language put out, I'm not sure if anybody's seen this, Language Learner put out a great tweet thread thing of both Russian and Ukrainian casualties. And what you'll see there is kind of like a real good assessment of like how Russian and Ukrainian casualties are calculated and where they stand today. But what you'll see, what the kind of conclusion from that is that yes, let's continue supplying Ukraine at all costs, because even if we deplete our current stockpiles to whatever amount it may be, the 2023 National Defense Authorization Act is going to more, in my view, more than replenish it. It's going to be kind of this ebb and flow. Like if you look at it like a chart, it's going to be like this downturn of stockpiles followed by replenishment over 3 to 5 years probably. And then, in the meantime, our actual end state of where we need to be with our stockpiles is going to be much lower than probably where it was 2 years ago, because we no longer need to really worry about Russia in a conventional military sense. We still need to worry about Russia in the sense of like nuclear and strategic options like that, but not really in a conventional sense, because Ukraine has really just decimated them to like the nth degree. And I think that's a really important point. So Joseph, long story short, I think is brilliant. I actually didn't think about it at all, which is really pathetic of my own thinking of being really. I got tunnel vision, soda straw vision of the current dynamic of what's going on. But in reality, I think our stockpiles don't necessarily need to grow. We need to probably keep them wherever they were because Russia's stockpiles are absolutely decimated. There's no hopes for replenishment, and they're relying on North Korea, Iran, the kind of the outliers, the fringe society of the world to hopefully replenish their own stockpiles, which is frankly pathetic, quite honestly.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Paul. I think it's and a discussion definitely worth having. Like at this point, right? I mean, obviously, we need a strategic reserve and stockpile of ammunition that for our weapon systems, especially our vital weapon systems, and the ones designed for land wars in Europe, more or less, right? But you know, if the primary adversary in this land war in Europe is currently decimating their army, maybe it's worth considering giving the country that's doing that some of that strategic stockpile designed for like exactly that purpose, right? So yeah, hopefully I think it seems like our legislators are kind of on the ball here and they understand what's going on and the strategic investment that just providing Ukraine with some of this basic stuff the dividends that will pay in the future strategically for the United States and Europe, obviously. Dr. Paul, I was wondering, I don't know if you follow kind of European weapons procurement, but is there anything interesting going on in Europe? It seems to me the last thing I heard was that Germany is once again not going to spend the 3% on their GDP on military. Is there anything else you wanted to add in terms of European procurement that might be worth noting? Go ahead.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh. So first of all, Germany, they just can't keep disappointing. I mean, they just that's just what they're so good at it. But I will say this: what's interesting about Rheinmetall, and as Axel would say, and maybe he's sleeping, and I can summon him, Rheinmetall. What they did was, which is very interesting, two things. They are going to divest away from the Switzerland ammo manufacturing plant that they have in Switzerland. And I haven't looked too closely into this, but they are looking at divesting away from this. And that's the production plant that provides the ammunition for the Gepards. Okay. And, if you recall many months ago, the Gepard's ammunition was not, Switzerland wasn't willing to export the ammunition to Germany or anyone else because it could be used against Russia, which would kind of mess with their neutrality standpoint. But what they're doing is looking to divest that. Now, what's also interesting about Rheinmetall, which is one of the probably the top, it is the top one or two, defense contractors in Germany. They acquired a Spanish artillery and ammunition company, a major one, quite frankly, larger probably than what Rheinmetall was, in terms of ammunition production for artillery. And the fundamental question I've had with that is, and the reason and this is my belief, is that Rheinmetall did that to skirt and bypass Olaf Scholz BS and his reluctance to send XYZ ammo, weapon system, or whatever it may be. So, in my view, the acquisition of this Spanish artillery company or ammunition company will triple production. That's the actual kind of fact. And then it's going to probably bypass the import-export laws that Germany is kind of forcing upon Rheinmetall to send stuff to Ukraine. So it's a big deal. That's not going to happen until like sometime next year, probably like around, I believe is May or June of next year when the deal will actually close, upon which I think it's up to Spain then. That's my belief. And I asked some questions to some people who know about ITAR, import-export laws of, weapons and ammo. They didn't know the clear answer to this, but I believe it falls under Spanish law then to of what they're willing to import or export, for Ukraine to support them. So that's kind of the situation with Germany. Germany continues to delay, disappoint. It's interesting though, to Olaf Scholz's credit, Rheinmetall was given authorization to sell two of those anti-air point defense systems to Ukraine. I can't remember the weapon systems names, but they're, I believe the value was around $180 million. So, Germany's doing some stuff. They're doing probably more than we know. In the covert world, they're probably doing much more than we know. But nonetheless, German defense contractors are kind of getting tired of waiting, and so they're kind of taking big steps. I believe the deal for Rheinmetall and the Spanish firm was like over $1 billion. So that's how much they're investing in artillery ammo production, and increasing their capacity to supply things to NATO and Ukraine.
Yeah, absolutely, Dr. Paul. And I believe it's called the Skynex system is the one you're referencing. This seems like a very futuristic system, like one of the cutting edge, I would assume, in terms of their, as you said, point defense, very close, projectile, machine gun type close up, sort of like a Gepard, I assume. Is that right, Dr. Paul? A more advanced Gepard.
Yeah, so exactly. John and I had some really good discussions about this between this system, which again, I don't even remember what you said, whatever the system's called. It's super high tech.
Skynex.
Yes, it's Star Wars, basically. And the key part about it is, the nice thing about it is it has a much wider range of radar, one, and then number two, the ammunition that it shoots is 10 times better probably than whatever the United States CRAM system does. The CRAM system has a range of like 2 to 3 kilometers. This Skynex system has a range of I believe John and I figured out was 7 kilometers. So A has double the range, and then B has better radar, and C has much better ammunition that explodes proximity radar designated. I don't truly, this is the John question, Joseph. This is not my area of expertise, but it has this super high tech ammunition that can link up with the radar and then detonate, and it fires significantly less ammunition per target relative to the United States CMRAM system. So overall, this is a big deal for Ukraine. I'm not sure where they're going to place these quote unquote two systems. Those two systems, John and I believe, I think it was 8 total guns, plus radar, plus command and control, blah, blah, blah. And so therefore it should be able to cover a much wider area than a CRAM system ever could. And so, because John and I were kind of doing this cost effectiveness analysis, you would need essentially 2 to 4 times more guns of the CRAM system than you would need with this Rheinmetall system, the Skynex or whatever. And so it's a really good positive thing for Ukraine. I'm not sure where they're going to put them. That's going to be kind of interesting. We won't ever really know, but that's going to be really interesting to find out over time, is how they place these systems. People in the press or on Twitter have been like, it's going to take a long time to get these. I actually have some insight into the German defense procurement system. It's most likely 6 to 9 months. So here we are in November, December. That's mid next year, probably, when they start getting these, or September of next year when they get these. So that's kind of where I see things.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Paul. That's great news. Honestly, it's like you said. I think they're very top of the line systems in terms of how they handle drones. Great range, very efficient in terms of ammo consumption for targeting each system. We actually saw a really great segment on Radio Free Europe with Gepards, and they mentioned actually about 6 rounds per Shahed drone. So that's actually a really interesting number. I'm obviously, it's just a rule of thumb. I'm sure there's times where they have to use more or less depending on various conditions, but always interesting to hear numbers like that, and to know that they need clearly a lot of that ammo to take down 100 of these drones, for example. So to hear that this system's more efficient, it's always good news. Dr. Paul, I also know that the U.S. has sent, there's a sort of a mystery going on. Did you want to add something to this real quick? Then we can go to my next question. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Joseph. It's about Russian ammunition in general.
Oh, beautiful. Okay, so my next question is actually, there's sort of a mystery going on about air defense systems that the U.S. is sending. I wasn't totally clear on it. Maybe you had something to say about it. Basically, the U.S. has said that there are some systems going to Ukraine, but they sort of haven't specified what they are. Today, there was another press conference where they were sort of asked to clarify, and they basically said, no, we're not going to clarify. That's like my understanding of what's been going on. Is there anything that we can read between the lines, Dr. Paul, or is it just right now we know they're sending something, but we don't know what it is?
Well, Joseph, like you love speculation like me. I love it. Like this is like my favorite thing. I did not hear any of this that you're talking about, unfortunately, because I've been just bookworm, working and stuff. But generally speaking, I did see this on CNN tonight, where I said this earlier. A reporter from CNN was talking with the defense secretary of Ukraine about the Patriot systems, and what he said. And I asked Charles this earlier. He said, the Secretary of Defense or Ministry of Defense of Ukraine said, Patriots will come in the quote unquote next phase of the war. Charles and I, Charles didn't really know what that meant either. And he's a military guy. I don't either. But that's eventually what's going to make its way into Ukraine. By the way, missiles, PAC-3 missiles for the Patriots have already been kind of set aside for the Ukraine budget. What I would call it is a declassified budget that was released in June, or that's when it was signed. It's probably released in August. There's PAC-3 missiles assigned for you, quote unquote, Ukraine, but that could have been given to Poland. That could be given to Romania. We really don't know where those PAC-3 missiles for the Patriot missile systems were going. Personally, all along, by the way, for the record, timestamp it, Joseph, I believe 100% Ukraine's going to get Patriots. That's where my mind goes, 100%. And I think that's the only real option there, honestly, because the Hawk missiles have been given or are being given. And beyond that, the replacement was the Patriot system. So we don't have like a ton of anti-air defense systems beyond Hawk than Patriots and SHORAD or Avenger missile systems, which have already been given to Ukraine. So to me, it only means Patriots. That's my view. I didn't see it. I didn't read it, but that's what it says to me, because there's only so many options out there from the United States.
Got it. Yeah. So I mean, I would love it to be true. I think, as you said, we're obviously speculating here. There's nothing concrete yet. The U.S. Defense Department certainly has not said we're sending Patriots. But I wish I could dig up the actual info we have. But my understanding was that it basically just the Defense Department said they're sending some kind of an air defense system. They've been asked a couple of times to clarify what they're sending, and they've sort of said, no, we're not gonna. And so that's kind of where we're at right now. I think, as Dr. Paul said, it makes a lot of sense that it could be Patriot, and I don't know, be really great news if it is. Dr. Paul?
Yeah, so I believe his name is Admiral John Kirby, the new some sort of spokesman for the White House, formerly from the Pentagon. I did see this, Joseph, and I forgot to mention it. He was asked this on CNN tonight, and I did see that, and he's like, I really don't want to focus on it was kind of funny. I want to focus on the here and now. I really don't want to get into what's going to happen in the next phase. So it was really that double talk, which only added validation in my mind. Not that I'm right, but it only added credence to my own viewpoint that Patriots will be given, because he refused to actually discuss the topic entirely. So yes, very good news for Ukraine, I think, overall. And even if it's not Patriots, if it's some other system that I don't know about, that's good too, right? So I'm not too concerned about it. But the important thing, I think, is Biden administration broadly is getting less and less scared of escalation. They aren't worried that over escalating things, which has been a real hamper on things since February, quite frankly. Not to knock the Biden administration, because they've done a lot, right? It's just that they've been very smart, meticulous, and cautious. Maybe that's the right play. Maybe it's just a slow escalation is the right way to do things. I really don't know the answer to that. In February, I would have done a lot more, a lot faster, but I'm kind of like rash like that, right? But I think here, I think the important thing is they're increasingly less worrisome about the nuclear saber rattling of Putin and things like that, right? So I think that's in the thresholds are getting crossed, I think, which hopefully leads to ATACMS missiles being given along with Patriots, which is probably the most important thing, I think, at this point to really destroy the ground lines of communication for Bakhmut and Melitopol, etc., and Crimea. So I think I think it's all kind of leading up to that point. And General not Ryan Joseph, our friend from the European Command, I can never remember his name.
Ben Hodges?
Yes, him. I mean, he made a really strong proclamation the last 1 or 2 days that Crimea, the battle for Crimea, has kind of begun, and within by summer of next year, it will be liberated. That's a big, bold claim, right? And I absolutely trust that man and what his assessment of the situation of what's going on and what the aims are for the campaign for Ukraine is. I think these are big things that are kind of have been overlooked the last few days or a couple of weeks, and I think that's a big deal, and I absolutely agree with it.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Paul. I think it's absolutely correct. I think big things are happening behind the scenes and on the battlefield. Quite frankly, Ukraine does continue to degrade Russian forces. We've seen it with this attack on the bridge earlier today that's up in the nest that Charles showed. We've seen it with the continued destruction by both the Ukrainian Air Force and standoff systems like HIMARS of Russian ammo depots, Russian HQs, Russian barracks. Places where they've hit huge concentrations of Russian command staff or just Russian troops, or also supply depots and things like this. So, I mean, it's, the Ukrainians are continuing to degrade Russian forces. Right now, there's a bit of a difficulty in moving their vehicles around because the ground can turn to mud at any moment if it warms up enough. So they don't want to be caught out. Right. So we're seeing on the map itself, aside from certain areas like Bakhmut, where the Russians are just sending guys forward in waves and getting slaughtered, we're seeing a relative, the Ukrainians are holding back for now and degrading the Russians with these drone harassment tactics and, standoff strategic gradual erosion of the Russian ability to resupply and to command their units. I know, Dr. Paul, you had something you wanted to say about current Russian ammunition stockpiles, which I always find very interesting. I think, it's always been a question, always will be a question on the space. When will they run out, Dr. Paul? So take it away, Dr. Paul.
Oh yeah, so this is kind of a big deal. Like I just, CJ and I took a victory lap today together. So back in August, I believe it was, and maybe even July/August, CJ and I went on this endeavor together. Primarily me, but CJ absolutely providing the expertise of kind of forecasting Russian ammunition supplies and how long they can sustain fires at various rates of fire per day. And what we found out, or not what we found out, but another source today, a journalist, news publication, a credible one, came out and said today, at the current rate of fire, Russia can sustain fires until very early 2023, which, by the way, is exactly what CJ and I came up with, which was February 2023. For me, I always add a month. I'm really cautious, so I'm going to go and say March 2023 is when they'll start running out of ammo. Not that they'll go to zero, but in March 2023, that's the time. It's already on a time clock of when it's going to zero, but by March 2023, that's when it's really urgent, where they're gonna have to really start rationing ammunition. And there's this other source out there, a whole article about this. I've had a chance to read it, unfortunately, but it's definitely early 2023. And what I anticipate would happen is they're going to drop their volume of fires per day from 20,000 down to roughly 10,000. They're going to have to over time acclimate to the new environment of supply and things like that, and start rationing ammunition. And but even then, that assumes 3 million shells have been given from North Korea or Iran or whoever they're going to get it from. That's what it assumes, which is a very generous offering, given that CJ said today that there's zero evidence of any ammunition from North Korea or Iran in Russian hands yet, beyond the, obviously, as we know, the drones. But as far as artillery goes and rockets go, there's zero evidence of any of that yet. So therefore, in my view, it's going to start down cycling and getting down towards zero really fast, starting in January, February. And then by November of next year, I mean, I've already said this to several people in direct messages. I mean, based on the ammunition, they're not going to have really any ammunition by November of next year. So it's kind of like a buying of time for Ukraine. It's only a matter of time for Ukraine to really to wait them out, or push forward, destroy their lines of communication and logistics, take more territory, but eventually Russia will run out of everything. And then guess what? I mean, they're at great risk of, not that NATO and the United States are going to invade Russia or anything like that, just to say they will not be able to protect themselves against any conflict against anybody. Essentially starting in February onward. So at that point, ammunition becomes probably the most scarcest resource.
Yeah, absolutely, Dr. Paul. And I think, it's as you pointed out, like this is the centerpiece of the Soviet and Russian military doctrine, right? Is the artillery. Artillery is the king of the battlefield for them. And it's really, it is absolutely essential to Russian military operations on the ground for them to have a massive artillery advantage over their opponents, basically. They rely on that. And it's actually, quite dangerous for them in terms of they need artillery cover to withdraw. That's how they were able to withdraw from Kyiv and to some extent also Kherson. So in other words, if they do run out of artillery and they have not successfully executed their withdrawal, they could be in actual trouble because they really do need some level of artillery cover to successfully withdraw. Otherwise, the Ukrainians could pursue. And I mean, this could get really, really bad for them if they actually run out of ammo. I think, as you said, we're never going to get to a point where Russia reaches into their pockets and they, pull them out like the cartoons and like a fly comes out. It's going to be a situation where, as you said, they change their view of like how many shells per day they can use or per week or whatever. And it's going to be, they can maybe cut it in half and they kind of continue sort of slowly, reducing that number and so forth. Like they're never going to just, reach out for another artillery shell and go, there's no artillery. There's always going to be a few dripping in. But that said, that's a complete sea change in the current situation on the ground, where Russia does have a lot of artillery at the end of the day, and it is the centerpiece of their military machine, and they are using it in a place like Bakhmut to, level it and to hit Ukrainian positions. I mean, this is their military strategy. Send cannon fodder in, prisoners, kids you pulled off the street, what have you, and with no military skills, send them in as like human decoys, get the Ukrainians to fire at them, then go, aha, that's where the Ukrainians are, shoot them. With artillery, and that's what they basically have been doing at Bakhmut, right? And it doesn't work very well, but over months and with millions of shells, I mean, with enough shells left over from the Soviet Union, you can slowly make progress. Dr. Paul, sorry, go ahead. I've been babbling. Go ahead, Dr. Paul.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. Yeah, I was gonna say great points. It's kind of interesting. In my view, I won't be surprised to find out in 1 to 3 years, 10 years from now, whenever it is, that Ukraine's just waiting it out until they get to that cut point, that threshold for Russia, before they really take back the entire country. Quite honestly, because it would be, what the goal is to get that ratio down towards 1-to-1 on the volume of fires, because Russia, like you said, Joseph, very well, is that Russia's goal, their whole doctrine is entirely centered around overwhelming artillery fire. Well, look where we are today. Several sources from multiple sources, including Rheinmetall, which is a defense contractor for Germany, which, in my view, defense contractors in generally are somewhat read into intelligence from intelligence agencies, not just public sources. Russia is firing 20,000 rounds. Ukraine's firing about 8,000 rounds. So it's like 1.5 to 1 ratio currently. Look back 6 months ago, 8 months ago, whenever it was up to 8-10 to 1 ratio, right? Over time, Russia's getting much, much weaker. Now, it's not evenly spread out like that across the entire front. Let's look at Kherson, that region versus Bakhmut. Bakhmut is getting hit hard every day still. So they're concentrating their fire, so it's not necessarily like an evenly spread thing. Russia chooses to concentrate this power on certain areas when they want to, but nonetheless, the total volume of fires is getting much towards that 1-to-1 ratio, or even and eventually, hopefully, less. And I think that's the key point there, is that when that occurs, that is a tipping point, right? I mean, we are definitely seeing a degradation from 60,000 shells a day to 20,000 shells per day. So it's a 66% reduction in Russian artillery power from the early days of the war. And that's, I mean, the longer this goes, like I've always believed this from day one. If literally since the day of the invasion, if they don't take, Kyiv and just depose Zelensky and his government within days or weeks or months, even, it's over. The longer this goes, the more powerful Ukraine gets, the weaker Russia gets. And this just validates this. And this is a quantitative way to think about it. It goes from 60,000 artillery shells per day down to 20,000 per day currently. And that's going to sink down towards, in my view, what the number is, 14,000 shells per day is what Russia probably can sustain over, indefinitely, effectively. So we're pretty close down to the bottom bound of that threshold. And so, the sooner we get there, the better. And Ukraine can certainly overmatch that with precision artillery and rocket fire from, whether it be M777s, Caesars, M109s, PZH-2000s, HIMARS, and the Mars-T systems. All that stuff kind of overcompensates on the artillery side with precision fires, and not to mention the Excalibur munitions for the artillery, the shelled artillery system. So it doesn't have to get to exactly 1-to-1 to kind of get that match for match approach. But once that happens, Russia's kind of screwed. Their whole doctrine and strategy falls apart. What's most interesting to me is, and the key thing to follow is, those fronts, those sectors, those cities, those assaults that Russia is so focused on, like Bakhmut, they certainly still have I want to call overwhelming fire superiority, but there's a fire superiority there that's allowing them to maneuver and to advance. And so that's kind of like a key thing to watch with the ammunition is, it kind of exposes Russia, quite frankly, because even if Russia focuses on Bakhmut, it exposes them in other areas, right? Because they clearly are supplying their ammunition into those areas. But what about Zaporizhia? What about Kherson crossing the Dnieper River? And what about, east of, towards Spatov, east of Kupiansk? All these other areas are very probably getting more and more exposed by the day as ammunition becomes more and more scarce.